Welcome in, everybody, to Fantasy Pros MLB. This is the 2025 Fantasy Baseball Fest. It is me, Joey P. Joe Pisapia. With me, as always, is the Welsh, and all of you hanging out there on the YouTube right here on Fantasy Pros MLB. Thank you for joining us today, and joining us in our first segment, Derek Carty, one of the great minds in sports, just sports, and fantastic hair, by the way. I feel very inadequate today. Welsh's hair is extremely Jimmy Neutron high.
Yep.
Derek Carty has got a really nice look going on. I, on the other hand, clean as a whistle, but nothing to show up there. But we've got a lot to show you today. We have a phenomenal lineup coming in the next couple hours here for you. So stay with us for all of the Fantasy Baseball Fest, because we're going to talk about the players you should target, the players you should avoid. We're going to talk prospects. We're going to talk busts. We're going to talk breakouts. We're going to talk all of it right now. Before we do, we're also going to give away some free stuff, and we've got an amazing giveaway today. Chris Sale autographed jersey. That's right. Cy Young winner, Chris Sale, and we're giving this bad boy away right now. So how do you win it? Well, you drop a comment below on the stream and subscribe to the Fantasy Pros MLB YouTube channel. That's all you got to do, and we'll be announcing the winner right here on the stream. So stay tuned and send those comments in, and don't forget to ring the bell till it goes ding for notifications so you never miss a piece of content here on the channel. And Welsh, I'm very excited for baseball season. Been watching some spring training games the last couple of days. I'm at that point, though, where I'm like, all right, I'm done. I'm over spring training.
Yeah.
Derek Carty, are you like that as well, where you just feel like spring training just lingers, maybe that one extra week too long? Because that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I can always use the extra week to like get stuff prepared. But in terms of just like wanting baseball right now, yeah, like I'm ready.
There you go. We're ready to go. And what we're going to talk about with Derek Carty today is some of our best Major League Baseball bets. Now, I've already put a few of them out there. I'm going to be logging them in BettingPros, so make sure you subscribe to BettingPros as well, that channel, but also get the BettingPros app, and you can follow me at Joe Pisapia there, because I have a lot of big feelings about some of these futures. I want to start with a low win total here of the Chicago White Sox, because Derek Carty, that's where you're starting. And I understand the White Sox are bad, and I love that small numbers sometimes are easy W's, but I want to hear the reasoning behind this White Sox over on the win total.
Yeah, I'm sure this is the first bet that everybody that's tuning in wants to hear. You tune in to hear me talk about why the White Sox are going to be good this year.
I think you did this with the A's last year, didn't you? It's like you just got to pick the bottom barrel of it all. I love it, Carty. Like, get in the mud.
So we're going with the White Sox over 53.5 wins. I think the best line right now is like -110 at DraftKings. This opened at 50 at some books, and it's been creeping up. There's some 64.5s out there now. You look at what the BATX, my projection system, is projecting for the White Sox, though. It's projecting 66 wins, and we're getting a 53.5 line. Like, it's just absurd. The line is too low. It's too low. I said the same thing last year with Oakland, and it worked out really nicely. When a team was as bad or looked as bad as the White Sox did last year, of course the betting market is going to be like, nobody wants to bet the over on them. So we can set whatever line we want, because no one really wants to bet the over, no matter what line we put. And so they set it even lower than they probably should. And that gives us value on betting the over if we have the stones to do it. So yeah, the White Sox were really, really bad last year. They are actually a really bad team, but they're not like historically bad, probably. Most teams are not. Just by sheer probability.
I mean, they were last year. They were historically bad last year. But to your point, they can't be a team.
Yeah, but are they actually that bad, or did they were they bad combined with just like, bad variance over 162 games? Most likely it's the second one. They're bad. I haven't projected for the second fewest wins in baseball this year, or maybe even the most losses, rather, or maybe even the most losses in baseball. But 53.5 is extremely low. You have to be really, really, really bad. And it's almost impossible to project any team's true talent level to be that bad ever.
And by the way, people don't people realize they should. Derek Carty, creator of the Bat and the Bat X projections, which you can see on FanGraphs and you see all over the place, rated out this year as well on the baseball projections here at FantasyPros. I have one question for you on that total. When you're doing season-long totals like this, where you're getting minus money bets, so you're whatever 53.5, I think was the number, and you're betting a season long at minus money. What's your relative approach to, like, I don't want to go too crazy into like unit betting, but like, like someone's like, hey, I usually bet this on normal stuff, but you got to wait a whole season long. Like, what is your approach to betting this? Are you like 5 units in when you're betting a win total to play out for the whole season? Same thing, I guess, would apply for. The only problem is like awards, you're getting big plus money, these type of like over home run, I've got one I'm going to play, or something like this. Like, how are you unit betting this type of bet?
Yeah, I mean, minus 110's standard. So, it's kind of, your normal amount. The only thing I'll say is that I don't put a ton into season-long props just because you have to wait until the end of the season, or in the case of the White Sox, maybe until August.
And that's kind of what I mean by it, Derek, is like you're investing in a standard 110 bet, but it's dragging over the entire season. Like, are you more compelled to be like, well, if I'm going to season long this, I love this. This has got to be, 5 units in than what I would normally do on just a daily bet.
Yeah, it's not a question that has an actual correct answer. It's kind of just like, how do you feel about tying up your money that long? What does your bankroll look like? What do you want to be able to have in the chamber for the season? This one does project really well. I'm not the kind of person, though, that's like, well, this one I like a lot, so I'm just going to fire 5 or 10 units at it. The way I approach betting is that I'm going to place a lot of bets long-term, and usually I'm flat betting. And so I'm not saying, okay, this one's definitely going to win, and this one, I don't know if this one's going to win. Like, every bet I place, I think, is positive expected value. I place the bet, I'm going to lose some. And in the long run, I expect to win more than I lose and to come out profitable. And that's always been the case. So here, I do think the edge on this one is big, but I'm not recommending you bet your house on it. No.
Well, that's good. It's funny. Timing is everything when it comes to wagers too, because I went and bet the Red Sox over the weekend before the Garrett Cole news and quote unquote second opinion came out to win the American League East, and I got a number in the 350s, and now it's jumped to the 270s after the Garrett Cole news dropped. So timing is everything when you're looking at making your wagers too. So if you see opportunities,
I was some anti-Yankees bets earlier that are looking pretty good right now, like Yankees not to make the playoffs plus 250 kind of thing, or under 90 wins or whatever it was set at. Yeah.
No, Derek Carty's already got me going after the show to bet something else now that he's dropped that one on me. But that's the whole point, is that, when you anticipate good news or bad news, there's sometimes value in the market, and that's something you have to pay attention to that's out there. Now, I see Don't Give Him the Stick has a question. Can we ask questions, answer on the live stream? The answer is yes. Yes, you absolutely can. We want your questions here, so drop them. We'll try to get to as many as we can. But if you definitively must have your question answered, you need it, you got a keeper question, you got a draft going on, whatever you got happening, you can super chat us as well. So super chats are available today, and we will get to as many, if not all, the super chats, and they will get priority in our chat. But doesn't mean you can't just drop some questions in there too. We're going to do our best, and we appreciate you as always making sure that you support our channel by subscribing. And we're trying to get to 25,000 before we get to opening day. I think we can do it. We're getting very close. I believe in us. And of course, Welsh and I will do something stupid in honor of 25,000. So if that's not incentive, I don't know what is. Speaking of the Boston Red Sox, who I mentioned earlier, Garrett Crochet, Welsh, you've got a wager on him that you're looking to place. And I really like this one too. It's one that I am planning on betting as soon as he gets right there at the end of spring training. I don't like to make too many bets before spring training's over because anything can happen. But this one is definitely on my radar as well. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, and I don't do as well a bunch of crazy season-long bets like Carty's saying. It's not huge in my market. But last year on this Fantasy Fest, what was my play, Joe? It was stolen base leader Elly De La Cruz at 6-1. This is my Elly for this year, and it is Garrett Crochet to lead the league in strikeouts. And I found it as good as 10-1. Right now. So even better than that Elly number. As you can see up on the screen, we've got some projections up there. I'll throw a few things at you. with Garrett Crochet, and you probably at nauseum, you've heard me talk about Garrett Crochet on Fantasy Pros videos everywhere. According to the bat, Derek Carty's projection system, Garrett Crochet is projected 5th in the league in strikeouts at 206. So that is 12 less strikeouts than the leader, who is Dylan Cease, at 218 strikeouts. But it's all about the innings. It is all about the innings with Garrett Crochet. 30 more projected innings for that leader, Dylan Cruz, than Garrett Crochet. According to the bat, in most projection systems, he's right around the 150 marker, 152 to be exact. So 30 less innings projected than Dylan Cease. Yet he is one of, if not the top across multiple projection systems you look, he is 1 or 2 in K per 9. According to the bat, there are 8 projected 200 strikeout pitchers. 6 of those 8 have at least 173 or more projected innings. So again, that is 20 less innings than any of those other players. The only other guy is Blake Snell, who is like a strikeout or 2 less, a couple more innings than Garrett Crochet. I love this. I love the team context. The division obviously can, bring in some questions here, but at the end of the day, I think it's easy to play in a world where he can blow past these projected innings. He had 146 innings last season, and we are barely projecting any positive upside on innings. So now you're looking at a Yankees team that's playing from behind. You guys want to place bets up on the Red Sox to take to the division. They're going to need Garrett Crochet more than ever. There's obviously an injury toll on making any starting pitcher bet, but you're looking at one of the highest strikeout pitchers in baseball. And the only thing that is holding him back from every single projection system being the leader in strikeouts are those innings. And I think there is a lot of cushion on those innings. And I think there's a lot of value on that. That's the other thing. If Garrett Crochet was like 4-1 or like second in strikeouts, this might feel a little bit different. We're talking close to 10-1 right now on this bet. So this is my absolute favorite of any of these when you talk about awards or, season long stat projected type of things. I love Garrett Crochet to lead the league in strikeouts. Cardi, I'd be very curious at what you have to say about this one, because I laid out using your projection system some of what's on Crochet. What do you think about placing this bet?
I like it for basically the reason that you said. Innings are not even something that most projection systems are projecting directly. Like I'm just using ATC's basically aggregate innings projections. We don't know which pitchers are going to stay healthy. Like the innings are just kind of like, this guy hasn't really done it before. He could get hurt. We're going to play conservative. We don't know. If Crochet is one of the guys that goes over 200 innings, like he has the stuff easily to be the leader. So yeah, if you're getting great odds on it, then I like it, because on a per inning basis, Crochet should certainly be better than 10-1.
Yeah, and right now plus 850 in some markets I've seen has even gone down to. So this is one where one less guy in Garrett Cole too now enters into that conversation too. So you can see all of a sudden when the field starts to whittle down, all of a sudden less competition. I think the innings is clearly the only thing we have to worry about here, but I'm with you, Welsh. I'm not super worried, and I'm starting to really buy the Red Sox here. I have them in a parlay for a couple divisions. I like to do those. They're fun. You throw $10, you can win a couple grand. I got real close on 2 NFL ones last year, one of which I did get late on a redo. That was a very nice return, but one of them, I think it was like $20 or something. It would have brought back $3 grand, and I missed it by one division. One division I got wrong. Very frustrating, but it's fun nonetheless. This is the ride we take here. Let's also go back to Cardi here for another one of his picks. Before we do, I want to get to some questions also that I have in the chat right here from Tough Talk with Teachers, friend of the show here. Would you keep both Gunnar and Trey Turner in a keeper league? Cardi, let's ask you this question here. What do you think about Trey Turner and Gunnar? I know Gunnar is dealing with some health issues right now. Trey Turner, obviously a slow start last year, but things kind of came back around. I feel comfortable keeping both these guys. If I could only keep one, I'm keeping Gunnar. But what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, it kind of depends on what your alternatives are, how many keepers you can keep. I mean, yeah, they're both worth keeping in the right situation. You're worried about Gunnar's health. You're worried about Turner a little bit, like he doesn't project as well as he has in past years. But yeah, if they kind of set up as your best guys, sure, I have no problem with that.
Next question here. Don't Give Him the Stick has one for us. We love Don't Give Him the Stick. Would you like to get our opinion about RPs in a 12-team head-to-head categories league? Generally like to wait until at least the 6th round to chase saves, but seeing RP going earlier in the mock drafts. Here's the thing for me, Welsh, is If you have the mandatory RP spots, that matters a little bit more. I'm more apt to be a little bit more aggressive and at least get one guy. If not, then I'm more apt to wait and let the saves kind of fall where they may. I like going late on the Joyces and the Romanos and the Fairbanks and just maybe get 3 guys and just kind of have some bodies in there for those 2 RP spots. You are more of a go get a closer early, and you tend to like to lock one in. From what I've seen, especially you play a little bit more head-to-head cats. I'm more of a points fella. Where do you think is kind of the sweet spot this year with the pool looking the way it is?
I mean, I think like if you're playing in NFBC, you're going to see closers going between the 2nd and 3rd round. You might start seeing, there's a Clase, he's a hater into the 4th round. So then I think you're going to see a Brunt start pushing around the 5th, 6th. I don't need to get the top guys. I really love Andres Munoz. That's probably like that top. Is the bottom of the top tier of the first closer that I want. I think there's a bunch of value later. Kyle Finnegan is still being ranked low. Ryan Presley is still ranked really low in a lot. I mean, ADP, he's like 240 right now across an aggregate of ADP. I think there's a lot of late closers, plus guys like AJ Puck. I want to get one, but follow the runs, pay attention to the runs. 7 or 8 closers go off the board, then start paying attention. That's where I'm going to start targeting a guy like Andres Munoz, but I don't want to be pushed if I have to be drafting closers in the 4th round.
Got a Crochet question here. Since we were just talking about him, let's talk about this. Drafting Crochet at 22 early. Head-to-head points of strikeouts are worth a lot. It's not crazy to me, but he is going at 36 overall, more of a 3rd round-ish kind of guy. Cardi, what do you think here? Do you think it would pay to be more aggressive on Crochet? Or, I mean, this is almost a whole round ahead early.
It's tough. I mean, like we said before with Welsh's bet, like Crochet's talent is elite. Like he's probably a top 2 or 3 pitcher in baseball. It's just like, how deep is he going to, how many innings is he going to be able to throw? And pitching in Fenway is not ideal. So 20 is probably a little high for me when you weigh the risk, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he pays that off.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough actually comparing against the guy who's going consensus 4. I have Garrett Crochet at 4 in my ranks, but Logan Gilbert is the consensus 4 guy. And you want to talk about consistency in innings. So you're battling this upside potential. There's a downside to Garrett Crochet pitching in Boston, like Derek said. But then you've got all this upside versus this floor with, and not, I don't want to say like there's not upside. There's still continuous upside with Gilbert as he continues to change up this repertoire and throwing splitters and stuff like that. But that's the battle that you're dealing with. It's like consistency of Logan Gilbert or upside of Crochet. I did take Crochet in the 2nd round of my tout draft, but it was bigger. It was 15 team. I think I was a little bit towards the back. I wanted to make sure I got an SP and a few were coming off the board. So 20 might be a little bit high, but maybe in reference if like 5 or 6 pitchers are already off the board, and maybe he's got a long run and you don't want to miss, but I probably am not taking him at 20, to be honest.
Let's get back to some of the wagers here. Let's go back to Derek. Speaking of Logan Gilbert, Logan Gilbert to lead the league in wins. Now the Seattle Mariners would serve themselves a little bit better to possibly score some more runs. I want to say at home last year when they scored 3 or more runs, they were 43-7. Just get them 3 runs. That's all we're asking for. Let's talk about Logan Gilbert, Derek, and what you see ahead for him in 2025.
Yeah, I like Logan Gilbert to lead the league in wins. At DraftKings, you can get it at 35-1 right now. You look at projections and it's like, okay, why not at this number? You look at who the bat is projecting to win games this year. Logan Gilbert projects in a virtual tie for second at 13 wins. There's a handful of guys there. There's one guy at 14 wins. And most of those other guys are priced more at like 10-1. 35-1 for Gilbert, I think, is great. Like you said, the innings are there. He's very efficient, so he can go deep into games, which is always great for getting wins. The talent level is elite, but without like the kind of crazy Garrett Crochet stuff that makes you worry about injuries in today's kind of environment. Obviously, any pitcher can get injured. It's not like we can predict it at all, but you feel a little more comfortable about a guy like Gilbert than you do about a guy like Crochet. Being able to pitch a full season, and the bat has it sees this year, especially with the Cole news, as like a very a year with a lot of parity. Like, it only has 2 teams projected for more than 90 wins. It has the Mariners projected for the 4th most wins in baseball, kind of at the top of that next heap after the Dodgers and the Braves. And so yeah, if you're giving me 35-1 on Logan Gilbert when he's basically projected for the, tied for the 2nd most on average, yeah, you're giving me a good number. I'll take it.
Yeah, it certainly does look like a good number. And look at the numbers from last year. They were pretty spectacular. Logan Gilbert was an absolute rock star stud in fantasy last year and in reality. And look at the intensity on the face. That was the same face that Welsh made every Logan Gilbert start, where he just could not believe how good Logan Gilbert was.
Yeah, biggest egg on my face too was last year. I mean, I remember me and Eno were talking about, it's like, if you're gonna rely on the splitter, it was like you want the fastball to be this dominant fastball, and it's just like he just keeps making it happen. And those are the questions. And he's a workhorse. I'm gonna tell you, I made this bet. Like, I got this info a little bit early from Cardi for this show, and I 100% made this bet because also you make the season-long bets, depending what, world you're in. If you're looking to have some fun season-long bets, I'm not sure there's one that's more fun than this. 35-1, a guy that's going to push 200 innings. You can play to the wins. You're hoping the offense is going to pick up. And I just think there's a great potential return on this. Like, if you're going to make a list of 4 or 5 guys that are going to lead the league in wins, I think Gilbert has to be up there. And there's a reason why he's so lauded in fantasy as well this year. So I think this is a great, great pick. This is, if I'm, again, putting your investment in pitching season-long props is like the scariest thing. Crochet and Gilbert, I think, are 2 really, really fun ones.
Yeah. Let's get to our first super chat here of the day. Taylor only can keep 2. Who would you keep? Strider, Glasnow, McClanahan, Framber Valdez, Sandy Alcantara, DeGrom, or Michael King. Can keep and hold like in Dynasty. So it's a long time here for one of these. So only can keep 2 of these guys. Now, look, you're going to miss Strider for most of this season. Glasnow never.
No, Strider's only going to miss April. He should be back in May.
We'll see.
But
let's say late May. Let's say
it's
late
scary.
May. You're going to miss a good part of the season.
Yeah, sure.
Glasnow never gives you 150 innings. McClanahan just had his arm remade. So does Sandy Alcantara. Those are the 2 most intriguing ones to me on this list, now that they've just been reborn with the new arms. So Welsh, you can only keep 2. Who are the 2 you're keeping?
The context of how this is being asked, if this was like, you can only have 2 keepers and that's all you're keeping, then my answer would probably lean like a little bit more towards like a redraft standpoint. So then I might be like, well, I might push King and DeGrom, but obviously I'm assuming this is a bigger keeper standpoint. I'm going to go Michael King and Strider just because, like, I know you're going to miss a month. I don't want to play against what you can win now, but like Strider could be the number 1 pitcher in baseball. He's going to miss a month. If he gets back to where he was, you have a huge showing through the back of the year and you get to keep him next year. And Michael King, I think, is in a great spot. If you wanted to knock Michael King off for Shane McClanahan, I also think McClanahan is one of those, but Strider and McClanahan put you in a weird spot where maybe you're a little bit behind early, but I do think like long term, if this was dynasty, pure dynasty, because he says hold like a dynasty.
Yeah, no,
McClanahan and Strider.
There's no contracts. You're just holding guy. Look, DeGrom's too old to be kept, and he hasn't thrown 100 innings in 5 years. Like, I'm not coming close to that. Derek, where do you land on this one? We've got some different opinions. I'm going with the 2 guys who have just been fixed, one of which just won a Cy Young 2 years ago. And I think people forget that Sandy Alcantara is that good. And he's probably going to be on his way out of Miami sooner than later to a contending team. Where do you land on this? This is tough. There's a lot of talent here.
Yeah, a lot of talent to pick from. I think you have to do Strider. I mean, not going to miss a ton of time this year. Before, last year he was being drafted, rightfully so, as the top pitcher in fantasy by like a huge margin. Like, nobody even touched him projection wise. I think you have to take him, especially if this is long term. And then if it's like a dynasty kind of thing, just give me McClanahan. I'll take the risk. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Here's a fun one, and I mean fun in air quotes. Chris, Derek, Joe, if you had to take a flyer on one of these old farts, he called them aging legends. I'm going to call them old farts. Who you got, Verlander or Scherzer? Cardi, who are you taking a shot on?
I don't mind taking a shot on either where they're being drafted late. Give me Verlander, but it's not a strong give me Verlander. I'm okay with either one.
Welsh, how about you?
Yeah, I think Cardi said it really well because it's like both of them are just free. They're free 99. I'll probably go with, Justin Fartlander there if you're looking for the old farts, just because of the ballpark factor. I think that's really beneficial. So I'll probably go with Verlander here. But Scherzer did look pretty good.
All right, we're going to continue to take questions the rest of the day, too. I want to get to Welsh's other bet here real fast. So let's go back to Michael Toglia of the Colorado Rockies. The home run total is 23.5. Welsh, you like the power of this young man? I assume this is an over for you.
Yeah, it's always an over for me. Is it
That's
the
right.
over? That's the
Life
that's
is
the
too
football
short
name.
for the unders. Yes.
Exactly. I can't bet too many unders here. Yeah, I mean, this one is not as sexy of any of them. And this one falls along the lines of that tough question I kind of had at the top of, like, if you're doing a season-long bet at minus money, what's the play? I know a lot of people have fun and like to pair a couple of these together. I had one of those season-long bet. I'm probably going a couple units. I just really like the Michael Toglia numbers right now. He hit 25 in 2024 in just 116 games while hitting just 218. And I know that's definitely going to be like a focal point of what everybody's talking about. I love, and if you've heard like me talking in videos, I've talked about the value of him. I love the underlying bat profile. He had an almost 18% barrel rate. That's elite of elite. Over 50% hard hit rate. I mean, again, elite of elite. He also had expected batting average close to 25 points higher than his actual batting average of 244. And that's a big thing for me. If Michael Toglia is hitting in the 240s, he's smashing this. He's not getting to 25. He's not getting to 30. He's probably getting to 35. He finished last season in the second half of the season with a 235 average. Now, you do have to watch, like a lot of Colorado, obviously the home ballpark is an advantage and they can have split issues. There's a little bit of a split issue. He hit 235 at home last year. He only hit 202 on the road, but check this out. Despite hitting 202 on the road, 17 of his 25 homers came on the road. So think about progression coming into this year. Now, projections, they tell some different stories. If you look at like Steamer, ATC, New Oopsie, they all have him at 25. So they've got him hitting this one. Steamer and ATC, or 24, I'm sorry. Steamer and ATC have him at 25. The bat happens to be the one that is lower. The bat and the bat X have him at like 22 and 21. And I think it's around like 130 games. But you talk about the offensive profile with that barrel and hard hit, a higher expected batting average, the home ballpark factors, and overall progression. I really like this number. Maybe it's a little too thin as far as projections are going, but I think the games can come up a little bit. And I also think he's going to overplay the homers. This is what he is built for. And that hitting profile tells you as well. So 23.5, I saw it jumped up on DraftKings before the show at 24.5 with plus money. So that's something to pay attention to. And yeah, as Maher said, one of the biggest worries is the strikeout rate. And that's the thing that holds him back. I mean, a 30+% strikeout rate is a concern, but that's why I'm betting on the hitting profile. Also the ballpark, maybe this would be different if this is like Seattle. I might not be playing this, but the home ballpark just plays very well in favor. I really like this on Michael Toglia. And this is a 35+ home run bat when things are going okay, that you're getting 10 homers less. So I'm in on Michael Toglia, season-long home run total, 23.5. I'll also play 24.5 at plus money.
All right, Derek Carty, before we let you go, I got a question for you because this is my approach, and I want to run it by you for 2025. I'm betting Shohei Ohtani to win National League MVP just because, well, it's clearly an easy path. And then I am going to pair it in a little tiny, duo parlay with different folks from the American League. I got one with Bobby Witt. I've got one with Aaron Judge. Just going to go through some lists. What do you think about that approach this year of just kind of bowing down and giving up on National League MVP and saying, okay, it's Ohtani. It's very difficult to beat Ohtani, especially now if he's going to be pitching again. And then just saying, instead of just betting straight out one of those guys in the American League, just constantly pairing him with Ohtani to get better odds.
I see the appeal of it, and I see being like, okay, like obviously Ohtani. Personally, I don't think the odds you're going to be offered on that are going to be plus EV, but I could be wrong. I mean, I think the books realize like people think Ohtani's going to be the MVP. He's probably going to be the MVP. I don't think they're giving you the number you need on that. Well,
at plus 145. If I pair him with Bobby Witt right now, it is plus 275. I get plus 800. Those are the two top guys at the board. That's a big jump on two guys that are pretty
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, they're both great. It could easily happen. But to nail both MVPs like that, I would want more than plus 800 personally.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Well, what would that number be?
One
Like
injury
12?
one injury and you're dead. Like,
Yeah,
that,
well,
that's
and
all.
also Ohtani's going to pitch more this year, so that puts a little bit more of a strain on potential missed time if something were to go wrong. What would you want, like 12 to 1, 13 to 1, if you were doing something like that? Do you think that's a better return?
I'd want to run the math on it, but yeah, I'd want something in the double.
Something like that. Okay.
Well, I got one for you. If you didn't like that Bobby Witt one, how about Jose Ramirez with Ohtani plus 5,535? How about that? Now
you're just having fun. Now you're just having fun.
Hey, Matt, look, I'm the big dog when it comes to these futures. You know it, Welsh. And at a certain point, I think we have to look and just be reasonable with ourselves and realize that when Ohtani's on the field, he is the greatest player that any of us have ever seen, will ever seen, probably has ever played in terms of talent and skill overall. And if he's pitching again, it's damn near impossible to beat him for this award. And look, it's plus money right now. It's not going to get better, most likely, barring an injury. Derek Carty, I wish you a very healthy entire Major League Baseball season, not just for you, but for all of your teams as well. We appreciate you hanging out with us. Obviously, check out all of his amazing work, the bat, the projections, all the incredible stuff that Derek does, ESPN Fantasy, Roto Grinders, analytics, you name it, he's got it. We're going to take a quick break. We come back. We're going to bring in another Joe because one is just not enough. And we're going to talk about some risky players to avoid with Joe Arrico. Don't go anywhere. The Fantasy Fest rolls on right after this quick break. Let's be honest, everybody. Most mock drafts suck. That's right, they do. You have to wait forever for them to start, and sometimes the specs don't even match your league, and then you get some Yahoo or some robot in there who doesn't even know what they're doing, and they end up taking some rookie in the second round. That's not helping you prepare. So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my leagues to get you ready for yours, and I use the Draft Simulator. It is built to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts, and it's free. Here are the 3 reasons why I love it the most. Number 1, no waiting around. You're not waiting for other people to make picks, so you can run through a mock draft in just a few minutes. It connects to your league, syncs all your unique settings, and makes sure everything feels like your real draft. Number 2, it's going to help you get better at drafting. Draft Simulator goes over rankings and projections from the best baseball experts like yours truly, and it tells you who the best picks are. It also uses our best in-class projections to tell you where you stand in each category and which players will help you the most. And number 3, draft analysis. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. My favorite feature is the pick analysis. It shows you where you could have made better picks and lets you restart your mock from that point so you can test out different strategies and see which one works best. So stop wasting your time with bad mock drafts. Work less, win more with the free FantasyPros Draft Simulator at fantasypros.com/mock. What a great time we're having here on the Fantasy Baseball Fest 2025 between two Joes happens now. And Welsh, officially you're between us. That's right, Joe Arrico's here, and we're going to talk about some players to avoid. Full disclosure, I'm probably going to draft all these guys, so they can yell and scream these two all they want about not drafting these guys. I'm probably taking them just for spite.
Have we talked about this, by the way? Like, I have a test for everybody, and I want you to see if you can figure this out. I have never seen it, and I actually think Joe has gone into the developers and he has made them code something. Joe Pisapia is the most hater of haters when you are in the draft simulator and you get your analysis at the end. Mm-hmm. It is like a video game. It's like Tyson at the end of Knockout or Punch Out, where you can't do it. If you can get Joe to love your draft, I want you to send a screenshot in where he's the #1 analyst to do it and tweet at us, because every draft I see, it is Joe Pisapia hates, Joe Pisapia hates, Joe Pisapia hates. I feel like you did it. I feel like you did it, Joe. And I
do it every year.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is notorious in the NFL world. I am notorious for this, that if you get a good grade for me, then it's really different. It's because my ranks are not like everybody else's, because that's the whole point. What are we trying to do here? Always have the same, if I'm not higher on certain guys or lower on certain guys than the consensus, then what's my purpose here? And Joe Arrico, look, it's good to be negative on some players, especially on their value. And I know the first guy that you want to talk about today is one of my favorite guys, who's having a really good spring too. It's James Wood. I mean, I understand that people are very excited about James Wood, and I get it that James Wood is starting to fly up draft boards. He is my breakout from the National League East this year. I think he's going to be a complete rock star. 25 homers. I think he's going to have. I think he's going to blow that 19 out of the water. I think he's going to have 25 steals. I think he's going to be a monster. What are you so worried about when it comes to James Wood, Joey?
There are a couple things. First of all, great to see you guys. Welsh, great to see you back on your feet.
Is it great?
Well,
every day you got to see us. It's great.
It's good. Okay, it's good.
That's more. There we go. Yeah.
But with James Wood, I really like him. I just don't like the price. If he was going in the 70s or the 80s in most rooms, then I would be a lot more willing to take a chance on him. I've seen him go in the third round recently. People start moving up players in spring training. They get on the hype mobile and they start running around their draft rooms and pushing players up. For me, I like to stick to the values that I've had throughout all of draft season, whether it's a round value, whether it's an auction dollar value. And then you see guys, Wyatt Langford's another one, but James Wood is also getting pushed up in draft rooms. And I understand the hype, but you also have to acknowledge the 29% strikeout rate. The fact that he does at this point in time have a serious ground ball problem. The launch angle was 2.4 degrees last year. Yes, he hits the crap out of the ball. 52% hard hit rate is great. 11% barrel rate is really good. But if we're looking at him as a fourth round player, as your second or third hitter, as a foundation of your team, I think there's a lot of risk. Maybe he's able to raise the ball more and get the 25, 30 home runs. But I'm kind of buying the projections that say he's going to be around 20. I think he can steal around 20 bases, give you a decent batting average. But I also worry a little bit about the lineup around him. I don't think it's bad by any means, but it's not a juggernaut. James Wood needs to absolutely thrive to return a third round, even a fourth round value. And I just don't see it at that price. And I know I'm on an island here with you guys.
You are
look,
on an island.
I am going to just be devil's advocate Al Pacino in this entire segment with both of you because I love you both dearly. You're wonderful human beings and you're wonderful analysts. My other side of this coin is I'm looking at the minor league track record of this dude. 302, 402, 539 slash with a 941 OPS. I mean, the guy, that is elite level stuff. And of course, young players will have their ups and downs and struggle. There will be adjustments, but from everything I've seen with James Wood so far, and what I've seen hasn't been him flying too far in my drafts where I go, oh no, it's untenable. Now that might change in the next 2 weeks. To Joe Rico's point, if he starts going ahead of some other guys where it starts getting to that untenable place, then I'm okay with it. But he is in that range of players that that I don't care for, like Michael Harris. Like I'd much rather have the upside of James.
That's how you get Joe to hate your draft, by the way. If you put Michael Harris.
Oh, if you draft Michael Harris, it's automatic.
Instant
it's a big giant F. But if he's going ahead of Brent Rooker, that's where I'm going to start drawing the line. I think that's where it crosses for me. Welsh, I want to get a super chat in here. So real quick.
Yeah, and then I want to do
James Wood. I want you to break this tie one way or another.
Okay, well, I'm on the firm other side of it. I understand and I don't disagree with the value of what you're talking about when he's pushed up to the third round. When he starts going into like the 30s or something like that, it does feel like what you're doing. I thought you were going to do before the Icarus flying a little too close to the sun. Like he's flying a little too close to his inability to have a return. But the overall hit skills are incredible. And one thing, you talked about the launch angle here, and you can't just throw this on any singular player and just be like, oh, they're going to automatically fix it. But if you want to take a couple, similar, really tall, big, long extended arm type of players that have had big hard hit skills changes, go and take a look at Ellie De La Cruz in his rookie year, where he had a 3.6 degree launch angle. Next season, 9.7. Oneil Cruz, 4.6 in his rookie year. 8.3, 10.5, 9.8. And Oneil Cruz is an interesting one because Oneil Cruz has really big hard hit and big barrel numbers. And that's exactly what we saw out of James Wood this past year. He ended up having, popping this up here, a 10.6 barrel rate, 52% hard hit rate, big, massive average EVs, and only a 2.4 degree launch angle change. I think that can change. Plus, he can hit lefties. He doesn't have lefty righty split struggles. He just has a strikeout problem. So there might be some downticks in there. But I think you can look at some previous guys that have had some similar skill sets of hard hit and how they approached launch angle. I think that is an easier change. And I think you will see that change this year, hopefully into the double digits. And if you do, I think James Wood's a 25-25 guy. So yes, I don't want him to fly too close to the sun where you can't return that value, but I'm willing to make my investment on James Wood because I do think there's a sky's the limit type of thing. And maybe he goes one way or the other. I wouldn't be shocked if he hits 30 homers this year. But maybe that's like my Oneil Cruz, and maybe he does the opposite. Maybe he's a 20-30 guy. I really do think he's going to beat projections though this year. So I get the worry. I'm just firmly on the other side of this specific one.
Don't
O'Neal
worry,
Cruz is a
Rico.
great.
You and I can tag team up on the Welsh in just a second. I'm sure that's coming around. So
I was going to say O'Neal Cruz is a great comp because he's another guy who has all the tools, all the hard hit rates in the world, and yet 21 and 22 last year for the homers and stolen bases. I think if you got that in the third or fourth from James Wood, you'd probably be a little bit disappointed. Not that it would be a terrible season, but I think it'd be a little bit disappointing. If I'm looking over the last week, his minimum pick is 38.
Yeah, that's rough. That is absolutely rough. But I'm not sure you would be like, dang, I messed up my draft if you
True.
got 21-22 or 22-24 out of James Wood. I really don't think you would. You would just be like, oh, I didn't get all of the upside, and maybe there's a guy right behind it. You know, passing. Brent Rooker's a really interesting one. Brent Rooker provides absolutely no stolen base upside, but if he hits close to his average, if he hits like 260, 270, and it's 35 plus homers, that might be more valuable than getting a 2020 guy. So I think that can be an argument. But as far as like, you know, we had to pick guys here to pick the guy to avoid James Wood. I'm just on the other side. James Wood and Wyatt Langford are two. I want to get one of those guys coming out of my draft.
Well, I mean, just also throwing this out there too. O'Neal Cruz had way more swing and miss than James Wood in the minor leagues as well. All right, let's get to Colt's question here because Colt is waiting patiently. Colt has a super chat. And again, if you want your question definitively answered on the stream today, super chat us. Here we go. 12-team head-to-head Cats OBP League. Already have Ellie, Vlad, Jordan, Westberg. Would you rather have Holiday in the 9th or Michael Harris in the 11th? You know my answer to this one. And by the way,
Really?
Looks like Jackson Holiday is probably going to be taking some ground balls at shortstop for the foreseeable future. So that's a little extra eligibility potentially. Joe Rico, who would you like to have here, Holiday or Michael Harris?
It's hands down, not even close, Michael Harris for me. I'm sorry, Joe. I know you don't like him, but in the 11th round, like I know you don't like him, but I think a lot of that's because of the cost, because he's a 3rd or 4th round pick. In the 11th round, that's phenomenal. Like that's really phenomenal. Holiday in the 9th, I think is not bad, but he was pretty miserable last season. You're projecting massive growth if you're taking him ahead of Harris, especially at a 2-round increase. Harris is pretty much locked into a 2020 in a great lineup. He's a 280, 285 hitter. This one for me is easy.
I know I'm going to be in the minority here. I assume you're going to take him as well. Yes.
I mean, he's more of a value. I'll say this in who Holiday is. If we get to see like the real version of Jackson Holiday, he's like a high OBP guy, and he could be more valuable than him. But I think there's ifs and buts, candies and nuts. Can Jackson Holiday have a Merry Christmas? And I'm not sure that we're there yet. We have questions, and he's more expensive. So in this, even though Michael Harris is not a great OBP guy, 330, 340 maybe at best, 2020, I'm going to take the discount 2 rounds less on Michael Harris and get what I get now, because there's still, even though I do like Jackson Holiday, and we'll talk about him later in the show, I think Michael Harris is a pretty easy one there.
I think Holiday's going to have more stolen bases. I think he has the potential for more OBP, and I think the power will be closer than you realize. Plus, he plays the infield, and maybe he plays shortstop and second base, and that's a very valuable thing to be moving around the diamond. I know it seems like a very no-brainer kind of thing, but I'm looking ahead at the kind of player that Jackson Holiday can be, and the kind of player I already know Michael Harris is, which is fine. He's fine.
That's
Jackson
not
Holiday
a bad take.
Was a number 1 overall pick. Jackson Holiday is a can't-miss kid who came up at 20 years old and failed. Let us not forget that. Let's get over ourselves a little bit, okay? Because last year, if you asked this question, I guarantee it would be a different answer.
But it's not like it, but it wasn't like it's like Holiday versus Josh Lowe. This is like Michael Harris, like a top 4 or 5 round player. That's the only thing that's different about what you're saying here.
It's fine, but I'm shooting for the moon. By the way, there's a troll in the chat as always, and his name is Mike Maher, trolling me for my Otani bets. Joe with a shockingly predictable show Otani bet. Yeah, and it wins every year, Mike. It wins every year. So maybe you should follow me on BettingPros. That's a good spot for you. BettingPros.com. There you go. Go make sure you download the BP app and make sure you're with us for all of that. Let's get to another national, because the guys clearly don't want to invest in this horrible, terrible, no good lineup that I find incredibly exciting this year, that I think is going to be a team that covers on a weekly basis more than people realize because of the athleticism of Cruz, of Wood, and this guy, CJ Abrams. Now, in all fairness, we've had an up and down relationship with Abrams. He was an extreme value not that long ago, and Welsh and I were buying back in. Now it is significantly more expensive. I get that. So what do you do here with CJ Abrams at the current cost? Because it looks like you're fading him, Welsh, or why?
Yeah, I've been a fader of CJ Abrams, and it is tough because completely acknowledging, you're looking at guys like, if you were to get CJ Abrams' stat line last year out of a guy like James Wood, you would be really happy. He ended up having a 20-30 season, 20 homers, 31 stolen bases. He's like our new modern day Chris Davis. He's at like 245 or 246 for 3 straight seasons. So you're seeing consistency in there. But I just have some worries. My worry coming into last year was, he was optimizing, and it's not a bad thing to like optimize your hit profile, but like overall, it was like it's an below average batting profile kind of across the board. But he also doesn't barrel a bunch, doesn't hit the ball really crazy hard. On average, it's well below average. He just gets the ball in the air. He does a really good job of just like pulling fly balls, getting it out, and he had a 15-degree launch angle. Now, to his credit, last season, he improved his average exit velocity by a mile per hour. His hard hit numbers went up. With that as well, his strikeouts went up. But you take this below average hitting profile, and then you take it what happened at the back half of last year. I am still concerned about that. He did not hit righties this past year. He hit 223. He stunk in the second half. He hit 203 post All-Star break. And then everybody knows he also got suspended. He got suspended at the end of the season for staying out all night gambling. So there's that little head case issue that's going on there. He comes into camp. He's gained a bunch of muscle. It was like 20 pounds muscle. He's had a good spring. I might be wrong about this one, but in that, like, I don't believe in the power continue. That's the big one, is like, I think he's a sub 20 home run hitter. I don't feel the need to chase the stolen bases like I have before. So then also, why, if I don't feel the need to chase those stolen bases, do I need a sub 250 batting average? And then on top of it, it's like bad second half, some questionable personal stuff that's going on, and an underlying profile that really just doesn't like play up like, oh, he's going to become a 290 hitter. All of those things have me concerned. And then you look at his ADP, and I just think it's a little too expensive for like the draft needs that I want. So I'm kind of out on CJ Abrams, especially when he cracks inside like the top 60 or 50 or something like that. But Rico, I don't know if you feel different about CJ Abrams at all.
No, I did a short video on the channel maybe a month ago where CJ Abrams was one of the fades. Another one was Garrett Cole, by the way. But I am completely on the same page as you here. Like, the head case stuff aside with the casino, he was just kind of pedestrian last year, and we're not getting any draft discount. Maybe like a few picks, but this is where he was going last year. 3rd, 4th, 5th round, depending on your format. And I think the stolen base thing is really key, because last year, coming off of 47 steals, you could maybe make the case to push him up a little bit more. Went down to 31. Can he get back up to 40? Maybe, but I don't need to pay for steals with such a shaky profile. Like, you've laid out a really good case. He doesn't give you batting average. Doesn't
like,
give
if he's
you
hitting 280, if he's hitting 280, we're having a much different discussion here. Much different discussion. Even if it's still the same
discussion, if I might, for a moment, because earlier today he came out of a game. Hit a triple, then came out about an hour or so ago. Of course, this from the FantasyPros news desk, which is pretty much just Mike Maher on a hamster wheel with an iPad. I think at this point, he's just running around. He's always typing the news out. If his value slips, let's say maybe it's a hammy or something, I'm just kind of spitballing here. If for whatever reason, any sort of injury sets him back here in spring, and you see that ADP start to drop to 75 to 100 overall, Welsh, would that change your tune on Abrams? Would you buy back in then?
Yeah, like one thing is, I'm not like, I can be a little agnostic about players sometimes. Like, I don't have many players where I'm like, I'm out. Like, like there's no chance, there's no possibility. Like, sure, if he came at better discounts, but there are some shortstops of some decent value. Something in the chat I think a couple of people have talked about was, hey, would you rather take CJ Abrams inside the top 50 or wait for Bo Bichette? Now, Bo Bichette's not going to probably provide you any stolen bases, but if I could wait 50 picks and round out my team in other spots and take Bo Bichette, let's say at 95 or 100, I'm going to do that for batting average and a jump back in homers. But yeah, if Abrams dropped closer to the like 80 range, then I think you're mitigating a little bit more risk, but I still kind of stand firm on where it is. But if he repeats, hey, listen, 2030, we'll all kind of, Rico and I will be wrong about that.
All right. You know what? Bo Bichette's injury last year, I'm curious with the contract coming up here and with the new rules changes, maybe we see a little bit more stolen bases from Bo Bichette than we think. We are going to continue with another super chat question before we get to it. Quick shout out and reminder, if you're getting ready for your drafts, use the FantasyPros mock draft simulator. It's got complete realistic mock drafts you can run in minutes without waiting in between picks. Of course, at the end, I will probably hate your draft, but hey, that's part of tough love and learning. You can tailor your mock drafts to your league's specific settings, including roster configurations and scoring systems. Receive instant feedback and draft grades like mine, or maybe a better one like Welsh, maybe a B+ from Welsh and an A- from Joe Rico. That way you can refine your strategy and gain competitive edge over your league mates. Prepare confidently to dominate your draft with the cheat code, and that's the Mock Draft Simulator at fantasypros.com/mock, or again, just download MLB Draft Wizard wherever you get your apps today.
And someone asked, by the way, how do I get Joe to hate my draft at the end? That's how you do it. You can sync your leagues, or you can just go into Draft Simulator, lock it up, do a draft, and at the end, you'll get all the insights that we give, and you can show Joe hating you.
Hashtag free hate. Let's give some love here to G-Toss. Where was it? Oh, no, there it is. Here we go. It's from don't give him the stick. Worried about Devers' shoulder, not playing yet. Is it time to start panicking, Joe Rico, here for the soon-to-be DH of the Red Sox? Yeah, that's right. I said it.
I mean, he should be the DH. He's locked up until he's like 36 years old. He's not playing for another big contract. They should sell him on being the next David Ortiz, and that's the way that they should go about it. But the shoulders, both of them were hurt last year. They're slow playing him in spring. He's not happy. You got to move him down. Like I think he's been going for the most part in the Machado and Riley tier, but I think he's got to go down at least a full round below them to the fourth for me personally.
I love the stat on Devers, which he's led the league in errors at third base, 7 years in a row. I mean, come on.
But Costas is like, he's the guy. He's like the best third baseman. But I will remind everybody, you remember we did have this last year too with Devers, where it was like at the end of spring training. Remember, it was like, hey, by the way, there's this issue, and then everything seemed slow played, and then he just ended up bouncing back. I think he actually might be in a better situation right now if he's being forced into DHing than ever before. That I'll actually take a discount. So just throwing that out there.
Discount. Yes, I feel like he's going to pout and moan a little bit, but we'll see what happens. We got another super chat here too. I want to work this one in here from John. 10-team head-to-head OBP categories. I'm keeping Churio and Langford. Should my round one target be Mookie or Lindor? Ooh, that's embarrassment of riches. Or take the best player available in Tucker or Tatis. Hot take. I don't know if those are necessarily the better selections. Tucker and Wrigley isn't exactly my ideal scenario. The wind blows in just as much as it blows out sometimes, especially early on for Kyle Tucker. It's something I would just be a little bit more aware of. Churio and Langford, really good situations there. I don't think you can go wrong with Mookie or Lindor. With Mookie, Welsh, you get the position flexibility. With Lindor, he's hitting in front of Juan Soto this year. He seems like a 30-30 lock to me. Where are you at with this? You can only keep one. Who would you take?
That's Mookie. It's an OBP. I mean, Mookie's 370 OBP last year, 400, 408 the year before. By the way, the guy's hitting around Mookie, also not too bad. And
not too bad.
Ohtani and Teoscar Hernandez. So yeah, this one is clearly Mookie for me. But I understand the question. It's all
right. The guy's got two more players to fade, so let's talk about them here. And the next one here on Joe Arico's list, another big name, a pitcher, Luis Castillo. And I understand this one. I know last year maybe a slightly disappointing year for him, based on expectations, but at the same time, Joe, I mean, this lineup really didn't do him any favors. He ended up with a 3.62 ERA. I feel like he is a guy that's been around a long time and people just take for granted. I don't see his ADP really being too difficult to grasp. So why are you having a hard time wrapping your mind around drafting Luis Castillo this year?
I think an injury's coming. I think based on the last couple of years with the way his fastball velocity has been trending, it's gone from 97 to 96 to 95 in consecutive seasons. That's pretty concerning for me, especially as you're getting older. He's not old necessarily, but age 32, you could start to see some signs of decline there. The strikeout rate went down to 24% when it had been in the 27s. The whip was the highest it had been in a couple of years. Still not bad at 117, but you're also looking at the stuff going downhill. Again, not dramatically, but it's just the trends, 116 to 109 to 105. And then there's the ballpark and the lineup. So the ballpark is fantastic in Seattle. You're going to start him there, but that's 16 starts. The other 16 come into question a little bit. The home and away splits last year, not just for him, but for all Mariners pitchers, really, really favored them at home. So on the road, he was about a 4.3 ERA, and I just worry with the declining stuff and fastball velocity and the team around him not being so good. What am I going to do with those other 16 starts? I feel like there's a good chunk of them where I'm going to want to sit him. And I also think that there could be an injury on the horizon, just the way that fastball velocity has been trending.
Well, an injury already happened to Ronald Acuna last year. He's got not one, but two bionic remade knees. And I know last year, or should I say last time this happened, everybody was so concerned. Well, Ronald Acuna, when he comes back, we don't think he's going to run that much anymore. And that was wrong. He did. And he looked great. And that was before the rules changes for Ronald Acuna as well. So just kind of throwing that out there. When he came back, he played in 119 games and stole 29 bases that year. It was the power, ironically, with only 15 home runs that actually lagged behind. Then he had the 40-70 season, and it was tremendous. So Welsh, I understand the Ronald Acuna price is still basically a third-round pick. I'm very apt to do this in a shallow league. 10, 12 teams, lock it up. I'll take my chance with Ronald Acuna. I will get by for the first 6 weeks of the season or whatever it takes to get Ronald Acuna back. And even if he doesn't play well, until maybe June where he gets a sea legs under him, I'm willing to bite that bullet. But I do understand when you're in a 15-team league, when you don't have guys playing, it's very difficult. And this is the second knee. So let's talk about Ronald Acuna and why you are struggling with his value in 2025.
Yeah, Acuna's fascinating. This year in fantasy baseball is a little fascinating as well, because I feel like more than ever, we have this context of shallow league guys that move way up. Who has that been? Jacob deGrom. Everybody from Nick Pollock to Eno will say, hey, in a 10-team league, Jacob deGrom moves up. I would say Spencer Strider's another one of those. He moves up. And Acuna, and the same thing. I don't really disagree with you. In a 10-team league where you're coming back, all your picks are coming quicker, you can make do and you can make up for that higher investment. Yeah, sure. 15 teams, it's pretty tough. Listen, Acuna's moving up into the second round in a lot of spots. I think it's pushed closer to 20. So you're talking about like in a 15 team, like mid-second round pick, not a lot of third rounds. And I think he's a superstar. He's a superstar of players, but I think, investing in a player that is hurt right now, that is also telling us a couple other things. It's not just, I see there's like a Mike Trout comment in there. Like Mike Trout.
Oh, it's the troll. It's just Mike.
Yeah, he's trolling. But like, there's a couple ways to look at it. There's Mike Trout. Mike Trout, perpetually injured. He's amazing when he's out there. Like, there's that risk. There's a player that is injured right now, has to work up to it, and will be back at some set point of time. That's scary. Now, there's a third element of this. Take into that Ronald Acuna is also telling us, like, I'm probably going to do stuff different this year. Like, the running is going to come back down. So they're also telling us some part of this stat line is theoretically going to change. As well, just to throw out, like, obviously there were injuries, but like barreling went pretty down last year. The hard hit percentage went down. He went back to his old kind of strikeout ways from that insane, crazy year that he had. And there's all this missed time. Just saying there are so many question marks. I'm like the guy that's like, oh, well, this guy's amazing. And all kind of like blinders to injury risk. And like, I'm in on Trout this year. But there's just something about the cost of Acuna into the mid-second round with him telling us he's going to run less, with the theory of when he's going to come back, that I just don't think it makes any sense into the second round. There's 100% scenarios where you can do it. If he falls into the third or fourth round, if you're playing in smaller leagues. But I think right now, if you're talking about players to avoid, I'm avoiding taking Ronald Acuna in the second round.
I think the second round is too expensive. Third round, I'm 100% listening, because this is a guy that can win you leagues. And I would say this too, especially if you have playoff formats, I'm willing to do it. In season long roto, I get it. Like, you might be behind 6 weeks, potentially.
I agree. I know what
you're
saying.
You can backdoor your way into the playoffs, and you're a good fantasy manager, and you know how to find gems on the waiver wire, and you're going to be good at, or better than the rest of your league mates drafting guys on the bench. Then you can afford to take the risk of Ronald Acuna, because when you get to August, September, whenever your playoffs run, Ronald Acuna could be a difference maker there. And look, maybe we'll be slower this time around. I can tell you this. Last time around watching Ronald Acuna, he did not look right. And then the knee issue was not a surprise to me, because he did not look like Ronald Acuna last time we saw him. And I could tell something was off, something was wrong. Just like I still thought something was wrong with Garrett Cole even when he came back last year, and everybody told me I was crazy. And I am crazy, but I was also right about that.
And to Mayor's comment, Mayor in the chat goes, well, what does run less mean for a guy who's still 73 bases, 45? Well, how about 29 when he did that in over almost 500 at bats that year prior? Maybe that's closer to what it looks like. I mean, we don't know, but that's the problem. There's unknown. So if you think you can make do with a second or high third round price with unknowns, and you're in a draft where you can make that happen, then God bless. Go roll with it. 15 team, that's just a lot harder. 12 team, kind of the middle ground. 10 team, yeah, absolutely, guys. Third round, he is closer to a third round. It makes a lot of sense.
God bless Joe Arico, who's going to be back with us later. We love having Joe here on the channel, and Joe's going to continue to chat with you in the running chat right now. So make sure, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, ask your questions. Again, if you want a super chat, we will get those in as well. We're going to hit a quick break. When we return, a very special guest, one of my favorite people on the whole planet, the Wonky Penguin herself, is going to join us. That's right, Kelly Kirby, talking about the must-have players for 2025. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Have you ever found yourself during a draft scrambling? You don't know who to pick. We've all been there. But it doesn't have to be that way. Say hello to the Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant connects to your league's draft, keeps track of everything that's going on, and tells you the best player to pick when you're on the clock. It's like having a team of experts sitting right next to you. Let's take a look at how it's going to help you out. 1. Consensus rankings. Draft Assistant doesn't just use a handful of rankings, it compares rankings and projections from all the top baseball experts. You can also choose your favorite experts and see exactly who they'd pick if they were drafting your team. Number 2, in-draft strategy. Winning your draft is about staying one step ahead of everyone else, and Draft Assistant does that for you. It keeps track of what positions you need, what other teams need, and highlights your targets and sleepers so they're easy to see. It also factors all of that info into the pick suggestions so you can relax and let Draft Assistant do all the work. Number 3, best-in-class projections. Draft Assistant uses our industry-leading projections to tell you where you rank in each category in real time. See which category you're dominating and which players you can pick to give your team the biggest boost. Draft Assistant works with Yahoo, ESPN, CBS, and every other major site. So wherever you draft, we've got you covered. Switch from draft day stress to draft day success with FantasyPros Draft Assistant. Get it for your draft at fantasypros.com/assistant.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fantasy Fest 2025 here on the Fantasy Pros MLB channel. Joining us, our own Wonky One. That's right, Wonky One Kenobi. Kelly Kirby, the Penguin, is here. And listen, Kelly, it's great to see you. You know, I love hanging out with you. You will be in my neck of the woods in what, just a week or so? Is that correct?
Yeah, I will be there all next week. So I was just figuring out my schedule and then figured you and I would hang out eating Brooklyn pizza, I believe.
That's my plan. I somehow figure that out, despite all of the many flag football tournaments I have to coach in the next 10 days. I'm going to be there. We're going to figure it out one way or another. Welsh, of course, has never been to New York City. He's never probably then tasted real pizza, and also has never seen a snowflake, I believe, in his life.
I've seen some snow. I've jumped in snow a couple times, not much.
There you go. Where was it? In like some production or something like that, where it's fake snow and you're just like,
we have Arizona. We have snow in Arizona. It's just up north.
In the mountains. I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm teasing, but you always say I've never been in cold weather. And I don't know.
You're right. You're right. I've never been below 25 degrees in my life, so I don't know what that is.
And for the record, Kelly Kirby, you live in Minnesota, so
I've been
describe that for Welsh.
I've been pushing for a team trip in Minnesota, but yeah, I can describe it. It was 60 degrees on Monday, and then we had a blizzard on Friday. So
there you go.
That sounds fun. Well, come and hang out for my 125. You can get 120, 125.
I don't know what's worse, honestly. That's why I just stick around in New Jersey where I am. All right, we have our must-have players coming up here. And Kelly, we're starting with a guy that I've been drafting everywhere. I just took him in the Raz Slam that we're all in there drafting away there, going in that slow draft. I am very, very bullish on this player. I like the over on him for home run totals. I even like him to lead the league potentially in home runs this year. That's right. I said it. And it's Brent Rooker. So let's talk about him. Let's talk about the Athletics, because they're moving out of that ballpark, which is a place that has way too much foul territory, which costs hitters at times. It's a much more hitter-friendly environment in Sacramento. We know this. It's old PCL stuff. So why are you so bullish on Brent Rooker in 2025?
I mean, I'm bullish, but I'm not delusional. I don't think he's going to lead the American League in home runs. But I mean, I guess we can go there if you want to.
Let's go there. Why can't he hit 45 and do it? And why can't Aaron Judge get pitched around all year? I mean, I'm just saying.
That is true. I don't know how he can overtake Judge, but that is fine. I love him. I've loved him like for the last couple of years, and then last year it just like entirely paid off with the number of homers he hit, the power he showed. We're not going to get that batting average again. I mean, he batted 293. I think that's going to fall at least to like 260, but I'm not drafting him for batting average. I want all the homers. I love that the ballpark is changing. Even if it supposedly has like the same type of dimensions, I also, isn't it like 190 degrees like on the field in Sacramento all the time? And I hear that heat carries the ball. I wouldn't know. I live in Minnesota. So, but yeah, I like what he would do with the counting stats. Just those three big ones that in my draft strategy today, I talked about, like, I want people who are going to hit 30 and 100 RBIs and like 90 runs if possible. Like, I want those guys, three of them, if I can get them. And he's just my target every draft.
And I would throw into the lineup has improved around him as well. You got Lawrence Butler at the top now, Rooker hitting the 2 spot, then Blade and Langoliers, like Soderstrom here hitting the 5 spot. Geloff has had some moments up and down, but he's got a little bit of pop even down at the bottom. Jacob Wilson at 9 projects to be a nice major league player. All of a sudden, this Athletics team, I think, is far more intriguing, and I think they're going to be very pesky in 2025. They're going to give a lot of teams fits. Maybe they don't come out with a ton of W's, but kind of like the Nationals early, I think a team is going to hang around a lot more games because of the offense that they might be able to bring here. And I think that is a very exciting one. Welsh, we've talked about this before. In 2025, it's ironic because now steals have become easier to find with the new rules changes. It's power that you have to covet a little bit more. And to me, Brent Rooker is going in a spot where you can really draft him and feel good about getting a guy with 35, 40 home run potential, maybe even a little bit more.
It's not quite the same, but you can almost just say power is the new steals. Like, you've got to keep, it's an arms race of power. And, guys like Victor Robles, Jake McCarthy. I mean, even if you want to look at like the Bryce Terangs, like you legit can find 30 to 40 stolen bases with good batting average and double-digit homers outside the top 100. It's harder and harder to find that for power, especially that comes with some batting average. And, maybe you don't want it like devoid of runs or something like that. So to what Kelly said, getting those 3 high-end categories of homers, RBI, and runs. And if it comes with batting average, it's even more valuable. I completely agree here. Brent Rooker the only thing that's negative about Brent Rooker are in systems that he only qualifies at util. That kind of stink. But, that is worth it. I mean, 35 homers feels good. 90 feels really good. And we know we can find those stolen bases later. So there is more of a priority than ever before that, like, I remember last year thinking like, oh, do you really want to take an Austin Riley? Do you really want to take even, I know you're kind of down in Devers, but like, do you want to do that? Well, 30 plus homers, 90 or 100. Brent Rooker is just like a 2-round cheaper version than some of those. So I completely agree. In the world of must-haves, I'm on board with Brent Rooker.
All right, let's see about Spencer Schwellenbach here, a pitcher that last year came up. It didn't get off to the best start, but my goodness, did it finish strong. And Spencer Schwellenbach, a guy coveted by a lot of quote-unquote experts in the space these days. You cannot turn on a podcast, it feels like, and not hear somebody talking about Spencer Schwellenbach. And we're guilty as well. So, Welsh, let's discuss the opportunity that he has in 2025. You look at some of these projections here for him, and certainly looks like a very strong pitcher for the Atlanta Braves coming into this season, an organization that has continued to grow good pitching over the many, many decades now. And they're in a spot here where Schwellenbach now looks to be a guy making 30 starts this year. So let's talk about the projections for him, and let's talk about Spencer Schwellenbach and why you are so in on him this season.
Yeah, and I'll point out, I'm not going to do this a lot, but like, you're right, everyone is talking about Schwellenbach, but I do want to say, I've been doing it on this channel since like December, November. Like, so I've been pretty consistent. So this should not be a shock. There'll be players that we haven't like talked a ton about, but there's going to be a couple players that like I've heavily attached to, like, I have to have. And Spencer Schwellenbach has been that almost since day one. So in the world of must-haves, especially based on his cost, there is like like legitimately like SP like 2 fantasy upside. I don't want to be like he's going to be like a top 10 guy, but like could he be a top 15 guy? I definitely think it's out there. The cost makes sense, and I want him on every single one of my teams. Last season, 25.4% K percentage, one of the few to have an under 5% walk rate. So he had an over 20 K minus walk percentage, which is great. Under 3.5 ERA and expected ERA, great. And he induced a lot of bad contact, under 5% barrel rate against, which is great. Guy, there's 5 pitches. The 2 lower, the curveball and the split finger, so 2 of those bigger breaking type of pitches, over 40% whiff rate last season. And Schwellenbach had an absurd into the year. So, you talk about some of these numbers. He had a 4.43 ERA in the pre-All-Star break, so his first 44 innings. He finished the season almost 80 innings with a 2.73 ERA, 86 strikeouts, and just 13 walks. So there's a high arsenal of pitches he's throwing. That split finger is absolutely devastating. And I've likened it to this. Everybody in the world loves Brian Wu, rightfully so. Throws his pitches, really low walk rate, but he has like a 20% K percentage. So Spencer Schwellenbach is like what you would want Brian Wu to grow into. And this guy is still growing. So I really love it. Mid-90s fastball. I think that split finger is going to take a step up as, kind of split fingers are a new rage. So Spencer Schwellenbach is an absolute must-have of fantasy starting pitcher for me. And you can get him usually around like SP3, or if you're waiting, it's more of an SP2, but he's a must-have.
You heard it here first, everyone. You want your woos to grow into Schwellenbachs. That is the most important thing you could possibly have.
It's like the birds and the bees.
There you go. This is important conversations we're having here on the channel. Make sure you subscribe to the channel because you're not going to get this conversation anywhere else, I guarantee you. Kelly Kirby, better return on investment of Spencer Schwellenbach, currently 92nd overall, or Spencer Strider at 126. And follow-up question, why is everybody in Atlanta's pitching system named Spencer?
Well, I was going to say that don't do what I did in one of the drafts I was in where I missed out on Schwellenbach, and I was like, that's fine. I'll just draft Arrighetti. like they're equal. Yeah, I mean, Strider makes me nervous. So I would definitely, in terms of value, yeah, he could obviously be a great value. Schwellenbach to me is just a much stronger pick. I don't really care where he is for this season. If Strider comes back and lights the world on fire, then that's great. But I would rather have Schwellenbach. I will settle for Arrighetti, apparently, and we'll go from there.
Hey, Arrighetti's last 12 starts were pretty impressive last year. I mean, let's,
Can we get a whole rotation of Spencers? Are there who else?
Is Turnbull still?
I don't think he's still out there though. Let's chat. Give us some more Spencers. Let's see if we can get our
2.
Spencer.
We
just need
more
2
Spencers.
And is there a closer? We're just trying to figure out if we can do this. See if you guys can do it.
Spencers are for hire here. Let's get back to some questions before we get to the questions here in our chat, because I see you all there hanging out with us. Drop your questions below. Before we get to that, I want to remind everybody about the draft assistant. You saw the commercial, but again, it's time to get ready for your drafts, and the draft assistant will make those decisions much easier to make during your fantasy draft. It connects directly to your draft. You can sync your leagues for free, and it provides real-time suggestions. It's like having us there in the draft. You can create cheat sheets as well, which are really useful. It'll tell you all the players who are picking after you. The managers are going to already have relief pitchers. Don't take a relief pitcher here. Take them on the way back. All these little insights, all these little moments, these reminders, these little coachable, teachable moments are all there for you if the draft assistant is linked to your league. So download right now the draft assistant, fantasypros.com/assistant, or again, as I said, just go and download the Draft Wizard app wherever you get your apps. And that way you can use the draft assistant, which fully integrates and customizes to your leagues. Again, the ranks, the cheat sheets, you can use different experts, pick your experts, or just use the consensus rankings as well. That way, you're going to dominate your draft and you're going to have the cheat code that nobody else does. So use it right now, fantasypros.com/assistant, or again, Fantasy Baseball Draft Wizard app. Download it today, wherever you get your apps from. Let's get to some questions here because I know there's a lot here. Who will pitch more innings this year, Kirby or Wu? I assume they mean George Kirby, not Kelly.
Not Kelly. Yeah, I was curious too.
I would say, I don't know. Welsh, you can go first.
I'm going to go with George
now.
still. I think Wu makes a lot of sense, but I would still go with George. It looks like it's not, in like the path, it was like Garrett Cole, devastating. Grayson Rodriguez, like maybe there's some hope. Maybe he misses a month and a half. Kirby looks like he might just start on the IL and come back right after. The worry would be is if this does linger, of course, but like Kirby is built to go deep. So I would say even if you take off like even a month, I still think George Kirby might outdo Brian Wu, but it's probably close. But I'll go with Kirby.
I'm taking the Scott Bogman theory. Stop taking guys that are hurt, especially pitchers, before the season even starts.
I'm not saying to take George Kirby. I'm just saying I think there's some optimism to it.
How about this one? This is your guy Rooker or Ozuna from GTOS. What do you say, Kelly?
I would rather have Rooker. The only my draw to Ozuna is most people got him really cheap last year. So if he's a keeper and you're only losing, a 14th or 15th round pick, then he gets a lot more value to me, but I would go Rooker.
All right. Again, if you've got questions, we've got answers. And if you have a question that you are desperate to get answered, super chats are turned on. So you can always super chat us and you'll go above everybody else. But we're trying to take as many questions as we can regardless. Sprinkle them in there. And let's get back to some of the players right now that Kelly must have. We talked about Spencer Arrighetti having a good second half. Well, how about the months of May on for Hunter Brown? It could not get any worse for Hunter Brown in April. I mean, a 10+ ERA. People were dropping him everywhere. Panic was setting in. And then the guy was basically lights out the rest of the season. And I have to say, when it comes back around here, I feel like people are holding that first month against him way too harshly in ADP. He is so suppressed still. And he's a player that I find myself drafting quite a bit in early drafts. And it looks like you feel the same way about Hunter Brown, Kelly.
Yeah, I've developed sort of, I don't know, Brandon Pfaadt versus Hunter Brown. I'm gonna roster them everywhere, probably against my will, in some of them. But yeah, I mean, in the month of May, he had 21 walks in 37 and a third innings. So his first 8 starts were awful. And then the rest of the year was fantastic. And he developed that powerful sinker that he had. And that's when everything sort of turned. I liked him before last year. I think everyone dropped him in April last year. But it also to me, he just screams like that guy that is going way too late, who everyone is holding an awful month against. His current ADP is 106. He has a 26% career strikeout rate. We're not going to talk about his walk rate because that's where the problem lies. It's around 8%. But his xFIP last year was 3.47. So it is just, I think he's just really ripe to way outperform his ADP.
Welsh, look, I understand that, the Houston rotation doesn't look exactly like people thought it would. We had injuries to Garcia, injuries to, Christian Javier, but, Hunter Brown was kind of the guy last year that stepped up in a big way and became, arguably outside of Framber Valdez, their most reliable guy. I mean, probably is their most reliable guy. So at this stage, do you look at Hunter Brown as a draft target of yours as well in 2025 drafts?
I think he's, I'm a little indifferent in that I don't think I have a ton of shares to it, but there just are, there are a lot of positives on Hunter Brown. First off, 25% K percentage, a little bit higher walk rate than Spencer Schwellenbach at 8%. So you'd love to see that come down. But like Schwellenbach, really low barrel percentage again. So weak contact, worse contact. Average exit velocity was 86.2 again. So that was bottom or top 5 percentile of the league. So not only are they not barreling it, they're not hitting it hard. He had a sub-3 ERA. And again, comparing it again to finding that trajectory of Schwellenbach in my comparison is 2.26 ERA in the second half. He had a 4.39 in the first, found it in the second half. So he's carrying a really, really great turnaround from last year into this year with some very big positives of that weaker contact. I would love for the strikeouts to pick up a little bit. I do think that is a possibility with him in that slider. So, the cutter, I think, is a little bit more into that range. 29% on the changeup, 30% on the knuckle curve. So if we can see a little bit of an uptick there, Hunter Brown probably should be a little bit more on my radar. He's just, like I said, it's a little bit indifferent. And frankly, I think Hunter Brown and Schwellenbach are right near each other. I think they're right in that general vicinity.
And these are the names that I keep going after because you know me, you've done all these drafts with me. I'm hitting the offense early and often in drafts. So I'm looking for guys that can perform like number ones that are going for number 2 and number 3 costs. And Hunter Brown, almost a 10 ERA there in April. He implemented the sinker, I think, and then from May 17th on, the ERA was 2.48. That was top 5 in all of Major League Baseball. Let's get to Welsh's other guy, another dude that I love here at the back half of drafts too, when you're looking to get a little bit of pop in your corner spot, you're looking at Jake Berger. Jake Berger is a dude that, I mean, the landing spot here, getting out of Miami and going to Texas is tremendous. If this lineup is healthy with Corey Seager and Marcus Semien has a bounce back and Wyatt Langford takes that step forward, Jake Berger could find himself in a very productive lineup. And that is a very good thing for fantasy, not to mention that dual corner eligibility, which really helps you throughout the season with injuries. You draft him as a corner guy, but if you need him to play first or third, you can slide him over there. Welsh, talk to me about Jake Berger this season.
Yeah, Rake Berger. We talked earlier with Brent Rooker, and we said, all right, 30 plus home run hitters is definitely a priority. So even more so, we should pay attention to 30 plus home run hitters outside the top 100. We would love a higher run in RBIs. And the only thing that might put Berger's that in question is where he hits in the lineup early. Like Roster Resource had him hitting like 8 or 7 or something like that. I legitimately think he could be hitting higher. I'm not sure Adolis is like 100% deserving of that. And I'm not sure that Josh Young needs to be hitting in front of him. So I can kind of squash that. But like that comparison we talked about earlier with Chris Davis and CJ Abrams in his average. Well, how about 3 straight seasons of hitting 250? That's Jake Berger. He hits 250. He also, over the last 2 seasons, averaging right around 32 home runs hit. Great hitting profile, 12% barrel, 46% hard hit. He lowered his strikeout rate. He upped his launch angle. He's consistently hitting the ball hard. It's over 91 average exit velocity. And he had an expected batting average that was better than his actual batting average. On top of it, you now go to a phenomenal lineup where, pending where he's hitting, something between Corey Seager, Semien, Langford, Jock Peterson when he's going in against a strong side platoon. All of those are really, really incredible hitters in front of him, and ballpark factor. For right-handed hitters, Texas Rangers have a top 10 ballpark. They're 9th in right-handed overall ballpark factor. Not that Marlins were crazy, but Marlins were league average. They were around 14th on it. And as far as a home run ballpark factor for right-handed hitters, 4th in there. So Jake Berger is a big mashing power hitter with a bunch more guys in front of him in the lineup. He's been pretty consistent. He's got a great hitting profile, and he's going outside the top 10, 110 ADP, and in some instances even further. So why not get a first and third base eligible guy with 30 plus homer potential, at least 80, and maybe we even go further. I think Jake Berger is like a no-brainer to take, who's going to qualify either as your first, third, maybe even corner infield if you got greedy a little bit and getting that 30 plus home run potential. So I'm in on the Jake Berger.
All right. Here's a good question here from South African G. Hunter Brown or Hunter Green? So now we're doing the Hunter comparisons here. Interesting one, though, because Hunter Green, huge upside in strikeouts there. We know that. Hunter Brown, we just extolled his virtues here for quite a while. Kelly, who would you rather have this year based on their ADP, Hunter Brown or Hunter Green, going not that far away from each other?
Yeah, I was going to talk about that a little bit when I talked about Hunter Brown, where I like him a little bit more than Green. There's something like Green's injury history last year bothered me just a bit. Like there was some, I don't remember if it was arm or elbow or shoulder. It just concerns me enough that I would prefer Hunter Brown, who, as long as he stops walking everyone, is doing great. But that is my that would be my pick of the two. I was also going to mention to the audience, like, I love interacting with you on Discord and Twitter, but I've had like 2 people tell me that like the only sentence they say is, "You hated my draft. Why?" And I'm like, with no other information. And so my answer to that is always, "Did you draft Jacob deGrom?" But
yeah, this is a hater sandwich. These two go together in the hate if you're looking for it. So we had a Joe sandwich. This is the hate sandwich now.
So
hey,
yeah,
you know what? I mean, I will gladly, manage a team, draft a team all season long with Kelly Kirby. That I guarantee you're not beating the two of our minds put together on a team. This is not happening. So the hate is real, and that's fine. This is a great story. I love this. I want to get this on here. This is from Hardy Har 72. I drafted Hunter Brown last year. Found a note on my notepad at work that said Hunter Brown. I can't believe I picked him. Worst draft pick ever. And then I won the league. So there you go. Staying the course sometimes. A little bit of patience pays off. Here's a super chat I want to get to. First pick in a 10-team head-to-head. SP or hitters at 20 and 21. Joe, here's the thing. I don't like to lock myself in as like, I got to do this, I got to do that. Every single draft is unique. There are all these little snowflakes. There's all these little different things that happen there. It's one thing in head-to-head where I understand you want to be looking for getting an edge at starting pitcher. However, in a 10-team league, I mean, I assume you're still starting at most 9 starting pitchers. The supply and demand is fine. Get your offense first. You can absolutely roll with a Blake Snell or somebody like that as your top pitcher. I would be waiting. I would not be looking at 2021 pick. I would be drafting offense until it looked like I needed to get one of those SPs on the board. Welsh, where are you at with the strategy on a 10-team head-to-head like this?
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. I will say, though, I personally would probably be tempted to take 2 hitters and a Garrett Crochet. That would probably be the only pitcher I would take at 21, let's say, simply because it is a 10-team league, and I think I can make do with some of the hitting that's going to happen later. So I actually would prioritize just a tiny bit having like an elite starting pitcher, especially from the strikeout department, because lots of other stuff I can make up. ERA, give me Sandy Alcantara later. But I might be tempted to take Garrett Crochet. Probably no shocker, but if you didn't want to, I don't think there's any problem with it. Looking at, if you're over on FantasyPros, you can go to fantasypros.com/MLB/rankings, and you can check out all of the ECR, all the experts, not just mine or Joe's or Kelly's, but you can see everybody's together. At 20, it's Jarren Duran. At 21, it's actually Zach Wheeler. And then right around it, you got Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Ketel Marte. If like a Jackson Churio fell to me, if Churio and Harper happen to be there, slam dunk, give me both of those 3. But, you know, hey, if I got Ohtani at 1, Harper at 20, and Garrett Crochet at 21, I'm not going to be too upset about it.
Now, on the show, we've been talking a lot about the draft tools, but it's not just the draft tools we have at Fantasy Pros. We've also got the in-season tools like My Playbook, because the draft is just one small part of your season. The rest is managing your leagues. So sync your leagues for free. Download My Playbook. You'll get optimal lineups every single week. You can search all your leagues once. It doesn't matter if you've got them on CBS, if you've got them on Yahoo, you got 3 leagues, 1 place, 2 leagues at Fantrax. It doesn't matter, because you can see them all right from the My Playbook app. You can go ahead and set all your lineups just on the app. Now, it'll also show you all the available players, the moves you should make. It give you advice on trades, suggestions. Everything is there for you at fantasypros.com/myplaybook. So make sure you're downloading the My Playbook app right now. Make sure you download it wherever you get your apps, because My Playbook is going to help you manage your leagues. And we all know fantasy baseball is a marathon, so you're going to want as much help as you can hitting that waiver wire, making the deals you should be making. It'll find trades for you too that you might not even thought about, but it's not going to do anything unless you download it and start to sync your leagues. And remember, it's free, so use it at the very least just to set all your lineups, because going from app to app, it's a headache. Who's got time for that? Certainly not the Welsh, certainly not Kelly Kirby. Let's get to some more questions here before we get to our next group as well. We've got a lot of questions. And by the way, if you're here with us, don't forget to like the stream. It's very important. Subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to 25,000 subscribers by opening day. Welsh, are we going to do Mario and Luigi? Because we teased that once before.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. That might actually be a phenomenal one.
We might have to do that one.
But
Mario
I have to
be.
You're going to make me Luigi, though, aren't you?
Well, I mean, clearly, unless you want to go full Waluigi. I don't know if we want to do that.
I'll be like the ghost, the scared Luigi, who's like, oh, if you ever played that game, that's phenomenal.
I think maybe that's last year we did the mullets. Kelly Kirby, were you frightened of me with hair? That's the big question.
I mean, it was interesting, but I've seen your senior picture from high school, so
people don't, and people forget.
Everybody.
I ended up unintentionally having a look that ended up making me look like Joe Exotic, and Joe Exotic tweeted at me after it. So Joe Exotic wanted to, commend the look. But yeah, we've done wrestling, we've done the crazy hair one. Mario Luigi might be pretty great.
Chris Welsh told me to fade Logan Gilbert. Screw you, Chris Welsh.
I will never financially recover from not drafting Logan Gilbert.
And Chris, whatever, man, that was red hot there for a hot minute. Those good times here. All right, here's a fun one. You go, who will have more home runs in the state of Texas, Christian Walker or Jake Berger? Welsh? Ooh, a little Berger question.
Man, I have to have Christian Walker everywhere too. You just pick like the 2 guys. Like, give me Christian Walker mid and give me Berger later. I'm going to say Jake Berger. I think Walker's just more consistent and RBI. I think he'll win the battle of like batting average, RBI runs. Christian Walker will, but I'll say Jake Berger overtakes him on the power.
All right. Here's another one too. This is a fun one from back to back. Tatis or Carroll in the head-to-head categories. Kelly Kirby, your thoughts?
Oh God, I want to believe in Carroll's bounce back like really, really strongly. And I don't trust Tatis at all. So even if his name is now on the Rangers, that cap or whatever. But I would go with Corbin Carroll.
I'm glad you said that. Did you see that reel the guy did of saying all the team names based on those new caps? That made me laugh way harder than it should.
Did you see the Texas Ranger one? Because
I did. I don't want to say that one.
No, okay, but it's on eBay. People are selling that hat for like $1,000 on eBay because it got canceled. Because
they canceled the hats.
They canceled the hat because they can't put
fast.
that out there anymore, and people are selling it for like $1,000 on eBay.
Just think about how many people that it had to get through first, right? That had to approve it to get it out there. Because I mean, before you do anything, how many steps you have to go through nowadays to get anything out there and approved. That's amazing. It's fantastic. And so is Kelly Kirby. Of course, you should follow her on social media at the Wonky Penguin and check out all of her amazing work here at Fantasy Pros because she's with us. She's one of us. But we're not just in-house here. When we come back, we're going to show some love to our brothers. Our brothers from CBS are going to join us. Chris Towers, Frank Stampfl. We're going to have some amazing fantasy baseball talk about the sleepers. So don't tell your friends. Just stay right here. And we'll be back with more Fantasy Fest 2025 right after this. It's the mashup you've all been waiting for, everybody. It's the CBS boys and the Fantasy Pros boys in a little tag team. I feel like, Welsh, we should have worn our luchador masks. I do have mine behind me. I can grab it. You know what?
I got mine right here, but it's going to mess up the hair. But I'm going to mess up the hair. I don't think I can.
Mine will not mess up my hair because it just will not. So Joey Cannoli is back officially, everybody. And, Chismo is back because look, we're going to have a tag team match. It will be in a steel cage. Frank Stampfl, Chris Towers, great to see you guys. Frank Stampfl, I just want to check in on you because I'm going to cut a promo on your Yankees right now. It's been a tough, I don't know, a couple weeks. Let's just say a couple months because you lost Soto too.
Got some tears there, Frankie. Do we need to wipe those tears away from you there, brother?
But let's talk about it, Frankie boy. How are you holding up as a Yankee fan? What's Yankee Nation doing right now?
You're muted.
Oh, it looks like Frankie's muted.
Oh, so, just like Garrett Cole's
that's how bad things are going.
You are muted, sir.
Yes, I am finally muted. Maybe it should stay that way because I don't have much to say about the Yankees. It has been a rough go, as you pointed out. Losing Juan Soto, he looks great in spring training. Losing Clay Holmes, I was actually happy about that one. Now he looks like a fantasy ace so far in spring training. Like, how can it get any worse? Well, I'll tell you how. Garrett Cole done for the season. We're putting our hopes in Will Warren and Carlos Carrasco. So they have to make a trade or sign somebody at some point. I don't know when that's going to happen, but I think this is the team that they are going into the season with. And very clearly they have some holes. So it's not looking great right now, Jeff.
Hey, at least DJ LeMahieu and Giancarlo Stanton are in midseason form.
Towers from the top rope. Oh, it's so good. Towers, it's not shocking that Garrett Cole had the Tommy John. I don't think anybody was shocked about that. I was the least shocked human being. I kept saying this is just the inevitability of things. I'm waiting for Thanos to snap his fingers and make it so. But, to Frank's point, it does feel a little weird. Like all of a sudden the mojo in that town has kind of shifted a little bit. You lose Juan Soto. Clay Holmes, as you said, looks really good in spring. It is spring. I don't want to take too much out of it. But you think the power has shifted a little bit in New York? Because, boy, oh boy, it is the 12th of March, and Frank Stampfl is not happy.
So the Mets ate the Yankees lunch this offseason for sure, signing Holmes and Soto. But here's the thing, all right? You look at that roster, it's not a great team yet. For all the money that they spent and adding Juan Soto is a huge deal, obviously. But you look at like losing Frankie Montas was actually a pretty big deal for this team. Like Paul Blackburn is going to be in the rotation for the Mets. This is not an unbeatable juggernaut. And if the Yankees won more games than them this season, even after losing Garrett Cole, I wouldn't be shocked. Like, I think those two rosters are fairly comparable. Maybe the Mets have a little better high-end talent, but like Brandon Nimmo's already falling apart and the season hasn't even started yet.
That's not a bad thing, Chris.
One
I
spring
think
game.
the rest of the guys, the Acuñas of the world, maybe Brett Beatty's of the world, I have faith in the kids that are still coming through. But you're right.
What's interesting though?
The rotation still does not look like a superstar rotation.
Yeah.
With both of these teams, what's really interesting is someone put it in the chat, and I think it's the obvious. We're all looming around, and it's funny, you two, Stampfl and Towers, as a Marlins fan and a Yankees fan, the trade that we're all trying to ship is a Sandy Alcantara. Sandy Alcantara feels like the kind of cure to all teams. The Mets should be as involved as the Yankees with their rotational issues, how much they're spending and their commitment. Both of these teams, and by the way, they both have the assets, the prospect assets, or whatever it really is at the end of the day is going to take, whether it's lower prospects or close to the majors or at major league level. Both of these teams can compete with each other. That I'm surprised that we're not hearing more rumors about it, because, and it's funny, the Yankees feel a little bit more destitute for some reason right now, where it's like if the Mets were to get it, we're like, oh man, that was the last piece they needed. If the Yankees were to get Sandy, we'd be like, well, that's a good band-aid to this issue, but both should be fighting this off. And I completely agree. I think Sandy Alcantara should end up on one of these two teams.
The last thing I want is for the Yankees to compete with the Mets for another player this offseason. So let's just not do that anymore.
That's right, because Uncle Stevie's not afraid to pay. Ooh,
Let's bid up that price. Let's see a couple of good months from Sandy. Let's get to July and let's see what people are willing to offer.
All right, Towers and I are in agreement on that one. All right, let's get to the sleepers, because it's hard this year, and every year it gets harder and harder to find guys that people aren't really talking maybe enough about, because there's so much coverage on fantasy baseball. There's so many sleeper shows and sleeper segments. But to me, this is all about, some of the guys that are really flying under that radar in ADP that at this stage, still at this juncture in the mid-March range, nobody's really talking up. So, Frank, let's start with you, because you want to discuss Jesus Luzardo. And to me, this is a pick with all upside. The ADP is really late. 2 years ago, it was a very useful pitcher. Now he finds himself moving from Miami to a Phillies team that has a much better offense, much better defense. I think now with Romano, I think you feel pretty good about the bullpen. So it's really just a no-brainer, I feel like, at this point, to take a shot on Luzardo. If it doesn't work out, it's not going to cost you anything. You cut him and you move on. But if it does, you got a fifth starter on a team that could win this division, Frank.
Yeah, I'm mostly just looking to buy the dip here. Luzardo was a top 90 pick in drafts last year. His current FantasyPros ADP is 259. So how the mighty have fallen, and I kind of get it. I mean, he was a disaster last year, an ERA at 5, a 125 whip, the fastball velocity down 1.5 miles per hour. I think that is a big key for Luzardo. He really needs to be up over 96 miles per hour on his fastball. He averaged 96 on that pitch the 2 years prior with the Marlins, and a 50 start stretch in 2022 and 23 with a 3.48 ERA, a 115 whip, 10.6 K per 9, and a 14% swinging strike rate. He was legitimately a SP2, SP3 for fantasy, and now he's been forgotten. So I think a lot of people have been burned by Jesus Luzardo, myself included, and I think a lot of people just don't want to go back to that well. It's been mixed results so far in spring, really small sample size. He got blown up his last time out, but the good news is that the fastball velocity is up. He has been consistently up over 96 miles per hour, which is where we need Jesus Luzardo to be. It is a negative park shift going from Miami to Philly, but it also is just a much better team. So the run support will be there. Joe, you mentioned the bullpen. On top of Jordan Romano, they have other great arms in that bullpen, Orion Kerkering, Jose Alvarado. So all of those things combined, I think the wins will be there. I think the strikeouts will be there. There are durability issues here. It's a very low floor, but after pick 250, I'm shooting for the moon. I'm looking for upside, and I think Jesus Luzardo gives us that.
Question from Fenway Cheap Seats here. Luzardo or Jackson Jobe? Interesting, because I feel like we take for granted that Luzardo's been around forever, but he's still just 27 years old, and I feel like everybody needs a reminder of that.
I like both of these guys, but I would lean with Jesus Luzardo. I might be in the minority in that, though.
They're two of my favorite late-round picks at pitcher, and I love the upside for both. I think I would lean Luzardo just because Jobe, like every time I watch him, it's just, why aren't you getting strikeouts? The stuff looks so good. And then I think his most recent start, he had 2 strikeouts in 3 innings. He gets like 3 whiffs on 50 pitches. It's like, you should be the next big thing. And it just hasn't been there yet. The strikeout rate was weirdly low at AA last year as well. So I would lean Luzardo. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, funny,
Towers.
just real quick, just on Job, just to throw out for 1 second, so we talked about him, is he's always been predictable. Back in the AFL when I watched him, that was one of his big problems, is as far as what was coming, that pitchability was very predictable. And he said this year, his opening statement about, I think it was that Vlad strikeout, was like, well, I'm going to just start throwing my best stuff and let's see if you can hit it. And it's like, well, if you're pitching to a lot more contact ability, then, you're probably going to have some lower strikeouts. It's he's not Kirby-ish, but like, that's what Kirby do. Just get it in the zone, try to induce weak contact. Why the hell didn't you have more strikeouts? That's kind of where Job sits in that. I think it's really, really close. Luzardo's injury history maybe puts a little bit of a question mark into wanting to invest in him over the upside of a Job, but Job's upside might be actually the bigger thing in question.
All right, Chris Towers, there's a catcher on your list here. I want to talk about a guy that I was very high on going into this draft season. It's tough to find batting average too, and he's a guy that can give you that. Ivan Herrera of the St. Louis Cardinals. I know there's some questions about, well, how much will he catch this year in terms of splitting any kind of duty, but it seems like it's his job. So I want to try to put this as mildly as possible. The Cardinals are in a rebuild. They're trying to find an identity. At this stage, you think that is why potentially maybe Ivan Herrera is just kind of floating around there in ADP as long as he is, because the Cardinals right now are just not a sexy team to be involved in the fantasy world?
They're also just kind of like, the last few years have just been kind of weird and like aimless for the Cardinals, where it feels like they should be turning over to a full rebuild. And they did try this offseason. They never found a taker for Nolan Arenado, but it just feels like they never quite commit to one mode or the other. Like, I'm seeing reports that like Nick Ciani is going to be the starting center fielder over Victor Scott. That doesn't make any sense. Just play the young guy. But at catcher, they did move Wilson Contreras to first base. It sounds like it's going to be a mixture of Ivan Herrera. And I was a little worried that they might prefer Pages because he's a better defensive catcher. He's had a really rough spring, whereas Ivan Herrera has been terrific. OPS over 900 so far. He has done nothing but hit at the high level of the minors. 867 OPS at AAA. Gets called up last year and shows really, really strong offensive skills. 301 average, 800 OPS, but the underlying numbers fully back it up, arguably even better. He had a 293 XBA, but the power metrics were better on the underlying side. He had a 366 xWOBA, only a 21% strikeout rate, which is right where it was at AAA. I've been saying all preseason, I think Ivan Herrera is like the best plan A as a number 2 catcher in a 2-catcher league, but he's a totally viable plan B in a 1-catcher league. If you end up waiting and get Ivan Herrera as your number 1 catcher, I think that will work, because I do think there is, frankly, top 5 upside if everything goes right for Ivan Herrera.
Yeah, I agree. And I think you broke it down very well, too, about the spring did matter. I always say the spring training doesn't matter except for the guys that it does. And it mattered that Herrera hit. And it mattered, to your point, too, that any competition didn't overtake him. And I think that is very important to look at. Welsh, let's get to one of the names on your sleeper list here. It's Christopher Sanchez. And Sanchez is a guy that you have talked about on some of our shows before. Another pitcher on the Philadelphia Phillies. So a lot of value there with those fighting Phils in that Philadelphia rotation. It's not just good alliteration. It's good fantasy. So let's talk about this player here. Projections have him at a 3.43 ERA, 171 innings. And look, Sanchez coming off a strong 2024 campaign. And obviously, Welsh, you feel like he can build on that, or at least copy and paste from last season.
Yeah, and I think this opens up a good conversation also about like the discussion of like, what is sleepers? We always have this, and there's a distinction kind of across the board. You had said an idea of guys really overpowering where they're being drafted or they're being ranked. Obviously, we've talked about some deeper names. I'm not so sure Chris Sanchez is even as much a sleeper, because boy, over the last week, I mean, when I had submitted this, he's moved up like 20, 30 spots, and he really wasn't in like a full sleeper camp. But what I'm doing here is I'm taking the idea of a player that really still has, and we are sleeping on where he is being ranked or drafted, that can dramatically overtake it. So I don't think sleepers have to be just in the 3, the 4, the 500. So for anybody that gets like Chris Sanchez, like I get it. Like I understand it, but we want to talk to everybody about this. And the interesting thing is Chris Sanchez is still on ECR, FantasyPros ECR, SP 47. So I think that's important to know here, because I think what you're looking at is a potential upside of Chris Sanchez being top 25 SP, maybe a top 20. I mean, we're talking about the highest percentage of return here. But, last season we got massive innings. We got 181 innings. Fantastic. That's what we're looking for. Low walk rates, great. Low barrel against, great. Good ERA, phenomenal. So what do we need more of? We need strikeouts. Well, this year we've seen a double, 1.5 to 2 mile per hour increase on his stuff. We've seen him add a cutter, which is going to open up the possibility of some of these strikeouts. We've also seen a ridiculous spring where he struck out 12 in 7 innings and walked 1 so far. So you take a lot of the, the underlying stuff clearly of what you get with Jesus Luzardo and how cheap he is, because Sanchez is becoming a lot less cheap, and it's going to be a lot more eye-rolly of the idea of him being like a sleeper. But people that are really locking in right now, when you see him in SP 47, he should be a massive target because the team context of the Phillies is phenomenal. And if you go and look, I believe it is ATC. He is technically projected for the 3rd most wins in baseball, tied with plenty of players. And he's a top 23 or 24 WAR pitcher in both the BAT and ATC. So 2 of the top projection systems from a WAR perspective, he's a top 25 SP. So is it outlandish to think that Chris Sanchez can be a top 20, 25 pitcher? No, I don't think so. Is he a sleeper because his name? Or is he not a sleeper because his name? No, but if he's SP 47 and he can almost double his uptake here, yeah, I think there still is some potential for that. And lastly, just innings, man. You can get 170, 180 innings. It's huge. So he's the bigger of the names we're going to talk about, but I want to make sure we're not just 100% catering to really, really deep play here, that this is a sleeper SP that outside the top 40 can massively blow past his current value.
Towers, I'm going to put you on the spot. Choose your Philly right now. Christopher Sanchez at 170 overall or Jesus Luzardo at 254 overall. And remember, you do have to do shows with Frank tomorrow.
I think I probably like Sanchez at his price more. It's weird because I thought he was kind of undervalued in January drafts. It feels like everybody forgot how good he was last season. And then he has this velocity spike. He's sitting 97 this spring. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, oh, yeah, Christopher Sanchez. He was awesome last year.
He was pretty good.
I don't think he needs to be better than he was last season to justify this price. And that's why I like it, is if all he does is hold, he's going to be a really good pick there. And if this new 2.5 mile per hour jump in sinker velocity sticks, I mean, he could be a top 20 SP this season.
All right, we're going to get to some more names on the sleeper list here. But before we do, a quick reminder, our MLB draft kit is available. So if you want to dominate your fantasy baseball drafts with our fantasy baseball draft kit, all you have to do is go to fantasypros.com/draft kit. That's right. You can view expert cheat sheets and rankings to build your perfect team, access up-to-date projections and expert recommendations on sleepers, busts, must-have players, and more. And remember, if you're a premium subscriber to Fantasy Pros, you gain access to our entire Discord there, where you can interact directly with our analysts through AMAs and other amazing fantasy baseball channels with all of the peanuts and the cracker jacks here around the Fantasy Pros MLB channel. Bookmark your fantasy baseball draft kit right now at fantasypros.com/draft kit for the latest fantasy baseball advice every single day throughout the fantasy baseball draft season. All right, let's get back to you, Frank Stampfl. You've been quiet for way too long, so I want to shake you around and talk about Tario Estrada, a guy that I just took recently in a draft very late, saying, he's in Colorado. If he's healthy, a bounce back of a guy who was really consistent for 2 straight years before the injury. And I feel like everyone's basically forgotten about how maybe kind of set it and forget it he was. And that was in San Francisco, not a very friendly ballpark environment for right-handed hitters, but in Colorado, it could be a different version of Estrada if healthy this season.
I agree completely. I love Thairo Estrada as a middle infielder this season, coming off an injury-riddled year last year. He went on the IL twice with left wrist injuries, but he's been given a new life with the Colorado Rockies. We don't often talk very good about the Rockies, but it still is a great environment to hit in Coors Field. This is someone who was extremely useful the 2 years prior to last. He finished 94th overall back in 2022, 121st overall in 2023. Very consistent, as you pointed out, Joe. 260 to 270 batting average, 14 home runs, 21 to 23 steals. It's not like he's old. He's 29 years old, so still in his prime. And no surprise, but in 24 career games in Coors Field, he has been awesome. 348 batting average, 4 homers, 6 doubles, 18 RBI, 3 steals, a 971 OPS. And I can see Estrada giving you a similar skill set to someone like Bryson Stott or Andres Jimenez, maybe even a better batting average than both of those guys playing half his games in Coors Field. 270 plus, 15 home runs, 25 steals, and he's going 150 to 200 picks later than both of those guys. So yes, give me all the Thairo Estrada in roto leagues as a middle infielder, little bit of pop, good batting average, and some sneaky speed as well.
Yeah, hasn't shown a lot of power yet in spring this year, but hitting 423. The OPS is at 929, but doesn't have a home run quite yet. Only a triple to his name, no doubles either, but does have a stolen base. So let's watch him. Again, one of these players where spring training is important because you want to see that he's healthy. You want to see that he's making good contact, and so far, so good. Estrada is definitely one of those guys. I want to get back to you, Towers, for another one of the names on your list here. And let's talk about a pitcher named Mike Soroka, who has been around for a while, a guy that doesn't have the biggest strikeout stuff. So why is Soroka somebody intriguing to you this season?
Well, that's the thing is last year when he transitioned to a multi-inning role for the White Sox, you probably didn't notice because it was Mike Soroka on the White Sox pitching in relief, but he had like the second highest strikeout rate of any reliever in baseball last season from July 1st on. He jumped up to like a 40% strikeout rate. That wasn't sustainable, obviously. But what he did was, if you remember when Mike Soroka was like winning Rookie of the Year, competing for Rookie of the Year, it was all sinkers and a little bit of sliders. And that was basically it. Last year in the bullpen, he realized he had to change, had forearm issues, ruptured his Achilles twice, comes back last season in the bullpen, starts throwing four-seamer almost exclusively, four-seamer and slider, and gets this huge jump in whiff rate, gets this huge jump in strikeout rate. And this spring, he's also throwing the four-seamer about 1.5 miles per hour harder. So I went into the season, to the draft season with Mike Soroka as like he's just a head-to-head points guy, but as a spark, maybe he figures something out, sticks in the rotation, and can be useful in that format. Now that we're seeing him throwing 94, 95 miles per hour at that four-seamer, getting a lot of whiffs with it, the slider is getting a little more two-plane movement, about 2 extra inches of both vertical and horizontal break. He's bringing the changeup back. He's throwing the sinker a little bit to righties as well. I think there's a chance Mike Soroka could actually matter for fantasy. And, you know, there's been a lot of joking about the Washington Nationals over the past couple of seasons and how they seem a little behind the times with their pitching development, but they got some really good results out of a handful of pitchers last season. Mackenzie Gore finally started to show some more of that upside. Mitchell Parker was pretty useful. DJ Hers had some stretches. So they've done some good stuff. I think Michael Soroka is going to be the number 5 there. And there is a little bit of even like a 12-team roto upside here starting to emerge.
Especially when you look at like some of the offense too, like the Washington Nationals offense could be sneaky.
Could be decent,
Dylan Cruz is hitting at the top of the lineup. I mean, I'm a little anti CJ Abrams, but if that starts piecing together, you know, there might be a little bit of run support. There might be some decent defense by. They just might be one of those teams that they don't like go and do anything big. You're not going to be like a Royals getting into a playoff or anything, but you know, they might be a little bit more competitive than we're giving them credit for.
Big Dance has a question here. Accept or decline? Got offered Trey Turner, Schwarber, and Reagans for Ozzie Albies, Michael Harris, and Zach Wheeler. Frank Stampfl, what do you think about this trade here on the table?
That seems like a pretty fair trade. I lean with the Phillies plus Reagans here. I like all the players involved, but Phillies offense should be really good. Cole Reagans, an ace as well. I mean, not to the same level as someone like Zach Wheeler, but yeah, I think I would go with the first part of that. Turner, Schwarber, and Reagans.
Welsh, do you agree?
Yeah, I was kind of just staring through this, and sometimes like a simplicity of trades I'll even do with people, and they message me. I'll just be like, all right, Trey Turner or Albies? I'll take Turner. Schwarber or Michael Harris? I think I would take, I mean, maybe it's a trade-off. I know where you're going, Joe, but maybe Schwarber. Wheeler and Reagans? Like, yeah, Wheeler, but Reagans is not that far off. Like, I really think it flows in the Philly and Reagan side.
Towers, the only thing I keep looking at is, when Ozzie Albies is healthy, 2 of the last, 4 years, 30, 100, 100 kind of guy. That's kind of tempting for me. I don't feel like Trey Turner's that dude anymore. Schwarber and Harris is a weird push for me. And then you got Wheeler, who is very consistent, and Reagans, who at times struggle with consistency, but we know how healthy, how good he is at times. Do you think that this is a trade where you want the Turner Schwarber side, or do you want the Harris Wheeler Albie side?
This is the kind of trade I really struggle with when we get asked, because it really does almost feel like just a coin flip. And because like all 3 types of players are very similar, big strikeout pitchers, I guess a little more speed on one side with Harris over Schwarber, but I don't know. It probably just comes down to like, who are your alternatives at DH? Because Schwarber obviously being DH only, that can hurt your flexibility. If you've got a viable DH, maybe I pass on that if I'm getting Schwarber, but otherwise it probably just comes down to team context and what the rest of your lineup comes down to. I would lean the Turner side, because I do still think there is a 40 steal season left in Trey Turner's legs. He was on a 50 steal pace before the hamstring injury last May. I still think there's just a little more upside on that side of the trade.
All right. Remember, if you want your question absolutely answered here in the next 5 minutes, super chats are the way to do it. Here's another question from Kevin. Kevin over here, Langford at $23 or Lawrence Butler at $12. Chris Welsh, let's start with you on this one.
Don't go to me on the first one. This is a tough one because I was like, I saw Langford at Butler and I'm like, oh, Langford. And I was like, oh, $11 difference.
Literally half the cost. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there might be a tiny bit of context in here. Like, if this is like a big constructed team and, you're saving some dollars, like Lawrence Butler is probably the easy answer. I do still think there may be more questions on the overall hit tool, though. He, second half was great. He's answered them through this spring, got his contract. Those are all really good. Trying to get shorter to the ball. Those are big, huge things for us. So maybe the questions are less, but they're still there. But based on that price difference, if I'm tight on money, it's Butler. If I'm a little bit more loose, I just don't think I could let go of Langford right now.
All right. Frank Stampfl, your thoughts on this one, Butler or Langford at cost?
I think both are top tier breakout candidates this season, but give me the savings there on Lawrence Butler.
Yeah, I think that's where I lean to. Towers, how about you?
Absolutely. I'll save the money. I have Langford, maybe 15, 20 spots higher in the overall rankings, but that's not worth $12 for me.
Yeah. Butler being at the top of that lineup too. Exciting. Getting out of that ballpark. Exciting. I think we can all agree on that. Here's an interesting one. Going back to one of the guys we talked about, Sanchez or Hunter Brown. Towers, let's start with you in this one.
I think I have Hunter Brown ahead, and I do. And that's one of those ones that I just can't figure out how much I actually like Hunter Brown. So if it's just heads up, I'll take Brown. I think he's ranked higher. He'll go higher. He'll be more expensive in any auction. But if you start to talk about any kind of discount for Sanchez, that could really easily push it his way.
But what about at cost? What about if it's like, Hunter Brown, who is like top 90 and Chris Sanchez is outside the top 150. So I'm gonna just give you an arbitrary Hunter Brown at 95 or Chris Sanchez at 155.
I'll take the discount on Sanchez there. Yeah.
Okay. Cause that's more what you're looking at here.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, do you agree?
Yeah, when you add the context of where they're going, I would much rather take a shot on Sanchez. Just straight up, I have Hunter Brown a few spots ahead of my starting pitcher rankings, but they have gotten closer. I have moved Sanchez and guys like Robbie Ray and Gavin Williams way up my starting pitcher rankings throughout spring training. Those guys have been big risers. So Sanchez not far off from Hunter Brown. Just if you give me the ADPs of those two, I'll take the savings on Sanchez.
Here's another fun one from Charlie. Schwellenbach or Bryce Miller. I think I know Welsh's answer to this, which is he is Team Schwellenbach all the way. Stampfl, what side are you on when it comes to these two arms?
Yeah, make it 2 for 2. I love Spencer Schwellenbach this year. He was the player I love on the Valentine's Day episode that we did. Just 6 different pitches. He throws hard. He's got great control. He pitches for a really good team. It's a little bit worrisome that his innings jumped up so much from one year to the next last season. But, yeah, I love the pitchability. I love the strikeout minus walk rate. Bryce Miller was great too. It's a close call, but I do like Spencer Schwellenbach more.
Yeah, aren't they kind of the same guy? Except Bryce Miller just did it for 180 innings, and Spencer Schwellenbach has never thrown that many innings in a season in his life. Like similar pitch mixes, similar skill sets. They both throw a ton of strikes. Miller may be on a worse team, but better home park. I'll go with Miller here.
There's kind of a like multi-pitchability thing too, because I talked to Bryce Miller this spring and he's like, I'm working on, a cutter now. And it's like, you're going to throw a cutter and you're going to throw a gyro split slider, and then you're going to throw a sweeper. You're just throwing all different variations. He's always tinkering. That's one thing I don't know if I've loved about, or I'm learning to not like about George Kirby and the tinkering. Schwellenbach could get there, but I wonder if this year you go from the 5 pitches you throw 10% of the time to honing in a tiny bit more, and we see more splitter usage, and that kind of hones him in a tiny bit. But they are kind of similar-ish guys.
All right, last one here from our friend Joey Navarro. Sonny Gray, Gallen, or Joe Ryan. Chris Towers, you're on the clock. Who are you taking?
They're all pretty similar. I do have Joe Ryan ranked a little bit ahead. There's a little bit of concern with that shoulder issue that ended last season, but I think the skill set is so strong there. So I will go with him. I will say Gallen and Gray are phenomenal values this season. People hate Zach Gallen. I've seen him drop to like 140 in some drafts.
Picked him up in a draft that I'm in right now, and another one where I don't get. I'm old enough to remember when Zach Gallen was competing for Cy Youngs.
Yeah, he was like a top 50 pick. Not that long ago.
I don't understand this one. I'm actually Gallen on this because I love the offense he plays on, and I feel like that's the easier path for wins, as opposed to Joe Ryan and everybody on his offense constantly being hurt, and Sonny Gray having no offense at all. Welsh, Gray, Gallen, or Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, I guess no shock. I'm going to say Gallen here. Like I got Joe Ryan and Gallen like super, super close, but Gallen pressure pushes down a little bit with Corbin Burns. You're in a contract situation as well. Still lots of offense. I think the health of not pitching 250 freaking innings with, playoffs and a World Series going is going to work well. And hopefully also, I think he understands he went really crazy, like change up and knuckle curve. And I think the mix is going to change out a little bit. So I'm, a little homery here, but Zach Gallen.
Stampfl?
I like all three at their values. I'll go with Joe Ryan. I like the changes he made last year, throwing harder, throwing more sweepers. He's a great contributor for whip as well. It's just, I really like that whip from Joe Ryan, so I will take him.
All right, we're going to say goodbye to our friends at CBS. It was so fun to hang out with you. Thanks for making the time for us. Go check out all of their work as well. They're the best in the business for a reason, and hopefully we'll be seeing more of you in the weeks and months to come. When we come back after this quick break, Bubba and Bloom are going to join us, and no, it's not a barbecue restaurant. It's a fantasy baseball podcast, Bubba and Bloom. So we're going to be right back with those two boys talking more fantasy baseball right here on FantasyPros MLB right after this quick break. Let's be honest, everybody. Most mock drafts suck. That's right, they do. You have to wait forever for them to start, and sometimes the specs don't even match your league, and then you get some Yahoo or some robot in there who doesn't even know what they're doing, and they end up taking some rookie in the second round. That's not helping you prepare. So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my leagues to get you ready for yours, and I use the Draft Simulator. It was built to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts, and it's free. Here are the 3 reasons why I love it the most. Number 1, no waiting around. You're not waiting for other people to make picks, so you can run through a mock draft in just a few minutes. It connects to your league, syncs all your unique settings, and makes sure everything feels like your real draft. Number 2, it's going to help you get better at drafting. Draft Simulator goes over rankings and projections from the best baseball experts like yours truly, and it tells you who the best picks are. It also uses our best in-class projections to tell you where you stand in each category and which players will help you the most. And number 3, draft analysis. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. My favorite feature is the pick analysis. It shows you where you could have made better picks and lets you restart your mock from that point so you can test out different strategies and see which one works best. So stop wasting your time with bad mock drafts. Work less, win more with the free Fantasy Pros Draft Simulator at fantasypros.com/mock. All right, everybody, welcome back. Fantasy Fest continues to roll here on FantasyPros MLB. Subscribe to the channel right now. We're trying to get to 25,000 before opening day, and we can do it with your help and the help of these two handsome fellas. It's Casey Bubba and Ryan Bloomfield. They know a thing or two about baseball, and we're going to talk about the breakout hitters of 2025. It's nice to have another bald guy on the show here, Bubba. I just want to say right off the bat, I feel very comfortable. You know, we start off with Derek Carty on the show a couple hours ago, and it's just too much beautiful flowing locks. It's nice to have a tough, hardened individual like yourself here to back up the handsome bald guy look. I'm just saying.
I appreciate it. It's first off great to see you, my friend. It's been a while since we've got to chat, so always great. And when I first got on the backstage there, seeing a hatless Welsh threw me for a loop for a second.
It's weird sometimes. I've seen a lot of it over the last couple of years, but I got to see all
this. It was different. I haven't seen that in a while, so it was a big standout.
But, throw it out sometime and try to bring it out here. I mean, represent just a little bit, especially if I'm going to do the full show. But I put it in peril when I don't know if you saw it, we put on the mask. We were ready to do a steel cage match against CBS, and Joe wanted to put on the masks, and I put the hair on the line, but it held up. So we're good.
Ryan Bloomfield, good to see you, my friend. When it comes to breakout hitters every year too, it's funny because I think a lot of people sometimes will automatically go to the rookies, and I know we're going to talk about some of those guys, but it's more than just that. It's guys that, are some post-hype sleeper kind of guys that, may have been the rookies of last year that didn't pan out, or just some guys that maybe find themselves in a better hitter environment, which sometimes also a change of venue can go a long way for certain guys. So do you feel like sometimes the breakout kind of gets a bad rap because most people just go, oh, it just means some rookie? Because it really doesn't necessarily mean that at all.
I think it does. And great to see both of you gentlemen. Appreciate you guys having us on. I think we get so much hype. And actually one of my breakouts that we'll probably talk about is a rookie, but so much of fantasy is playing the market, and we get so excited for these guys that come up. And I know the idiom is in keeper leagues. It's like, it's time to sell a prospect the day they get called up. That's like the highest trade value that they have. A lot of times it's worth buying that dip. If a first season doesn't go well, a second season doesn't go well. We saw like Mike Trout, obviously the famous example, like was terrible his first year. And then it was year 2 where he finally broke out. So yeah, don't give up on some of these prospects that do not hit the ground running in their first go round.
The interesting thing that happens as well, and I actually think it's happening this year, is that you have like a retread or a backlash of it. So it's like you pay up for all these prospects, you pay up for all of these guys. And then all of a sudden, if they don't work out in a year, the next season, we're seeing it come back. I mean, and look at, the top 2 prospect eligible players this year are not really inside the top 100. Because like James Wood doesn't count. Wide Langford doesn't. We're done with that. You start with Dylan Cruz and Jason Dominguez. Both are outside of the top 100. You go further, the guy we're going to talk about with you is one of the best outside the top 200. Rookies are cheaper than they've probably been in I don't want to say ever before, but it's just like years upon years because of how much some of these guys, one of the guys I'm going to talk about, blew up in people's faces, that I think there are better breakout potentials based on cost, especially on younger guys this season because of the failures of last year.
Yeah, we're going to talk about all of those kind of sleeper breakout type guys in just a second. Before we do, quick reminder for everybody watching the show right now, we've got an amazing giveaway, the Chris Sale autographed jersey. It can be yours, and all you have to do is 2 simple things. Subscribe to FantasyPros MLB and drop a comment below. That sounds pretty easy. You know why? Because it is. And again, if you want this Chris Sale jersey, just hang out with us here on the Fest, drop your comments, and don't forget to ring the bell till it goes ding so you never miss a piece of content here on FantasyPros MLB. It's a magnificent jersey from a Cy Young winner, and it's autographed actually by Chris Sale. I did not pretend to be Chris Sale and autograph this jersey. It comes with a certificate of authenticity. So does the Welsh when I ordered him from Amazon a couple years ago, which is really
I
nice.
have this jersey's here with me, by the way. I have.
Oh, is it?
It will be sent from me. I will be sending it to you. That's the other giveaway.
Wow. Maybe, put some
I'll put a
perfume
note
on it or something like that. This essence of Welsh, you think, on there?
Yeah, I'll do like a little card. I'll like a little kissy face. I'll autograph it.
There you go. There you go. All right, let's get after it. Let's start with Casey Bubba. Who is the first guy on your list here? Garrett Mitchell. Let's discuss him and why you think he could be headed for a breakout this season.
It's one of those that he was expected to be the starting center fielder last season, broken hand in spring training. Has the prospect hype behind him, probably not elite prospect because Junior Caminero took that in Milwaukee, and rightfully so. But you have a guy like Garrett Mitchell who has shown decent power and a good amount of speed with the good batting average in the minor leagues. Hit 8 homers with 11 steals, hit 255 last year in 69 games. Once he returned from injury, and it's kind of a running joke on our show that I have Team Garrett Mitchell over and over again as Ryan shakes his head. But for me, Mitchell's is expected to hit in the middle of the Brewers order. The top half of that order, at least, is very, very good still. And if he can get there and play 150 plus games on a healthy season, I think it's like a 15-25 guy, maybe more, maybe less. I don't know. Welsh would know the prospect status better, but the skills are definitely there. It's been the playing time and the health. I think he's got it this year. And, you look at ADP and people aren't as excited about him, it feels like, this year than last year, and that just spells breakout for me.
All right, Garrett Mitchell playing for a Milwaukee team that, look, I mean, Churio is now the leader of this offense. You can't really put a lot of faith in Christian Yelich ever. His health has continued to be up and down for the least of it. Welsh, what's your opinion right now of that Brewers lineup when you look at it 1 through 9?
Yeah, well, specifically, I think Garrett Mitchell makes it really solid. I'm in on it. I mean, I think there's some sneaky gems in there. You want to talk about, if you want to do this, the sleeper thing, and you want to go really deep, Joey Ortiz definitely could be one of those guys, a good batting average. I've been preaching this for a year and a half, and it's been weird, but Caleb Durbin, when he was a Yankees prospect in the AFL 2 years ago, I talked I think it was on The Athletic I think it was the CBS show with James Triantos, when we were talking about Caleb Durbin, who he's teammates with. And dude is a stolen base monster. He just broke this past year the AFL record for most stolen bases. And I know people are like, oh, AFL, whatever. But the guy's got some sneaky pop. He's going to be a third baseman on this team. If he played every single day, guy could steal 50. So I think there's sneaky power kind of across this lineup. And I think Garrett Mitchell is actually one of the hidden gems across the board, because he's not the back end, I'm throwing a dart. He's not the high cost of William Contreras or like Christian Yelich with some of those questions. Garrett Mitchell sits in there, and there's a range of outcomes. I think the low range is like 250, 260, 15, and I think a high range could push 20. And I know that's like an arbitrary number we throw out sometime, but I wouldn't be shocked at it. And I also wouldn't be shocked if he hit for average, like average, not the projected 242 there. He hit 270. So I'm with Bubba here, like big time. I'm a huge team Garrett Mitchell. He's got to be my outfield 4 or 5. Like if I missed, I need my shares of Victor Robles as like my outfielder 4 perfectly. And then Garrett Mitchell would be my outfielder 5 if I could.
All right, let's get Bloomfield up at the bat here, and let's talk about Matt Shaw. So we are going to start with a rookie, but a rookie that has certainly position flexibility there, right? He could play different spots in the infield, which always is going to help. He has, I think, very little, if nothing, left to prove here at the minor league level. So, Ryan, let's talk about Matt Shaw here, a guy who is on a lot of people's list for Rookie of the Year. The Cubs have gone all in. They go out there, you acquire Kyle Tucker, you are pushing your chips in. You got 2 big dogs at the top of this rotation. You go got some bullpen. I'm gonna go eat at Bubba and Bloom's. When I get that rack of ribs, it sure is gonna be tasty. But look, you've got a situation with Matt Shaw where he is going to get the majority of bats, no matter when it starts. It's eventually going to be the majority at the major league level. I'm excited about him. Let's hear somebody else like you talk about why everybody watching and listening right now on the YouTube channel should be excited about Matt Shaw this season.
Yeah, and I'm kind of notorious for drafting old, boring veteran players and drafting like the oldest team possible. Matt Shaw is the exception to that because I mean, the price is so cheap. It's outside a top 200 pick. And for me, like if Matt Shaw doesn't hit, it doesn't ruin your team. And I don't know. I think the parallels to this time last year, there was a guy who was a pretty good prospect whose team was starting the season overseas, was named in the starting lineup right before that overseas trip and went on to do some big things. And that was Jackson Merrill. And I can see Matt Shaw doing the same exact thing down to the T of the Cubs traveling overseas. And Matt Shaw is making that trip and will be the starting third baseman for the Chicago Cubs. I think we've seen some comments already in the chat here that Matt Shaw Rookie of the Year 2020. I think that can absolutely happen given what we saw from Matt Shaw in the upper minors last season. And at third base, where if you look at third base after 200 ADP, it is brutal fellas. And Matt Shaw is that guy where once you're outside the top 200, I like to kind of speculate on that ceiling. And Matt Shaw has as high a ceiling as anybody going in the top 200. And I think the playing time which is the most important thing for rookies and prospects coming up in redraft leagues. I think it's going to be there.
Welsh, you're the prospect guy right now. Shaw is plus 400 for rookie of the year. I love that Ryan mentioned Jackson Merrill because that was kind of the guy. I don't want to say came out of nowhere, but I don't remember talking to anybody who was as high on Jackson Merrill as you were. You had rookie of the year shares for him.
Yeah.
Do you see a Jackson Merrill-esque sort of breakthrough right away and then just gets better as it goes kind of season for Matt Shaw like we saw at Merrill last year?
By the way, one of the greatest collectibles I would have in my collection is I was able to get Jackson Merrill to sign his rookie card with the inscription of my odds I bet on him for rookie of the year. I have it here.
Oh, wow.
But it didn't cash and he loved it. And it would have been, it's still kind of the greatest thing ever, but I got it was like 17-1 last season. So I was definitely in on that. Yeah, I'm so co-signing on this. I'm actually up right now. I'm in tout draft and hold, and I got Matt Shaw because I didn't have a third baseman. I got him at 256, and I think that's a screaming deal for a guy that 20 homers, 30 stolen bases last season, 4 average, not a crazy worrisome strikeout ratio. Actually, we have a sleep article coming out this week and I put Matt Shaw in there because like he's going to get all the opportunity this entire season long. He's got a really good skill set. 2020 is in line again. It could waver. It could be more like 18 and 25. I think he's going to steal. I just think he's one of the great picks to get in on. And it's the rookie of the year could be tough with Roki Sasaki, but the reason he is at that 400 marker is because Roki's keeping him back. If not, I think the odds would be a lot worse in this situation.
Next guy on our list is a guy that I'm buying back in on hard. And last year I was fading at the top. And Welsh and I had a lot of discussion. I thought they were maybe pushing a little bit too much too soon with Jackson Holiday. I don't think that this year. I look at Jackson Holiday as an absolute steal because I like the adjustments that he's made in the offseason too. He's gotten rid of the leg kick. Everything's getting a little bit simpler. He's getting a little bit fuller in the body too. He was, 20-year-old kid last year. And as the body develops, the power will continue to develop too a little bit. I don't expect him to be a 35 home run guy, but he's a strong kid. And he's a kid that has excelled at every single level except the big leagues. And it's only a matter of time. Welsh, talk to me about Jackson Holiday in 2025, why you think this is the year that finally he has his breakout.
Well, yeah, to like completely avoid the Mike Trout adage, like we talked about, it's like, rookie year, they struggle, blah, blah, blah. I was shocked at how bad Holiday was too, because like one of the things he was primed to be in the minors was just such a phenomenal young hitter, high OBP, wasn't striking out, 4 average, power was there, big, strong kid, steals bases really aggressively. And I had did this like projected prospect stat line. And one of the things I did that I think surprised people was I was very aggressive on Jackson Holiday's stolen bases last year, and just nothing worked because he couldn't hit secondary pitches and sliders ate him up and he was just trash. So a full off season of that, being able, he's got his own ranch at his house with Matt Holiday's his dad. And, they're working through that, breaking down the swing, trying to lower that, trying to shorten that swing out. We've seen good results in spring, which make me feel encouraged. He's got a homer. He's got a couple extra base hits. He's hitting 276, but also this, he has 5 stolen base attempts. He has been caught twice, but he's stolen 3 bases. Aggressive in the spring. In 31 plate appearances, he has attempted 5 stolen bases. That's huge. And guess what? He's got the playing time in front of him. Could things change? Sure. Kobe Mayo could go to third. They can move Westberg to second, but you got injury stuff with Gunnar Henderson. I think they're committed this year to Jackson Holiday. I think you're going to see that average come back up. I think you're going to see him hit secondary pitches, and I think he's going to aggressively steal. What the stat line is going to be, I'm not 100% sure, but to me, he's a post-hype sleeper because he is well out, outside the 200s. People are just not in on Jackson Holiday this season. I think Jackson Holiday should be as exciting to people as Matt Shaw for this year, but he's just not going to be rookie of the year eligible. So the cheap investment of Jackson Holiday makes a lot of sense to me, and I think he's going to break out.
Bubba, the consensus ADP is 190 overall on Jackson Holiday. Are you buying him there?
See, I was hoping you weren't going to go my direction because this is the one.
Well, that's why I did.
Yeah. Every time we talk about him on our show, I'm like, I do not know what to do with Jackson Holiday. We saw such a poor start. We saw him come back with the swing changes. He had some moments, but still sketchy. Like right now, he's locked into second base, but there's a lot of options in Baltimore. If he struggles, like, could he go back down? There's a million questions for me. I'm not in on him. I get it though. Like what Welsh said, I understand the process before. And if he goes off, we'll never see 190 again, nothing close to it. So I get the whole concept of the breakout. It fits the mold. I'm just not there because I have no clue on what to fully expect. Like I feel like he's maybe 2 or 3 years away from being that guy. Yeah, not this year, at least for me.
Ryan, I mean, at second base, it's kind of rough out there. And if I'm going to take a shot on a guy with massive upside, he's a guy that has that. And with the Gunnar Henderson injury, you're seeing him start to play a little shortstop too. That's a good thing. Maybe a little bit more position flexibility for him as the season goes on. And to me, at second base, I'm willing to take that shot on Holiday. Are you?
I'll give the cop-out answer. Maybe I think
good.
the shallower league that you're in, I think Jackson Holiday gets more attractive to me. So like a 10 team league, a 12 team league where you are kind of banking a little bit more later in the draft on a ceiling of a Jackson Holiday, which is immense. Could work out. I play in mostly 12, 15 teamers. I want a higher floor. I want a little bit more certainty, even at 190. So I'm kind of on Bubba's side here, which for as often as we do a show together, we are usually on opposite sides of almost every player, which is probably a good thing. But I'm with Bubba. I just think we're depending on it, or we're planning on it to happen this year, and I don't know if that.
I want to see what the chat says. Chat, drop it in. Are you in or out on Jackson Holiday? We can even get a poll on that. That would be a fun one here. I want to get to a super chat that we have here. Before we get to the super chat, just a quick reminder also that leading off this year is going to be on Twitch. That's right. Your favorite fantasy baseball program with these two handsome devils is going to be on YouTube on demand as always, but we're going to be live this year on Twitch, and we want you to join us for that Twitch stream every single day, live noon Eastern time at twitch.tv/FantasyPros. Why? Because it was fun to try something new, and we want to see if we can make Twitch our new big thing here over on Fantasy Pros MLB. So all the peanuts, all the Cracker Jacks who join us all the time, we want you to be there with us live. You're the ones that make the show. Yes, you can get your personalities, your questions, your comments, all still out there live. And if you miss it live, that's okay. It's still going on the YouTube channel. Don't worry, but we'd love for you to experience fantasy baseball with us every single day on our new Twitch channel. That's twitch.tv/FantasyPros. It's very easy. It's very simple. Even the Welsh figured it out.
Look at that picture too. Look at those arms.
Yeah.
Look at my arms. I look jacked.
You're about to embrace me and hug me and love
You're
on
screaming.
me, which is nice. Yes, I'm screaming. No, I'm not worthy of your love. That's what it is. But
it's amazing what Photoshop can do to enhance Welsh's arms.
Apparently, I mean, it's
jacked.
I look jacked. It's not photoshopped. I'm not jacked.
Or it's the opposite. Probably I'm more like the
It's like Welsh is in a eugenics commercial with Frank
Thomas. Were you and Frank Thomas hitting batting practice? I don't remember that. Let's get to Michael Jensen here. Dynasty auction league question, $130 budget, not the normal 260. My goodness. Boy, times are tough out there. How much do eggs cost? What do you do? Would you keep Tolia at 4, India at 4, and or Edman at 5, or use the money at the draft for other players? Thanks for all the content. So India at 4, Tolia at 4. This is tricky because of the 130 budget. Welsh, my instinct is just to free up money because there ain't a lot of it to spend, and none of these guys move the needle for me. Tolia not quite yet, at least. But do you feel differently, Welsh?
Oh man. On the 130, what I don't like is like, so if we double the budget, that's like, $8 Tolia, $8 India, $10 Edman.
I like
those don't feel really great. I don't know the context of the rest. I will say this. I do love Tolia. I'm big on Tolia. I've talked about him earlier. He was in the first segment with Derek Carty on the bets. I love him for chasing power late. I also am, it's funny about the Jackson Holiday thing, even though I put him on here, what makes him kind of tough sometimes is Jonathan India, who's going to be hitting at the top of the lineup. And he is one of those guys that I think he's going to steal more with the Royals at the top. And if when India's going like 220 and Holiday's going 30 spots higher, it does make it hard. So you can contradict even my own kind of breakout there. So like, I would be interested in those two if I were keeping it. I can't 100% understand your circumstances of the money and other guys that you're keeping and whatnot, but it seems a little bit expensive comparatively. But Tolia and India, I could justify.
I can't justify it. Bubba, can you?
If it's anybody, it's India for the reasons Welsh mentioned. I'm a big India fan this year, but an $8 India, like the way Welsh converted it was where my brain was when I saw it show up in the chat. and you can get all those guys cheaper than what you're keeping
Yeah.
them for. So free up the cash and build appropriately. He put in the chat, it's a 12-team league, 25-man rosters. So I'd use the money personally.
But why people got to be weird? Why can't you just do 260? Like, no, we're going to cut it in half and make all the pieces really small.
Yeah. But what's the 130 about? Yeah. What is that about?
Ryan, what's that
It's
about?
half of 260. So
What's the deal? Where did 260 come from in the first
What's
place?
the deal? I don't
What
know.
is the
there.
260?
You chopped
Yeah,
it in
exactly.
half. Why can't we just use the regular one? I don't understand at all. I mean, what do you do, Michael? Email a strongly worded email, Michael, to your league commissioner. I think that's what matters here. All right, let's get to some more guys that are going to break out here potentially in the season here. And let's go back to Casey Bubba for a guy that, a few years ago, people were very excited about. Now, all of a sudden, it's another situation kind of like the Orioles where is there any room at the inn for this player? It's Christian Encarnacion Strand. Now, my big thing, Bubba, when I used to watch Strand, and Welsh knows this, is he has that big hitch in his swing. And you've got to have really explosive hands in order to get that hitch back up and in order to make good contact. It's the old hitting coach of me kind of coming through, and I just don't love it necessarily. And I thought he would struggle as he got to the big leagues with better pitching, and he did. Do you think he could turn that ship around in 2025?
Yes, I do, for a couple of reasons. Is technically, did he struggle in 2023 in 63 games at 13 overs and hit 270? Not horrible. Last year was an injury-riddled season, 29 games. I'm kind of like wiping that off the slate. But 23 in the minors and the bigs hit over 30 home runs. 2022 hit over 30 home runs. The reason I love CES is he's going extremely late because people are like over him. Like you mentioned 2 years ago, everyone wanted to draft him. Then he gets hurt. Now we're kind of done. And he's still this guy that's crushing it in spring training. Doesn't have a home, technically, like you said, but are we living in a world where like Heimer Candelario and some other guys are going to block him from playing every day? Like Jake Fraley's going to DH instead of CES if he's hitting 30 bombs. Are we really living in this existence? They got rid of David Bell. I thought Francona would be smarter than this. We'll see. But I think just talent-wise, we've seen him hit for average in the minors, and that 270 was promising because I agree that the hit tool does scream problems. But the chance for 30-plus home runs that late in the draft, playing a Great American Small Park, they could give him a ton of RBIs as well. I think he's one of the, first base is such a kind of top-heavy position. By about the 12th or 13th first baseman, it really starts getting ugly, I would say. So if you wait and you want a corner infielder or a first baseman late, I think CES has a ton of power upside and just needs the run.
All right, Bloomfield, another guy on your list, Jesus Sanchez, a player that's probably flying under the radar for a lot of fantasy managers, especially maybe some first-timers too. Why should people be paying attention to him this season? What do you see that could lead towards a breakout?
He's got the skills, Joe. He's got the skills. That's why I like Jesus Sanchez. Only 18 home runs and 537 plate appearances last season with Miami, but beneath that was 43 barrels, a 12% barrel rate. Like the raw power is really good. He ran with Miami last season, and I think this is kind of a double-edged sword. Like, yes, the Marlins are going to be terrible. Like their lineup is bad, but Jesus Sanchez is going to hit every single day in that lineup, hit third. I think even against lefties, he does struggle against lefties, but I think you're getting someone who hits in the middle of a lineup without much talent behind him. So I think the stolen bases are still going to be there for Jesus Sanchez. The strikeout rate has improved as he's gone through the minors, age 27 season. So I just feel like everything is kind of in place for Jesus Sanchez to take that next step. And he's going at a point in drafts where, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but like once you get past like pick 200, around 250, something like that, outfield starts to really die. It's very tough in those outfield streets. And I think Jesus Sanchez gives you that power speed with batting average that I don't think is going to hurt you in a lineup that's not great, but that he's going to hit third in every day.
Low ADP too. It's like 270. I'm looking at the 273 ECR. So that's, again, with all the rankers kind of combined together. Wow. That's a pretty low outfield rank, which has him below, like, I know Matt Wallner's kind of popular. Wilyer Abreu, Tyler Fitzgerald. He's below those guys, and I'm with you. I think Sanchez is a good one. What were you saying, Joe?
Yeah, I was gonna say he's at 245 in NFBC overall. I was just kind of curious, if you're looking at that same range. Some of the other names that are floating around there. Okay, George Springer's at 239. Well, who would you rather have, Springer or Sanchez?
I would probably go Springer, but like Springer's having I think a pretty horrid spring training, no pun, that's out there. Better team context, but I think what's key there is it's not that far. It's not that far
well,
off.
Bladay's in that area too, and that's a guy that I tend to take. What's funny is Garrett Mitchell is also here. So Mitchell and Sanchez, Bloom versus
full
Bubba.
circle.
Full circle moment here.
We do
Welsh.
beer bets on our show that we pay up at First Pitch Arizona every year, and
there you go.
That's how they take place when we do.
I think we just added one to the ledger, by the way.
Let's do it. Here we go. Mitchell versus Welsh. Who would you rather have? You either Mitchell or Sanchez?
Got to go with my boy Bubba. I'm Garrett Mitchell here. I don't think it's far off, but I was actually going to say, like, there's a trajectory of, like, if I'm looking for my fifth outfielder, Jesus Sanchez is on that list, but it comes after Garrett Mitchell. If I missed out on Garrett Mitchell, then I'm starting to look at a guy like Jesus Sanchez.
All right. Bubba and Bloom. Always great to hang out with you guys. Scott Bogman has entered the chat. He's with Bloom. There you go. You have a support system there, and Scott Bogman, our good pal here at Fantasy Pros. Gentlemen, great to see you as always. Thank you so much for spending time with us. We are going to hit a quick break, but the show is going to go on. The Fantasy Fest cannot be stopped. That's right. We've got another couple hours left, so make sure that you like the stream. Make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Right now, Fantasy Pros MLB, trying to get to 25,000 by opening day. If so, I think we settled on Mario and Luigi costumes, which, I mean, if you don't want that, I don't know what you're looking for this year. That might be the highlight of everyone's year. When we come back, the breakout pitchers of 2025. Who are those names? Well, Chris Welsh, Joe Arrico, and Lance Brozdowski, who's going to join us, is going to let you know who to be drafting this season. Don't go anywhere. More Fantasy Fest coming at you right after this.
Have you ever found yourself during a draft scrambling? You don't know who to pick. We've all been there. But it doesn't have to be that way. Say hello to the Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant connects to your league's draft, keeps track of everything that's going on, and tells you the best player to pick when you're on the clock. It's like having a team of experts sitting right next to you. Let's take a look at how it's going to help you out. 1. Consensus rankings. Draft Assistant doesn't just use a handful of rankings, it compares rankings and projections from all the top baseball experts. You can also choose your favorite experts and see exactly who they'd pick if they were drafting your team. Number 2, in-draft strategy. Winning your draft is about staying one step ahead of everyone else, and Draft Assistant does that for you. It keeps track of what positions you need, what other teams need, and highlights your targets and sleepers so they're easy to see. It also factors all of that info into the pick suggestions so you can relax and let Draft Assistant do all the work. Number 3, best-in-class projections. Draft Assistant uses our industry-leading projections to tell you where you rank in each category in real time. See which category you're dominating and which players you can pick to give your team the biggest boost. Draft Assistant works with Yahoo, ESPN, CBS, and every other major site. So wherever you draft, we've got you covered. Switch from draft day stress to draft day success with Fantasy Pros Draft Assistant. Get it for your draft at fantasypros.com/assistant. Fantasy Fest rolls on. Thank you to Joey P. Joey P getting out of here. Everyone's like, oh no, Joey's gone. Joey did awesome. I'm taking over here for a tiny bit for the hosting duties. And I got these two fine gentlemen. Joe Rico is back in the house as we're talking about breakout pitchers. And the one, the only, look at that hair, Lance Brozdowski, my boy Lance Bros on the Twitter, over on Marquee, and really anywhere. I think you were just out here calling a spring training game in my neck of the woods. Mr. Brozdowski, what's up, brother? Oh, I think you're muted. There we go.
Unmute.
There we go.
There we go. My bad. What's going on? Thanks for having me.
Hey, it's so good to have you. We're talking breakout pitchers on this bad boy. A lot to get through, Lance. Just got to, give you your tea here that you've been absolutely killing it. Arrico and I, we've been doing some shows together, obviously, here on Fantasy Pros, and we have cited you a bunch. Your channel has been fantastic. Your breakdowns have been fantastic. If people haven't checked it out, make sure you go and check it out on YouTube. Lance Brozdowski, just type that in. You'll find his channel, and it's just some really incredible things from top to bottom to new pitching changes. We're going to be talking about some of those breakout pitchers. I do got to ask you, and sorry, we're burying Arrico here for just a minute. Dying to get your take before we jump into it. split on Roki Sasaki for a second, because you did. I think that was probably, I don't want to speak for you, but one of the things that kind of launched this offseason for you was some of your coverage that other people didn't have on Roki Sasaki. And now we've seen him. We've seen these two different versions of this splitter, like a gyro crazy splitter. Just a quick take on Roki Sasaki and your breakdowns.
Yeah, the fastball's not good. I think people are realizing that. That was something I kind of highlighted when I was looking at the MPB data, which I did hit on in my channel. That got some nice views and stuff. It does seem like people don't have a ton of knowledge and info as to what's going on over there. And it's a little bit hard because they're using a different baseball. So you kind of have to project the change that will occur for a given player. The splitter is insane, though. I mean, I've talked to some other people in other organizations actually about him, and I think a lot of people see him long-term as a reliever, but given the value the Dodgers have him at, it's really, they're just going to push him as a starting pitcher. I imagine we see some tweaks pretty quick there, though. Last year with Yamamoto, they gave him a month, and then they added a sinker and a slider. He's got to tweak the slider. He's probably going to add some kind of sinker. There's got to be more there. It's just he's a low spin capacity guy, so you don't have as much clay to mold. So, I mean, I don't know if we're going to get into it on this. I don't think we are, actually. I think I gave you my sleepers ahead of time, but I'm not really ending up with Sasaki anywhere as price.
Oh, Mr. Joe Rico, we've done some shows together, and I have been pretty vocal about not being into Roki Sasaki. And I'll be honest with you, one of the things definitely was Lance's early video about the slider not in play, because it took me back to my just old takes I had on like Casey Mize, where everyone was like, oh my God, the splitter, and the fastball is okay. But it's like, all right, but if you're not throwing the splitter, getting the whiffs on it, then people are just sitting on your fastball and destroying it, and things will be readjusted, but there's no splitter there. Joe, are you a Roki Sasaki guy? His ADP is like right at, I think it's like 104. I just did a show on this. He's SP 30 on the consensus ADP on FantasyPros. Are you a Roki guy, Joe?
Not really. I got a couple shares earlier in draft season, like right when he got posted, where the price was still relatively reasonable, and then right when he got posted, I think he went in the third round a few different times. Now he's not going there right now. But even still, inside of the top 100 where he generally is going, I just think there's a lot of risk. Once he signed, or maybe it was right before he signed, he talked about how he was recommended Tommy John surgery last year. I've seen some of these charts where the fastball doesn't look great. Lance is obviously going to be a lot better at breaking those down, but there's a lot of risk. There's the injury risk. There's the Dodgers, who just can't seem to keep anybody healthy. They also have a ton of arms, so they could potentially go with a 6-man rotation. There's a lot of ways for Roki to not return value at his current ADP for sure.
Not good fastballs, not a good slider, and maybe the greatest splitter we've ever seen in two different variations. We'll see where it goes. It's some big questions. But we are going to be talking, maybe, whether he's a breakout or not, we are going to be talking about breakout pitchers. Both of these fine gentlemen have given us a couple names you guys are going to really like. I do want to point out throughout this, we will try to answer some questions at the end. We'll be looking through here. If you have to have your question answered, remember, we have super chats enabled. You can drop it up there. We will make sure to get to it in this segment, and plus we got another hour and some holdover after, so pretty much your super chats are going to be guaranteed. But if you want to make sure it's there, get in on that. Lock that down. Let's get into it. Lance, let's start with your first breakout pitcher, and let's go. It's kind of a twofer. I actually don't even know what we have on the graphics here before we see it. We've got Max Maher on the list here, but also you're going to be throwing in some Ryan Weathers, because I know he has been a big topic of conversation and really showed some big signs last year. But give us both of maybe what people didn't expect, two Marlins breakout starting pitchers.
Yeah, this is my staff. So I do think we're so good with stuff models and everything on the public side that when I often look at, I tend to delay my looking at ADP. I honestly probably looked at it for the first time maybe a week ago. I don't do much off-season drafting. So when I looked at it, a lot of the time I'm like, dang, everyone's in on that guy. And it's not particularly surprising because of how ubiquitous stuff models and all these other things are. What I tend to go for on the edge side is things that are not caught, I don't think, at least in projections. And one of the big things here is the Marlins turned over a bunch of pitching staff, just completely wiped the floor with pretty much everybody they had. They brought in a new director of pitching, new pitching coach, new assistant pitching coach, and a variety of other people. They doubled their analytics staff. And I think the gains from that are going to be seen quickest at the major league level. And to me, that means all of these guys are in play for me. Edward Cabrera, Max Meyer, Ryan Weathers, Sandy Alcantara. I like him a lot. We'll see where the innings go on him. Yuri Perez, again, those guys are tougher to draft. So I'm going with the guys that I think are in the rotation off the bat. Max Meyer is one of them. Pretty obvious last year he shouldn't have been throwing the fastball as much as he did. We saw this small sample we did get of him in spring. He's throwing a better sinker. He added a sweeper. It's a nasty pitch. He's got a really good feel for spin. I think that slider, the OG pitch at Minnesota, that was just an absolute banger. Just even in the draft and everything, everyone thought that was at least like a 70 grade pitch. That's still a great offering, but now you have everything on top of it that will allow him to succeed. It's a big ballpark. If you're trying to scout wins here, you're not going to get them. That team is projected really low. But I have a bold take video probably coming out next week, and I can tease one of the bold takes there, is that I think the Marlins starting pitchers specifically will have like a top 5 ERA in baseball. I'm all in on the infrastructure change there and it not being caught properly in projections.
With Ryan Weathers, just to throw him in here, both these guys have like a similar 300 plus ADP. He's obviously been popping. And so you can keep Max Meyer up here because we're talking about both these guys just for people to look at. But like, where is your preference run between Max Meyer and Ryan Weathers as far as investment? If you could only have one for this season, which of those breakout Marlins pitchers are you locking into?
Probably Weathers, just because you have a little bit more of a track record. We've seen it, right? With Meyer, we have not seen it almost at all. So you're betting on a lot more of like a change in a variety of directions. And I think stuff models just like Ryan Weathers better, particularly from a fastball standpoint. So on those two pillars, I'd probably lean Weathers. But yeah, I mean, the fastball improvement for Weathers looks really good. I think he tweaked his changeup as well. He's going to be throwing a shorter slider a lot more. I'm all in on this staff being able to kind of bump all these guys up, particularly on the rate stats specifically, like ERA, whip, strikeouts. I think they're all going to go over. If all these guys only win 8 games, just make sure you front load your staff with guys that are projected a little bit more strongly on the win side, which is what I probably plan on doing if I'm targeting some of these guys, 2 or 3 of them late to add to my bench and have as early kind of breakout starting pitchers that I could eventually slot into my lineup.
Rico, Meyer or Weathers, either one of those targets. I feel like Weathers is he's kind of a hot commodity right now. Yeah. There's a pillar of hot commodities. Gavin Williams has become one of the biggest one. Chris Sanchez is probably like the top, and then it's Gavin Williams, and then the lower of the commodities has been Ryan Weathers. Rico, either one of Meyer or Weathers in your potential last round pick arsenal?
Yeah, I have a good few shares of Max Meyer. I did a few of those 50-round draft and holds, and he was earlier in draft season. I think I looked at it a couple days ago. It was like a 35th round pick in a 15-team league. That's not the price anymore for sure. So you are going to have to adjust to the market, but I think it's reasonable. Last year, I just wonder if the Marlins may have gotten in his head a little bit. He had a few good starts. He got sent down. Then when he came back, and he actually struggled when he was sent down, and he struggled when he came back up. So I wonder if they may have gotten in his head a little bit, but I think the things that Lance points out about the entire organization essentially changing over in terms of the pitchers, the pitching coaches, is a huge factor that doesn't get captured. Nobody really talks about that kind of thing, which is why we bring somebody like Lance on for this kind of show, because you're going to highlight things like that we don't really look at. And I think that's a really key point. People are going to be caught up in the projections, and they're not great. And the barrel rate last year was bad, but I think Max Meyer is the preferred target for me. I like them both. But I'm a little bit more invested personally in Max Meyer this year.
Lance, can I ask you one last quick, just to make this like a quick answer, but one more Marlins thing. I did a video just recently that I think one of the greatest ADP values, and I know people are more common to be like, I'm going to pick someone in the 300s. I said Sandy Alcantara was one of the best values because he's almost going outside the top 150. Obviously, that's creeping a tiny bit. There's back and forth about whatever type of limitations that could be out there. But between, him hitting almost triple digits, averaging high 90s, theoretical no limitations, and clearly being traded, I think there's so much that's working in his favor. What do you think the odds on, or when he gets traded, what does that boost to his value? And when he's like outside the top, 30 SPs, do you think he deserves to be higher, baking in that like when he gets traded ability? Or do you think, some of the stuff that he doesn't get the whiffs sometimes and has to go deeper into games and the value of the Marlins kind of brings it down? What do you think that value looks like if with him being moved for Sandy Alcantara?
Yeah, I plan on probably having a good amount of him. I think the angle I would look at is like, okay, if he is slow rolled in a Garrett Crochet where he's throwing 4 or 5 innings for a month, I often think that is when your staff as a fantasy owner is the healthiest, such that I can probably backfill and be somewhat confident and not having to roll out some like midseason starter that I've never seen, that got jumped up from AA that maybe looks fun. So I don't mind that like early, there won't be that much innings in a worst case scenario. There's also a chance he throws against Skeens, I believe it is, on opening day and goes 7 or 8. And he was correct when he said in his scrum the other day that, there are no limitations. He hasn't been talked to about limitations or anything. So that is a variable there that I think is suppressing his overall cost that I'm happy to scoop up, because if they let him loose, like I see no reason why he isn't the Sandy of past.
I think great thing. Our Fantasy Pros MLB channel in the YouTube said, where do we think Alcantara ends up? Love to hear it in the chat. Where do you think he ends up? I think a lot of people we talked about it a little bit earlier with the CBS guys, but Yankees, I think you obviously could look at the Mets as another option. So let's hear it in the chat. Where do you think Sandy Alcantara ends up? Joe Rico, you have a breakout pitcher, and oh boy, I'm glad you're doing it, so I don't have to do it. Said pitcher is Brandon Pfaadt. I hate to ever have to talk about him because then everybody gets on my case. A year too early, maybe. Expected ERA quite a bit lower. That sweeper getting stuff going with the sinker. I think Brandon Pfaadt is just still such a great value. The expected ERA tells us a lot, but why don't you tell us why Brandon Pfaadt is your breakout pitcher?
Yeah, I've been very interested in him. Eno threw a little bit of cold water when we did a show together a couple of weeks ago about his ability to get left-handers out, which is something that I need to consider. But when you look at his track record in the minor leagues, I believe it was 2022, he led all the minor leagues in strikeouts. It's been a little bit of a rocky road, but he threw 181 innings last year, which is massive in terms of projecting the volume. The 4.71 ERA is not going to impress anybody, but like you mentioned, all of the ERA estimators were about a run lower, 3.58 expected FIP. I really like to look at Sierra. I think Sierra is probably the best of the ERA estimators, and that was at 3.65. His stuff is very good. It comes out above average. Specifically, the slider is excellent, and it's a very good team. The Diamondbacks scored more runs than anybody else in Major League Baseball last year, so I think with the innings, you can also project probably 12 to 13 wins out of him. Overall, I think Brandon Pfaadt is a really, really nice pick. Now, there are some people who will push him up in drafts, but generally speaking, about pick 180 to 200 in most rooms, and I can definitely get behind him in that range.
And he's locked into significant amount of innings. And, like I have obviously a tenuous relationship as being like a Brandon Pfaadt guy for a long time, but really poor into the season. He had a 3.97 first half ERA, 5.93 second half ERA. And his problem, twofold, has been going deep into the season and deep into games too. He got absolutely blown up fifth inning on, and you have to be able to get to the fifth inning. So, when you talk about left-handers, you'd love for him to develop some type of changeup, just to keep that off a little bit, to be able to get into that sweeper more. And like you said, be able to control those left-handers. But there's definitely good strikeout potential with Brandon Pfaadt. Lance, do you have any takes on Brandon Pfaadt? Obviously from a fantasy perspective, but from a growth perspective this year, do you think he can overcome, which was fine, 24% K percentage, 5% walk rate, a run lower estimator as far as ERA? Do you think he can kind of come to a little bit more with what some expectations are?
Yeah, he's odd. I like him overall. I think he's a guy that I plug in as more of like a horse. Like I'm confident in taking the over on his 2025 projection you have on screen right there. Like I think he's going to go 170 plus. But he's got lefty problems overall. Like he ran into these a ton last year, and it's a byproduct of the fact that he doesn't really have the best four seam shape. Sinkers, opposite handedness, really relies on location. Sweeper, even though his has like this lift component that generally works and becomes a little more platoon neutral. The changeup was the pitch in the minors that was really good for him. And when he came up in a couple years ago or whatever it was, that first year wasn't great, and it's like slowly improved. But I still wonder whether there's like a better grip there or something he could go to. I think Savant has it tracked that he threw 2 splitters, or he had a day or a game, I think it was in Washington, where he threw a bunch of splitters, and I was like, what is that? And I was like, just throw that. Like, that's better than your changeup, I'm not entirely sure if he's going to solve the lefty problems, but he's a guy that I'm like waiting to see some kind of location or shape change on, whether it's I move my fastball here, or like I'm going to throw like this bullet slider to try to help a little bit with down and swing miss as opposed to the sweeper. There's like ways for him to get to it. I haven't seen it yet. So I'm hoping that like early in April, it's like, oh yeah, here we go. Here's a nice little, the changeup looks different and he moves his fastball around a little more. And it's like, okay, I could get a little confident in him regressing back to the average versus.
Well, also everybody talking about the kick change. Like, I don't know, maybe experiment with that. Let's see it. Let's see it. Other guys are doing it. It is the pitch du jour for this season, from split fingers last year to sweepers the year before. It's kick changes, and any type of growth like that could be a really big difference between him being a workhorse and maybe being a lot more viable in fantasy. We've got another breakout pitcher coming up here for Lance in just a second. But we've talked about some amazing players in here that might provide some amazing bets. So, friends, go over to BettingPros on the app today. You can download the free BettingPros app for iOS or Android ahead of the baseball season. And with Sportsbook Sync, automatically track your bets across all major sports books in one spot. You can go and check out, you can see right now under mine, I have got a couple of the bets that I talked about very early in the show, like Garrett Crochet to lead the league in strikeouts at, I think I got 8.5 to 1. Some places that's at 9. You can track them and make your bets there. Easily monitor your bet performance by sport and bet type, including game, picks, props, and parlays. You can create custom betting systems to find winning trends and profitable opportunities. And you can get a free trial of BettingPros Premium by downloading the app at bettingpros.com/app and activating your trial on the upgrade screen. Go and do that today. We see we're going to hit this in just a second. We've got a super chat, which we're hitting super chats. Also want to remind everybody that we have that giveaway going on, autographed Chris Sale jersey. All you got to do is comment, make sure you're subscribed and comment. And I believe we're going to be announcing the winner, I think, during this broadcast. Sorry, I threw this up on Sal here, but subscribe to Fantasy Pros MLB YouTube channel, comment on this stream, and that is it. That is not a breakout pitcher. That is a guy that broke out on the Cy Young side. You can win this signed jersey courtesy of us and courtesy of my friend Dennis Sidler at Sid's Graphs. You can go to Sid's Graphs and check out. He's got some amazing Chris Sale stuff and more. That one courtesy of Sid's Graphs. All right, boys, let's get to this next one, and then we're going to get to the super chat that's on screen. Lance, your breakout pitcher number 2 is a guy that we have talked about, Gavin Williams. So break this bad boy down, because he is one of the pitchers du jour. Why and how excited should we be about Gavin Williams in fantasy this year?
Yeah, this seems to be a pretty popular pick, which I'm kind of bummed about. I saw it was on Eno's recent Breakout Pitchers post as well, and I was like, yeah, you beat me to it. But yeah, this is an easy one. Like, a lot of the times we'll see adjustments in spring and we'll see good results, and I sometimes those are whatever, but when you can actually tie them back to some reporting that I saw from MLB.com that said he's tweaked his mechanics, trying to stay taller over his back leg. And what we see there is that the four seam's picked up a little bit of carry, so it's got a little more of that rise and hop. Same velocity, his release height's changed. I imagine when we get arm angle data in season, that'll be up a bit. I think it just makes the fastball slightly more unique, even if Stuff Plus overall is still probably going to believe that the trade-off between his prior year fastball and this fastball is pretty even. He also tweaked his slider, trying to turn it into more of like a true sweeper. On Savant, it says he was throwing a slider and a cutter last year. I'm pretty confident that was just one pitch. For some reason, it was being tracked differently. It's one of these oddities that I always pick up on that I don't think anybody cares about, but I love finding that stuff. So anyways, I think it's one slider. And I also think going forward, which I don't think I've heard anybody mention, is like, I think there's room to add back some kind of cutter. And I love the concept that we'll maybe get down the road more of these efficient fastball guys adding sinkers too. So I think he's good as is with these changes. And then I also think you could see some tweaks in season. We saw Tanner Bybee add a sinker late last year. He also added like a second slider off the sweeper. So the Guardians are great at pitching development. You know, the concern here is just the injury side. This guy's been hurt for the majority of his career. Like even in the minor leagues and stuff, he was always running into injuries. So the thing I like going for on the breakout side is more like on a per inning basis, I think he will break out. So even if he ILs for some reason at some point in the year, if he could get to like 120, 130 innings, I think he'll break out based on the inning pitch total alone. And then if I'm on a fantasy, if he's on my fantasy squad, I hopefully can be able to backfill and have some pitching depth.
And that's kind of the thing I talked about with Garrett Crochet. And when you look at a lot of projections too, like he's way up there, but the innings are projected low. If you can beat the projected innings, you have the potential to be a top 3 or 4 overall fantasy starting pitcher this year. Gavin Williams is in there. And and I would throw this out as well, Lance, which is interesting is, you were kind of like, dang, some people are already talking about it.
Yeah.
But it's like, in the grand scope of it, if you look at ECR and Fantasy Pros, where rankers go, he's still SP 73. So I mean, there's a lot of improvement there. I talked about Chris Sanchez as kind of a sleeper. He's not really a sleeper because everybody in the community kind of knows about him. But if you're talking about investment in what your return can be, there's that. The same thing is kind of happening. Gavin Williams hasn't had that breakout. As far as these projections go, real quick, if you're looking at ERA, let's do ERA in innings, over, under. I guess, just go under the ERA, over the ERA, and then over the innings or under the innings.
I think he's like a mid-threes guy. I think he's like a 3.5 to 3.7 if I had to project him. And the innings, I wish I could push. I'll probably take like 135, so I guess I'll go over. But, if he gets to like a 170, like that's amazing. That is a breakout. But my bet more is that I could get him on a per inning basis better than his cost, such that I only going to allocate like 130 if on my squad to a guy like him.
That makes him probably like Joey, like SP around 50. I mean, I think there's like SP 50 to 40 upside of Rico. I don't know. Are you in the Gavin Williams streets?
I'm going to preface my comments by saying Lance knows a lot more about pitching than I do, and he's a lot smarter than I am, but I'm not interested just based on the injury risk. I think people are going to push him up. People are going to push him up a lot in draft season because people like Lance and Eno and a lot of smart pitching. The smartest people are highlighting him, and he's being shared around on social media a lot. I just worry about the elbow holding up. He missed half of last season with the elbow soreness, which I believe was inflammation. There's all kinds of different things that can happen, but I believe it was inflammation of the elbow. The performance once he came back was leaving something to be desired. Can he stay healthy for a whole season? Is kind of my main concern. I don't doubt that the Guardians are fantastic with pitching development. They've proven that they are. It's just a matter of if he's going to be able to stay on the field enough. And I don't know. That's really the only concern for me.
Yeah, my only pushback sometimes on stuff like that is it's similar to the Jackson Holiday stuff, where it's like we break down and earlier with the Bubba and Bloom segment, where you look at some of these guys, and you're like, okay, there's risk to that. It's like outside the top 150, when you start to get to that, it's like the risk. Yeah. It's so much less. I don't care so much. Even Gavin Williams' absolute highest singular rank is 156 overall. I don't know what SP that ends up being. But the risk is still relatively low. And you get outside the top 200s, it's almost non-existent for potential upsides. That's why it's like I wouldn't really refute. Let's go to the super chat in here. Michael Jensen dropped a super chat. Sal, if you're able to bring that up. Rhett Lauder and Carlos Estevez, if covering RPs. Oh, just me. Lance, just a quick thought. Rhett Lauder, Carlos Estevez, are you in on Lauder as a starter? And do you have any take on the closer situation between Urseg and Estevez?
Lauder, I'd have to check the injury stuff there. Isn't he down? He hasn't thrown, right?
I don't think he's thrown in a game yet. No.
So then I don't know. Like that's tough to take a guy you don't. I just want injury updates there. So I would literally go over to somewhere and just check where his injury status is and what he's projected. Estevez is a weird one because they paid for him, but Urseg is the better pitcher there in the bullpen, right? So you run into a weird spot. Like, how are they going to use him? My assumption is that like early in the year, Estevez is the guy that is used. And then maybe Urseg takes it on skill alone. But I'd be surprised if, like, out of the gate, Estevez is not getting all the saves. He is somewhat of a slow starter, though. I remember last year with the Angels, I believe it was, his velo was, like, way down in spring, and people were, like, fading him. And I actually had intel from that org at the time that, like, he just was really slow on his ramp up, and they knew this, and everyone knows this, apparently. He just gets in slow. I don't know if that changed. But if he's, like, not looking good in spring or anything, I'm leaning Estevez to answer the question. But, yeah, that's a tough one. Lauder, I don't know where he is on the injury side. I like him as a pitcher. I think he's like a kind of a funky command guy, bit of a throwback to like the old days of locating stuff's fine, but that park is tough. So give me Estevez here.
Yeah, he's not like Kirby. He's not throwing like high 90s. It's like lower 90s with command and stuff. Rico, real quick, do you have a take Estevez versus Urseg for the closer role in Kansas City? Is there one you want to invest in?
I kind of like investing in both of them. The thing with Estevez is he is only going to be making his spring debut on Friday. He was held up with some back tightness. Don't know how much to read into that.
Slow to start.
Yeah. So there's that concern. I also think Urseg is just a much better pitcher, but when you're talking about, potentially going to arbitration, how many saves a guy has does play into it. Kansas City's probably going to give the job to Carlos Estevez at the start of the year, which is why I don't mind taking him late. There's been some mock drafts we've done where I've taken him in the 230s, 240s. Even if I get 10 saves out of him over the first 2 months of the season or something like that, that is still valuable. But I do think that the talent with Urseg will eventually win out. This is a team that is in a very winnable division. They're an up-and-coming team. I don't see them going with an inferior arm just to save a few dollars in arbitration. I could be wrong there, but I think over the course of the season, Urseg will return a higher fantasy profit.
Let's go to your last one, Enrico. We got one more breakout pitcher, and you picked the Tyler of McGill's because there's a couple McGills out there. Talk to us about Tyler McGill and why he is your one of two choices for breakout pitcher.
I've never been able to quit Tyler McGill. I do have a bit of a blind spot with him. I've always loved him going back to when he was a rookie. And last season, I think he actually made some serious strides. His strikeout rate went up to 27%. The command was still a little bit shaky, but a 9.5% walk rate is not terrible, especially with that many strikeouts. It was the best version of him we've ever seen before. So far in spring, I also like what we've seen so far. It's only 6 2/3 innings, but he's looked very good, and the Mets desperately need him. You know, he's only pitched a maximum of 126 innings. That was in 2023. They don't really have room to fool around here. Trevor McGill should be making 25 starts with this team. And I think based on what we saw last year, we can expect a much improved version of him. The stuff improved across the board. He has 5 offerings that grade out as at least average. I really like him potentially pitching for one of the better teams in the National League as well. Juan Soto already going to a team that won the National or went in the National League Championship Series. So if he's winning 12 or 13 games, giving me a mid-3s ERA at a very low cost, I think that's what we can expect out of Tyler McGill.
Lance, when you're looking at, I'm trying to look up McGill here. McGill is like, I mean, he's practically free. He's in the 500s. Would you rather go Tyler McGill in the 500s or pay that 250 range for Clay Holmes, who is transitioning as a starter? And I loosely try not to do the, like, he's going to be Michael King comparisons or anything like that, but, you know, big whiffs on the slider and stuff. Like, you have to take him. You've got to take him before the end of your draft, is around 250, or you get an absolutely free Tyler McGill. Is that close?
I mean, Holmes looks amazing. I'm definitely going to lean Holmes there, but I still like the McGill pick. Like some of the underlying stuff there on how he releases the ball from an extension standpoint are tricky. He's working on like a harder curveball this year, which I dig. I think the Mets are like kind of on the up and up from a pitching development standpoint, and I think Holmes is a good example of that, of what they've done and how they've overhauled him. To answer that question, I would say Holmes, but I still like McGill. I think McGill's a good pick.
Lance, any other I mean, you know, it's one of those things when we have you on too, it's just like, just open up your brain and let us like ruminate around and figure out what's going on. Are there any other pitchers that have caught your mind that you want to throw out to us in our last minute here before the end of this segment?
You put me on the spot here.
Sorry, I am absolutely throwing you on the spot.
I'm trying to think. I'll go back to the Marlins. Give me Eric Cabrera. Like, this is the guy that every single year everyone is obsessed with because the stuff is insane. And like, oh my God, he throws a 94-mile-per-hour changeup. And it's his primary pitch to left-handed hitters and all this stuff. He tweaked his slider from the data we could see in spring, which I don't really know if anyone's talking about. But that's like a legitimate change. Similar velocity, but it's got a little more glove side movement to it. I just think that pitch was heavily underutilized for him last year. And if he brings up the usage on that at all this coming season, this is another one of the things that I look at it from the fantasy side, which is like, okay, how are you projecting him? And now, cool, I'm pretty confident they're going to make this tweak. So, like, I think I can bump the K rate there. So even if you leave, like, the walk rate alone for him and assume that he's still not great, if he could get up to, like, 10.5, 11 K per 9 and, like, really start to dominate there, like, I think he's going to be a value. So I'm in on him. A lot of these Marlins guys I'm in on. I just can't – I'm not in a bazillion leagues. So it's one of those things where I'm probably going to get like one on each team. I can't go like 3 Marlins pitchers on my 3-4 main teams. So it's an awkward spot where I'm like championing these guys. But then if you look at my teams, I'm only going to have like one of them.
I mean, you can if you're a crazy person.
Pitchers, right?
Yeah, if you're a crazy person.
That's a good point.
Get Alcantara and then pick up one of the others.
Yeah.
It'd be some interesting battles in here. Lance Brozdowski, you can find him at Lance Bros. Didn't you just broadcast a game? Were you just in my neck of the woods? Didn't you just get to do a spring training game too, doing the color?
Yeah, it was cool. It was a lot of fun. We were doing that from a studio in Chicago that we're not on site. So I unfortunately didn't get a chance to go to Arizona this year, but that was a fun time. I'm on the last game of the spring too with the Cubs and Braves, which would be fun. So
you're killing it, my friend.
Thanks,
Joe
man.
Rico, killing it. Find Joe Rico at Joe Rico 99. Lance Bros. That is it for me as well, by the way. Joey bailed out. I am getting out of here, but guess what? You are not going to want to go anywhere because coming up, we've got a killer segment. Ryan Wormley, Mike Maher, The Cycle, bringing on Eric Cross to talk about some of the rookies, the must-draft rookies. Plus, we've got another incredible segment after that where Scott Pianowski and George Bizzle are both going to come on. So we got some killer stuff happening. Make sure you guys are locked in here. Another hour plus all of your questions. Keep bringing in your questions and your super chats. Thank you to Lance. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to you guys. More coming up right here on the Fantasy Fest right after this.
I believe I'm still muted. All right, now I am unmuted. Great start to the final hour of Fantasy Fest 2025. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us. If you've been here from the beginning, that is awesome. Shouts to you. Shouts to Welsh and Joey P and all the guests we've had on so far. It's been an awesome start to the fest. We are taking it home here, the final home stretch, the last hour of the show. I am Ryan Warmley, joined by my co-host of the cycle, Mike Maher, and also joined by our guest for this segment, Eric Cross. I just realized, and I did know this already, but I didn't put two and two together, that I'm sitting here with a couple of Red Sox fans. So we're off to another really poor start to this segment as well. For that reason, I have to get as much Orioles gear behind me as I can. Guys, we are talking some must draft rookies for the next half hour. Mayor, did you get Cross on this segment on purpose for the two Red Sox fans?
I did not, but I was happy to see, when he was the guest. I actually got into the sheet first and intentionally didn't take the Red Sox player that he took because I had a feeling he might take him. So I'm glad that he did.
You did take a Yankees prospect, so we will be going a little bit with your guys' rival. Eric, thank you so much for joining us today, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I guess it was a happy accident here that we got two Red Sox fans. We can gang up on the Oriole fan here.
Yeah, they're well, I've had a few good years for a segment like this of being able to talk about rookies, maybe not so much this year. So I suppose I can make way for the guy that you're going to start us off with here, Eric, who is, of course, Red Sox huge breakout prospect from last year. I'll let you tee it up.
Yeah, no, Christian Campbell maybe had the biggest breakout. There's a lot of breakouts every year, as there always are, but he might have been the biggest breakout of the 2024 season. And, he was a guy coming into the season that there was a bit of hype. It wasn't like he was a complete unknown. He was a fourth round pick. There was a good base of tools already there. The hit tool, the speed. Those questions of how much power would he get to, and he answered those questions in spades last year, having one of the best all round seasons offensively we've seen in quite some time. He had 20 home runs, 24 steals, /330, 439. 558, flew up 3 levels. I saw him here. He was here. I'm near AA Portland for the Red Sox, and he was here for, I think it was about 55, 60 games, something like that, before he got the bump up to AAA. And he was as advertised. Every game I saw probably 15, 20 games of him. It was just spectacular watching him play, both offensively and defensively. The all-around package is there. The contact skills, even though he added power, sometimes that trade-off is maybe the contact goes down a little bit. Maybe that K rate goes up a little bit. That was not the case with Christian Campbell last year. He still maintained contact rate right around 80% overall last year, while having the, phenomenal approach, walk rate under 20%. K rate under 20%, walk rate around 14%. While having above average quality of contact as well, and still running, well on the base pass and efficiently on the base pass as well. So he's gonna be one of those guys that just impacts the game in so many ways. Maybe brings multi-position eligibility. I'm still not even sure where he's gonna play for this Red Sox team this year. Last year he kind of almost split right down the middle, second base, shortstop, and outfield. And I think, probably more so second base and outfield right now. But maybe Story gets hurt again, and he has to play some shortstop. So good chance you get multi-positional eligibility from him, and just really good 5-category production while not having to worry about, a low average or anything like that. So he's not tearing it up right now in spring. It's looked better of late, but I'm still very much, on board here, the hype train, and definitely confident that Campbell is going to have a very good career starting this year. So yeah, I've already gotten a lot of shares of him in redraft leagues, and I'll continue to do so here leading up to opening day.
Yeah, you mentioned redraft, by the way, just to be clear, since we're talking rookies, we're not looking at this through the prism of like keeper or dynasty. This is rookies that we're interested in drafting for redraft for the 2025 season. It doesn't get to be a more picture perfect breakout minor league season than what we got from Christian Campbell last year. Like this is everything you could have possibly asked for if you're looking at him as a future fantasy asset, or as a Red Sox fan for your team. Where you said you have a lot of them already, Eric, where are you drafting? Because if you look at like his expert consensus ranking on FantasyPros, it's really low. It's like 300th or something overall. So where are you at what point in your draft saying this is where I'm going to take the swing on a really high upside rookie?
Yeah, so I've been getting him a lot in like the 250 to 280 range. I think his ADP is something like 280, 290, something like that. So I think I've been jumping ADP a little bit, not a ton though. But I've seen him also, get taken a round or two ahead of where I even wanted to take him, which is unfortunate. But That part of ADP this year is actually really fun. You got like Jackson Jobe in that range, Kumar Rocker. There's a lot of fun young players going in that range. Like Roman Anthony was going in there, but he's since kind of fallen into the 300s ADP wise. But yeah, I think anything after 250, I think you can afford to take a little bit more upside, risk there, even with, one of the top prospects. None of these guys are for sure. We know that. We've seen the top guys struggle. So, at that point in your draft, it's not going to hurt you too much if it doesn't work out. But obviously the potential ROI is massive. Like he could be a guy we're talking about as a top 100 draft pick at this time next year. So yeah, I think that 250 to like 280 range, I think is pretty fair for Christian Campbell.
Mayor, I'm assuming you pretty much agree with everything that Eric just said.
Yeah, for the most part, the biggest question, like Eric said, is he going to play? Is he going to be on the roster right away? There's questions about what the heck is going on with Rafael Devers right now. Everyone assumed Alex Bregman was going to be starting second baseman. He's been playing third base every day. And Christian Campbell has been splitting time between second base and the outfield. And the Red Sox have a weird situation right now where they're not necessarily like super banged up injury-wise, but they have something going around their clubhouse where like a third of their roster is down with an illness. Like Wilyer Abreu is missed a bunch of time, Tristan Casas, Roman Anthony. And the other thing is that they need right-handed bats in their lineup, which is another kind of, factor helping Christian Campbell potentially make the roster. I read a really good piece in The Athletic recently about how the Red Sox kind of just changed his swing after they drafted him. They really liked his contact ability, but they thought they could tap into more power. And they have. And it was an interesting read about how the Red Sox specifically are training, kind of their top three, and how they're really just like just throwing all kinds of stuff at them in the batting cages where they can use this tool to replicate like actual pitches from around the league. And they're just like trying to break their swings. And it's like working out really well for them. So the biggest question for him, ADP 287. So not a very expensive price tag, but like Cross said, you can potentially get positional eligibility for him. He could be second base outfield eligible, maybe even some shortstop. We'll see. And power speed combo that you can get really late in the draft. The only question is he going to be in the lineup and on the roster?
Is that 250, 280 range also where you would be looking to draft him, Mayor?
Yeah, I have him in one draft. I waited like a little too long for him in TGFBI, which is a format I'm a little bit more nervous to take rookies in anyway, just because if you're wrong and he's not on the roster, it really kills you in a format like that. But if you're right, it really helps. But I didn't get him in that draft, but I did get him in a salary cap draft recently. So ADP doesn't help there because I had to pay a price for him. But yeah, ADP 287, I would be willing to take him a couple rounds before that, depending on like my roster build, just to have him on my bench for the upside.
We're all in agreement there. Mayor, who's the first rookie you want to talk about?
Despite being a Red Sox fan, I'll go with Jason Dominguez. And it hurts me to say that as someone who doesn't want the Yankees to do well. But I don't know. It feels like, and I'm interested to get Cross's opinion on this. It almost feels like we're getting, I don't know if it's like prospect fatigue or what's going on, but I feel like this was one of the top prospects in baseball. And it's like people forgot about it. His ADP is 140, like not super cheap, but also not expensive. And I mentioned this on an episode of The Cycle recently, and maybe I'm going a little bit too far with it, but like we talk about someone like Jackson Chourio, whose ADP is just shooting up right now. His ADP is 19. We just saw him go in the first round of a main event draft on NFBC, which is wild to see. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's a world where Jackson Chourio kind of underperforms his projections and Jason Dominguez slightly outperforms his projections. And I'm not talking about by a lot because the projections are not that far off, where Jason Dominguez like outperforms Jackson Chourio or performs like very similarly 120 picks later in your drafts. Like power speed combo, if he hits well, should hit fairly high in that lineup. Really good home ballpark, and the Yankees need him, especially, with losing Juan Soto. We kind of salivated over the idea of like Jason Dominguez learning from Juan Soto and kind of like coming up next to him. But now without him, they need him even more. And so I really, 120 picks after Jackson Chourio, not too like, dissimilar projections. It seems like a league winner to me.
Eric, what do you think about that? I know when we were planning out this segment, you had said like you were kind of sticking away from some of the more obvious names like Roki or Dylan Cruz, and you actually mentioned Dominguez as one of those names. But now that we're talking about him, what do you think about this, not comparison that Mayer is making, but this difference in ADP between a guy like Chourio and Dominguez? Do you see them as it's a viable outcome that they might actually finish fairly close to each other by the end of the season?
I mean, I wouldn't entirely rule it out because Jackson Chourio, more of an aggressive hitter, that kind of leads to some prolonged slumps at times. Now, I'm not necessarily worried about it. Jackson Chourio, obviously he's a phenomenal talent. Everyone knows that, but Dominguez could be a phenomenal talent as well. I mean, like fast forward a year, we could be all sitting here talking, in March of 2026, and we're talking about, Dominguez is like a top 25, top 30 pick, something like that. So, the upside is there for Dominguez. And yeah, the fatigue, I mean, it helps that it's been really kind of an odd roller coaster, minor league career for Dominguez, because obviously he signed right in the year before the lost 2020 year. So he didn't even have a chance to really debut until I think it was roughly 2 years after he signed. And everyone remembers the Bo Jackson, Mickey Mantle, Mike Trout, just insanely ridiculous comps and unfair to put on a 16, 17-year-old prospect, or anybody for that matter. But then he rose up and became one of the best prospects in the game. I like that little range there with him and Dylan Cruz, and like that 130, 140, 150 range of drafts, because at that point you probably already have, at least your outfield 1 and probably even your outfield 2, unless you really wait on the outfield. So for the most part, Dominguez should be like your outfield 3. And especially if you get, 2 outfielders that you feel good about, you would maybe a little bit on the safer side with your first 2 outfielders. You can afford to maybe go a little bit more upside with that outfield 3. Dominguez and Cruz absolutely could each, blow past their ADP. Dominguez with that massive power speed blend, that, more power from the left side, which obviously plays well at Yankee Stadium. I didn't think he'd still run this much after he was, putting up the big stolen base numbers in the low minors. I thought that would kind of fizzle out. It hasn't yet, and he's still showing the willingness to run. So yeah, really fun power speed blend there. So yeah, Dominguez could absolutely jump up there and get up into that elite range next year.
I'm definitely wary of the prospect fatigue because he is somebody, as you mentioned, that we've been hearing about for just so long. Still, obviously, really young, and I don't want to hold it against him that he maybe had a bit of a roller coaster of a minor league career, just given what we all believe the talent can be there. Let me put this question to you, Eric. If you had to predict right now, and we're not going to hold you to this a year from now, but if you had to predict right now, what do you think Dominguez's ADP will be for 2026 drafts?
I don't think it will get quite as high as where we're taking Chourio this year, but maybe it can get into like the Jackson Merrill range, which I think is like the low to mid 30s. Yeah, so I'll say like the 30 to 35 range, like back end of the second, early part of the third, and then a 15 teamer. I think that's pretty realistic.
Same question, Mayor.
Yeah, I was just looking up Wyatt Langford, because how's that for a comp of someone that people are really excited about this year? He's going 47. I could see Jason Dominguez easily top 50 next year.
I do want to let everybody know before we get to the other players we're talking about that if you are tired of draft day uncertainty, the Cheat Sheet Creator is your personal guide to perfect league-specific rankings. Visualize your path to victory as you add tiers and sync your league to craft custom rankings, ensuring every pick is strategic and tailored to your league settings. You can sync your league and enter your draft with confidence using the Cheat Sheet Creator at fantasypros.com/sheet or on the Fantasy Baseball Draft Wizard app. All right, Eric, who is the other rookie you are drafting for 2025?
So I wanted to go a little bit, again, not super elite on this one, just to give a different name that I don't think enough people are talking about. And that's Jacob Melton, outfield prospect with the Houston Astros. The Houston outfield right now is kind of in flux. They're running Jose Altuve out there. I don't know how I feel about that. To be honest, I don't know how long that sticks. And outside of him, there's a lot of question marks in that outfield right now. Chas McCormick's penciled in. Jake Myers is penciled in. They've each had a little bit of time in the spotlight. Had some good months, and McCormick had a good full season where he almost went 2020 a couple years ago. But that is not an outfield that's got to really hold anybody back. And, Jacob Melton is, close to ready. I don't think he's going to be out there on opening day. But this is a guy that got to AAA last year, was there for about 2 months or so, and had a really solid overall season. 15 home runs, 30 steals, and just 105 games. This after an absolutely massive season in 2023, where he went 23-46 in just 99 games between AA and High A that year. Just a phenomenal minor league power speed career for him. And even though the average has kind of been a little bit on the lower side. The contact skills are solid. It was near 80%. He had a nearly identical contact rate to a Christian Campbell last year overall. And just solid power in the profile. He's a plus runner as well. So kind of what you're seeing, maybe he could be a 15, 20 homer guy, 20, 25 steals, something like that, with a solid average. So even if he's not out there on opening day, I mean, the odds of the Altuve, McCormick, Jake Myers trio, like being the trio for the entire season, I think is incredibly slim. So maybe 0% chance of that. So I think the next one up is going to be Melton, because it's not like they have really anybody on the bench that's like, oh, that guy could step in. Now the bench is pretty underwhelming, especially for outfield options. So they probably look to go, unless they sign somebody off the scrap heap from free agency, probably go from within. And I think Jacob Melton will be the first guy to get that call as arguably their top prospect right now, or number 2 behind the recently acquired Cam Smith, who might even break camp in the outfield. Like, they're trying a lot of things. I mean, even Cam Smith's getting some run in the outfield after being a corner infielder all of his life. So Melton, I think, maybe not a guy you're looking to draft now, but someone that, given the power speed blend, definitely needs to be on your radar. And that's still a good lineup, even without Kyle Tucker. And obviously it's a very good ballpark. So I think you could put up a kind of a sneaky fun fantasy season once he gets the call.
Is he somebody that you are like trying to actually sneak into your draft with your final pick, or is he somebody that you're more, I want to have him on my watch list and just be ready to pounce when he does get the call up?
In the deeper formats, I'm in the tout league draft and hold. I just took him in round like 41, 42, something like that. So for most people, playing 12, 15 teams where you're, the overall draft is 250, 300, 350 players, something like that, depending on the bench and whatnot. You're probably not drafting a Jacob Melton, and I wouldn't be looking to draft him either in that scenario. But you definitely a guy to keep on your radar, given the power speed blend. And anybody that's playing in those deeper, maybe a 40-round best ball or a 50-round draft and hold, a draft champions over on NFBC, those types of formats. He is one of my favorite targets in those, like the last quarter of those drafts. So yeah, definitely a target there, and just a fun player to monitor in the more 12, 15 team leagues.
Mayor, where do you think Melton is currently ranked in ECR on the site? Because I'm going to venture a guess that he is the lowest ranked player we are talking about on all of Fantasy Fest today.
I don't know where he's ranked. I did look up his ADP beforehand, and it is, I didn't actually know ADP went this deep. It's 726. So basically
that's very close to his ECR, which is currently 715. He's behind such names as Jonathan Loizaga, Victor Vodnik, Eli Morgan. Stop me when it's a name that you've heard before. He's very, very lowly ranked, which is why he's maybe a really interesting, person to throw out here. Do you have any thoughts on Melton, Mayer, as a guy you're stashing or interested in certainly one of your deeper leagues?
Well, for starters, I would definitely defer to Cross on a deep sleeper prospect like this. He knows more than me. I did look at his profile, obviously preparing for the segment. The one thing, and Cross mentioned it as he was talking, the one thing that kind of stuck out to me that I don't love in his profile is throughout the minor leagues batting in like the 240, 250 range. Maybe it's a little old school of me. I really prefer to see like 280 and above, like in the minor leagues, especially like in some of the lower levels, because it's hard to see a guy like bat 240, 250 in AA and AAA and expect him to hit that or above in the major leagues. Now, obviously he's still younger. He still has a chance to get better, but that does concern me. But like power speed combo, you can see on the screen here, the projections, 215 batting average, not great. But we've talked a bunch before about how projections are always going to be super conservative. They also don't have him projected to play many games. They have 37 to 50 games consensus projections. So a lot of this is kind of banking on the narrative that Cross talked about, that he's going to play his way onto the field, which is certainly possible. It's just a matter of, do you put him on your watch list? Do you have the roster space to kind of stash him? It can sometimes be harder to stash prospects versus injured players, since you can't like put him on the IL unless it's a keeper dynasty and you have like minor league slots. It can be a little bit harder to stash a player like Jacob Melton. And in a lot of the shower leagues, you won't have to. You'd be able to, put him on your watch list and kind of read the tea leaves and see if it's coming, and still be a week or two early before he gets called up, and have no problem getting him on your team.
Yeah, Mayor, you and I have a draft in one of our leagues that we're both in coming up soon. It's a very deep keeper league with minor league spots. Maybe we'll get in a bidding war for Jacob Melton in that league, and we'll confuse everybody else who missed this segment. You got one more rookie here that you want to talk about, Mayor, and this is somebody that Eric also threw out as somebody he wanted to talk about too. So you guys are in lockstep here.
Perfect. So I already stole this name from Kelly Kirby because she mentioned it a couple of weeks ago on the cycle. And then earlier in Fantasy Fest, Ryan Bloomfield talked him up. So I'm double stealing him. And that's Matt Shaw. ADP 240, like 2020, 2030 power speed potential. Should be the starting third baseman for the Cubs. He's a name that a few weeks ago you had probably never heard of or hadn't heard much of. And my guess is that this ADP is only going to continue to rise as more and more people kind of pay attention to what's going on in Chicago. And we start to see the projections update a little bit and see like how deep of a sleeper he is. Like I said, ADP 240. I'm guessing we're going to finish with him as an ADP inside the top 200. And, like I said, I already stole him from Kelly Kirby. Ryan Bloomfield already talked him up earlier. And as he was talking about it, the chat was going nuts with everyone like hyping up Matt Shaw. So I think, the hype is coming and the ADP is going to rise accordingly.
I want to be really clear that, yes, I have heard of him. If you notice, next to my Oriole is a Maryland Terrapins little decoration there. He a Terp, one of the few good baseball Terps we have. So, yeah.
I assume that was not your surgically repaired arm that you just did
no,
a full
no.
180 with?
You'll notice I'm only moving my left arm because my right arm it's not in the sling right now, but it is not allowed to move. I still have a few weeks left where it really should be in the sling. So
I was going to say, I can't do that yet.
No, definitely the other arm for sure. But yeah, no, obviously like I've been watching Matt Shaw like since he was in college, have been a huge fan for a while. Thought he was a great pick by the Cubs the year they took him. I have liked him throughout the minors. I am in total agreement with you guys on him. Eric, like I said, this was a name that you had also thrown out as somebody you wanted to talk about too.
Yeah, no, I love Matt Shaw. And quick shout out to another Maryland Terp that I like a lot this year, Sean Burke with the White Sox. I think he's sneaky good. I mean, not going to get many wins, but definitely rack up the strikeouts, though. So I like Burke a lot. But Shaw, I've always said that Shaw's like the elite prospect that doesn't get talked about enough when you're talking about elite prospects, because he's not the flashiest profile. Like there's no one tool that's like, oh, he has huge power, huge speed. It's just a really good all-around profile of above average tools. And this is a guy he's always hit for a good average, got on the base at a solid clip. Last year started off a little bit slow, but then the final, 2/3 or so of the minor league season, he went 20-20 in like 80 something games. So, I think 2020 type of guy for that third base spot is really valuable. Obviously, outside of Joe Ram, there's not a ton of speed at the third base position. That is a little bit more than there used to be, but still not a position you look to get speed from. So if you're getting potentially 20 steals right now this year from Matt Shaw with maybe 20 home runs and a decent average, you're going to like that a lot. And given that they just said he's going to make the trip over to Japan for that series in a week and a half, you're definitely see that ADP rise because him being a top 10 to 20 prospect, depending on where you look. I have him top 10. I have him I think 7th or 8th, something like that. I think you're going to see a really good first season from him. He's always hit well everywhere he's gone. A high floor type of guy as well. So obviously there's never any sure thing, as I mentioned before. But Shaw's a guy that I feel better about the most, like kind of hitting the ground running and not having like massive struggles as a prospect. So yeah, I like Matt Shaw a lot. And I think he's have a really good year and be a top 100 guy next year.
And the ADP, like we've talked about, is not prohibitive in the slightest. So yeah. I will be drafting all the Matt Shaw if the leagues I'm in will let me. Before we get to some questions and comments from the chat, I do just want to remind everybody that it is your last chance to win a signed Chris Sale jersey. We are giving it away in the final segment of this Fantasy Fest. So coming up in just a few minutes. All you have to do to enter is subscribe to the FantasyPros MLB YouTube channel right now. Drop a comment on this stream. And that's it. We will be announcing one lucky winner right here in the final segment. Like I said, just a few minutes away. So stay tuned and send in those comments. We've got a super chat here from Thunderstud, which is a great name. He says he hears very little about Tyler Stevenson and is wondering why. Why do you think that is, Mayor?
First and foremost, because he's a catcher. I think that would be the, no offense to the catchers of the world, but that would be the main reason. He's a catcher. He's catcher 11 right now in ADP, and so he's like a late round catcher. Obviously, he's historically hit for like a decent average, not as high the last couple of years, has some decent power potential. But I also think we kind of just know who he is at this point. And so I don't know why we would be hearing about him unless there's something obvious that I'm missing. No offense to the question, of course. Keep the questions coming. But yeah, I think Cross, do you disagree?
I mean, I think Stevenson is actually sneaky good. I mean, look at the metrics. I'm not gonna say he's gonna be better than this guy, but look at the metrics. Contact rates, quality of contact, etc. Compared him to Adley, their metrics last year were very similar. Adley was dealing with a little bit of something last year, and I'm not saying I take him over there, but
I'm not going to fall out of his chair right now.
I mean, that wasn't a knock on Adley whatsoever. It was more so, saying that if you're like in a single catcher format, obviously these guys get pushed up on the 2 catcher formats, but if you're in a single catcher format and you don't want to spend that top 100 pick on Adley or Ian or Diaz or William Contreras or whoever, and you want to wait to kind of one of the last rounds to fill your guy because you can still get a pretty solid guy. He's actually a really good one. I was kind of like all in him and Murphy before Murphy got hurt as a bounce back play. I think Stevenson's sneaky good, give you a solid average, 15 to 20 home runs. Yeah, I kind of like him and where he's going.
Yeah, and I know I talked down about the question a little bit, but I also like what I meant by like we know who he is like I think he's like fine. Like
yeah, he's not a stud, but yeah, he's solid. Absolutely.
We got a question here from Welsh, who just finished being on this show for 3 hours and is now in the chat. So shouts to Welsh.
Who's
that? He says, based on 5x5 categories, who wins, Jason Dominguez or Matt Shaw? What do you think about that one, Eric?
So I know who Welsh is going to say because I me and Welsh talk a lot, obviously, and I know who his number 1 prospect is. But for this year, I mean, I love both these guys, but I would lean Jason Dominguez. I think you could probably see a higher average from Shaw, but I think the power speed blend tips over to Jason. So I think maybe if you want to go a little more conservative and go with the safer option and wait another few rounds to get a Matt Shaw, infielder as well, that helps. But I think the upside, we could see, like we both kind of said, Mike, we could see Dominguez as a top 50 ADP next year. Not quite sure we see, maybe Matt Shaw could be top 100, and I'm not like 100% ruling out top 50, but I think better chance of Dominguez getting into that top 50 range than Shaw.
Mayor, these were the 2 guys you brought up for this segment. So who do you like better?
I mean, I would go with Dominguez, and it seems like consensus agrees. He's going 100 picks before Matt Shaw. So for everything, Cross just said, I think, I would go Dominguez for sure, but, we'll see.
I have to throw in a Baltimore question here. Will Kobe Mayo have more than 150 at-bats in Baltimore this year? I sure hope so. I was actually just talking with Mayor about this in Slack just yesterday, that I have a real issue with the way Brandon Hyde uses his non-elite prospects when they finally get to the big league level. Like unless you're on the level of Adley or Gunnar, he plays a lot of playing time games and tends to give, I think, a little too many at-bats to the veterans. So 150 is not a lot. I'm going to say yes, but knowing Brandon Hyde, I wouldn't be totally surprised if that's not the case. Erickson shouts to him saying baseball season. Let's squeeze in one very quick last question here. How about this one from Iron Mike? 9th overall pick, 5x5 head-to-head, just because we've talked a bit about Churio already. Jackson Churio or Kyle Tucker? Mayor, quickly, who you got?
Kyle Tucker.
Cross?
Agreed. I mean, Churio's great, but Tucker he's a stud. Yep, absolutely Tucker.
Yeah, we agree across the board. All right, we'll wrap up this segment here. We've got one more coming to you for Fantasy Fest. Mayor and I will be joined by Scott Pianowski and by George Bissell. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a second.
Let's be honest, everybody. Most mock drafts suck. That's right, they do. You have to wait forever for them to start, and sometimes the specs don't even match your league, and then you get some Yahoo or some robot in there who doesn't even know what they're doing, and they end up taking some rookie in the 2nd round. That's not helping you prepare. So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my leagues to get you ready for yours, and I use the Draft Simulator. It was built to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts, and it's free. Here are the 3 reasons why I love it the most. Number 1, no waiting around. You're not waiting for other people to make picks, so you can run through a mock draft in just a few minutes. It connects to your league, syncs all your unique settings, and makes sure everything feels like your real draft. Number 2, it's going to help you get better at drafting. Draft Simulator goes over rankings and projections from the best baseball experts like yours truly, and it tells you who the best picks are. It also uses our best in-class projections to tell you where you stand in each category and which players will help you the most. And number 3, draft analysis. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. My favorite feature is the pick analysis. It shows you where you could have made better picks and lets you restart your mock from that point so you can test out different strategies and see which one works best. So stop wasting your time with bad mock drafts. Work less, win more with the free FantasyPros Draft Simulator at fantasypros.com/mock.
Back now for the final segment of Fantasy Fest 2025. We want to go out by going bold. We've got some bold predictions here from Mike Maher, from Scott Pianowski, and from George Bissell. Guys, thank you so much for joining. Because we've got 4 of us on here, we're going to jump right in and see if we can get through as much as possible. Also, I do just want to remind everybody on the super chats, if you're sending them in, if we finish this segment and don't have time to get to all of them, Mayor and I are going to stick around. We will answer all of your questions. So if you want a question answered that you have not had the chance to ask yet, and you throw it in there as a super chat, it will get answered even if we go long. That is a guarantee from us. But guys, let's dive right in here on the bold predictions. George, I'll start with you. Who's the first guy you want to talk about? George, I think you are muted here.
There we go.
There we go.
We always got to get the technical difficulties out of the way. So let's jump right in. Victor Robles is my guy. I know he's disappointed fantasy managers for a long time, but things kind of flipped for him last year upon leaving the Nationals, going to Seattle. He had a phenomenal close to the season, batted .328 with 4 homers, and ended up with 30 steals over his final 77 games. The thing that changed for him was he started making a lot more hard contact and started striking out less. So those are 2 really encouraging things that you want to see from a hitter. And there's a lot of sort of narrative-based stuff you could point to with him in terms of leaving Washington, where it felt like he kind of had the weight of the franchise on his shoulders. He was always being compared to Juan Soto, and it felt like he tried to do too much. And he had a lot of quotes and talking with the media out in Seattle once he left that he kind of felt like he could be himself again, and it really unlocked his potential. And the analogy I like to use is kind of like a highly touted quarterback, a high first-round pick where you put the weight of the franchise on the guy, and he just overthinks things and is holding on to the ball too long. It just felt like once he reached Seattle, he started being the player that we always kind of envisioned when he was a top prospect just a couple of years ago. So you look at what he's able to do in terms of a speed standpoint. My bold prediction is that he leads the majors with 60-plus steals this year out of the leadoff spot in Seattle.
I love the prediction. It might, I don't know if it's going to be surprising to people or not to hear that he's only 27. I mean, it's not totally unheard of for a guy to break out. It feels a little bit later, especially when you're thinking about a guy who is as highly touted as a prospect as Robles is. But Scott, I find myself almost a little afraid of how interested I am in Robles this year. Like we talked a little bit in planning the segment. We've been burned before, but I feel really excited about him.
Yeah, I am too. And yeah, I love the point that the change of scenery sometimes is the right thing, the right mix for a player to get going. He's still, 27 and 28 years old for Robles. Will bat leadoff. They made an investment in him. He didn't get a huge extension, but they did give him a contract extension. I'm not sure if the stolen bases will hold up, though, because my bold prediction guy is going to lead the NL in stolen bases, and then we can get to that whenever you want. But Robles, look, I know people get nervous about the park. It is the best place to pitch. It's the worst place to hit. But if Robles sticks in that leadoff spot, and I think he will, he's been set up to be a value all season. I also want to mention that Joe Pisapia sold me on that draft simulator. I'm going to be fiddling around with that all night as soon as we finish. So good job on you, Joe. But yeah, I'm in on Robles too.
We love to hear that. Good job on Joe, and great job to the producers and the editing
for
team.
Sure. Oh, the graphics are great on that. Very, super layout on that. So top notch.
A ton of prep from that team going into everything behind the scenes for this whole day. So again, shouts to them for everything that's gone into it here. Mayor, on Robles, he's somebody we've talked about a little bit on the cycle. Is he somebody that, I mean, again, the ADP not prohibitive. He's somebody that you are targeting later in your drafts this year. And to what degree are you a believer in what we saw in the second half last year?
Yeah, I'm 100% targeting him. I'm banking on the stolen bases picking or keeping up, because that's why I'm taking him, because I know I'm not going to get a ton of power out of him. And I know that the batting average can be a little inconsistent. Let's hope he continues to make that hard contact. What Scott mentioned is kind of what worried me going to Seattle in the first place, is that it's not typically a great ballpark for hitters, but for whatever reason, going to Seattle unlocked everything for him. And so it's burned us in the past before. I already have a couple of Victor Robles shares. ADP 214. I'm comfortable taking them a round or two before that to try and lock in the steals, especially because sometimes I find myself just really needing steals. And when you get that late in draft and you're targeting a category, I know I'm probably gonna have to give up a little bit of power, but maybe you can still get 8, 9, 10 home runs out of Victor Robles if everything falls right. I actually already go ahead.
Keep in mind too that he didn't just steal 34 bases last year. He was only caught twice. I mean, this is a guy who could basically, and we know it's so easy to steal bases with the rule changes they've made. If Victor Robles wants second base, it's his.
Do you, Scott, have an expectation on the kind of range you expect to see his batting average at? Because obviously you can't steal if you're not on base, and that was such a huge key to this. Like, the speed's always been there, but do you think that it was 307 last year, 299 the year before. The OBP was over 380 the last 2 years. I mean, it kind of feels like he's going to be on base enough to take advantage of that speed, right?
I just think a maturing of approach. I don't see any reason. I realize his batting average has bounced all over the place, and the career average is only 247. But with the experience level that he's at, I don't see why he can't hit 255 or 260, which is totally fine in today's game.
Let's stick with you, Scott, for your first bowl prediction, because like you said, it ties into the stolen bases as well.
It does. Yeah. Xavier Edwards, look, Miami, they're a bad team. It's not the greatest park to hit, but he was almost too good to be true last year. 328, 397, 423 in 70 games with 31 steals. He was only caught 4 times. Not going to get any power here, but he's locked into the leadoff spot. And don't look at his StatCast page or get bogged down by that, because he doesn't hit the ball that hard, but he's a fast guy. He just wants to make contact. He has more walks and strikeouts in spring training, by the way. I love it anytime a player does that. And I think there's a thing called the Jonathan VR effect. A couple times he was on bad teams and they'd let him bat first or second, just basically say, look, run whenever you want. We have to sell something to the fans. We have to try to be an exciting team. With Edwards being fast, with Edwards getting on base at a high clip, with him being such a high percentage base stealer, and he said he wants to steal 60 bases. Look, my rule of thumb with quotes is believe all the negative stuff, be very careful and filter out the positive stuff. But I don't see any reason why Edwards couldn't steal 60 bases. And again, on a bad team, I think sometimes there's a little bit of a YOLO effect with stealing second base. Xavier Edwards, shortstop, is deep, of course. He's got to draft him probably as utility middle, but I think he's been a draft bargain all spring.
It's funny. I do have his StatCast page up, even though you said not to look at it. And it's just funny because there's no gray. It's all blue or red.
Yeah.
The chase rate, whiff rate, K rate, that's all red. All the, anything power related, barrel rate, hard hit rate, average exit velocity is all very blue. And it's very much a kind of a two sides of the coin there. George, what do you think about Edwards? I mean, obviously you're picking Robles on the stolen base leader this season, but do you like Edwards as another guy in that mold?
Absolutely. I agree with Scott on this one. You're not rostering either Edwards or Robles for their over the fence power. You look at Edwards, high contact guy, and he's actually had a little bit of pop in spring training at a 2-homer game recently. And there was actually an interesting story from MLB.com this offseason where he started a new offseason training program. He'd been dealing with sort of a shoulder issue since 2022 when he suffered a shoulder impingement. So I think that was really interesting that he had some comments about his shoulder starting to feel a lot better than it had in recent years. So maybe that unlocks things a little bit more for him at the plate, starts driving the ball a little bit harder. Obviously, it's only going to be really gap power than the occasional pulled homer. But yeah, absolutely. I think, like Scott said, the Marlins don't have a lot to lose, and they're going to give him every opportunity to run. He's going to have a constant green light on the base path. So I can absolutely envision that scenario playing out.
There's a bit of a gap between Edwards and Robles in terms of where they are on ECR, on FantasyPros, and their ADP. Maher, at cost, do you have a preference between these two guys?
That's exactly what I was going to say, is that we talked about Robles and ADP of 214, and kind of knowing at that point in the draft, you're going to have to give up a category. Xavier Edwards' ADP is 139, and that starts getting a little too early where I want to give up give up that category, give up that power. He did have maybe the quietest 328 batting average season of all time last year. I don't recall him having that high of a batting average. So you're at least probably going to get a pretty good batting average floor, and then a real ton of stolen bases. But once we start creeping into that ADP, like top 150, then I start getting a little bit more uncomfortable about kind of sacrificing a category that early.
I think it comes down to those are totally reasonable concerns. And maybe there's been enough helium that Edwards has started to creep into an area that people are concerned about drafting a player who won't fill every category. And I think what might be the tiebreaker for people, and you can decide, listener, how you feel about this, is he hit 313 in the minors with a 385 OBP. So that supports maybe not hitting 321 in the majors, but just being a plus average guy. And if you believe in that profile, if you believe in those skills translating. And, you know, again, is he going to do what he did last year? Probably not. That slash line, it probably represents the high end of his range. But where Robles, I'm hoping he doesn't hurt my average. I'm going to draft Edwards proactively because I think he could win the batting title.
Mayor, I know you have been itching to talk about your bold prediction ever since you and Scott were tweeting back and forth at each other about Mike Trout just a couple of days ago. So you can go ahead and dive in here.
Oh yeah, so I picked this one. It's the kind of bold prediction where 5 years ago it would not be a bold prediction. I would probably just been booed off the show for even claiming this was a bold prediction. But I think Mike Trout's going to hit more than 40 home runs and play more than 130 games. I know Scott's going to have some strong feelings about that. For a bonus, I think he's going to hit above 280. ADP is right around 100. And so like if you think at like ADP, obviously it's like 40 spots. But do I want Xavier Edwards at 140 or Mike Trout at 100? I'd rather swing for the fences and take Mike Trout because, like we said before, his ceiling is no longer the best player in baseball, but his ceiling is a top 2-round player if we get 130 games out of him, which he's done not very much recently. He has hit 40 home runs once in the last 5 years, and he only played 119 games that season. So I think as long as he can stay on the field, I think they're trying to find ways to keep him on the field. I'm not a huge believer in the move from center field to right field being, a life-altering move for him to keep him on the field. They should probably, as Scott, I know has said before, should probably just make him a DH at this point. I know he was running more in April last year. I'm guessing he's probably not going to run a ton this year because their emphasis is just going to be like, look, just stay on the field, man. Just stay healthy and stay on the field and give us 130 plus games, 40 home runs, bat 280, sell some tickets. I do think this Angels team, they've been really bad for a really long time, kind of like amazingly bad despite having Trout and Ohtani. I do think they could be a little bit better than people expect this year if things go their way. I still don't love the overall roster, but if he can stay healthy, I think they can at least stay somewhat relevant for the first half of the year and, kind of make it worth it to keep Trout in the lineup and keep producing for your fantasy team.
I'll throw it to Scott in a second. George, I want to ask you, to me, like the boldest part of that prediction from Mayer isn't even necessarily the 40 home runs or the batting average. It's just the fact that he said 130 games healthy, right?
Right. I think that's sort of the baseline you have to look at with Trout from an injury management standpoint, because it's going to be a maintenance thing more than anything. Like, is he going to be able to hold up and play multiple games a week? Like, that's the big question. And my general rule of thought is you never bet against Hall of Fame talents. And I think considering where Trout's going in draft, you're not paying up for the full boat 40 homer production. So I think it's actually ends up being a pretty good value where he is. And look, I think if he plays 120 games, he's probably living up to that draft day cost. So yeah, it's a risk. And I don't totally trust the Angels to manage the situation properly, but we'll see.
You're not trusting the Angels? Come on. How can you possibly say something like that? Scott, I know that, obviously you're going to agree on the injury risk side of things because that's just very apparent with Trout. When he's on the field, how do you view him as a fantasy asset at this point?
Yeah, that's not the easiest thing for me to reconcile. Even though the power was outstanding last year, he only hit 220. He hit 263 the previous season. We had seen his stolen bases totally disappear until last year. Ron Washington is a very proactive base running coach. He'll tell you the outfield is incredibly hard, but he likes his guys to run. That's maybe why we want Luis Rengifo and some other people there. I really wish they had added Jorge Soler to lock up the DH spot. Mike mentioned, the idea of maybe Trout's better as a DH, and it blows my mind that not only do the Angels never make the playoffs during the Ohtani and Trout era, they never had a winning season. Now, baseball is a big roster sport. It's not like basketball, say, where if you have two superstars, you're pretty much in the playoffs. But still, that blows my mind. It's just one of these things that the trend line for the injuries is it's 4 years in a row. He's in age 33 season now. I just worry that the cheese may have gone bad. Now, when would I draft Trout? I'd have to be in a league where maybe 12 teams, probably the last spot I'd consider. I think it's a totally fine move. You're in one of these smaller leagues, 8 or 10 team league where the replacement value is so high, a Trout injury isn't going to cripple you. You can get to the waiver wire and get somebody useful, where maybe in a 14 or 15 team league, I'd be nervous that if Trout goes down, I've lost a major piece of my offense. So your league's waiver habits or what's on the wire may decide if you're on the fence about Trout, but because he's been hurt so much, it's no fun being the person voting him down here. I feel like I'm telling you there's no Santa Claus and Christmas has been canceled because he was the signature player in baseball for several years. And it's just been frustrating to see him tied to a losing organization. What has he played? 3 playoff games in his career for the signature player in baseball. I mean, as long as he's going to walk into the Hall of Fame eventually. That it's no fun to say I'm not drafting Trout this year, but unless the circumstances were perfect, and just in every one of my leagues, somebody just seems to look at him optimistically, maybe a round or two before I'm willing to be that guy. So I don't think the market, there's always not, maybe the overall market in aggregate doesn't trust Trout, but I feel like in my drafts, 1 or 2 people are like, you know what, screw it. He's got an upside. Maybe I'm getting the 40 homer Trout. I think every point that everybody made in his favor is reasonable, but I'm going to be the guy who's fading him.
And, you said 4 years. It's been 4 years because of the injuries. It's been 5 years that he hasn't played that many games. Now, 2020, not his fault. It's because of COVID, but just another year of we're not seeing the 130 game, just his body kind of hold up to the toll that can take on him. So, I mean, having to go back to 2019 for the last time he played 130 games, like I said, certainly makes that part of it pretty bold on Maher's end. George, I don't think I asked, but at what point would you be interested in drafting Trout this year?
Yeah, I have him right around the top 30 range. So that's probably a 130 range, I think overall would be kind of the point. I could see it in the, borderline top 100 pick in some leagues, but I have more towards the 125, 130 range in my rankings.
Before we get to our other bold predictions, I want to announce the winner of the Chris Sale jersey giveaway. It is Hardy Har Har 72. The winning comment, Chris Sale is his GOAT. Please get in touch with us at mailbag@fantasypros.com with your mailing address and proof of your subscription to the Fantasy Pros MLB YouTube channel. We will get that shipped out to you. Again, the winner is Hardy Har Har 72. And again, get in touch with us at mailbag@fantasypros.com with your mailing address and proof of your subscription to our YouTube channel. Congratulations. All right, we've got a couple of more bold predictions here. George, who's the other guy you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I want to talk about Max Maher from the Miami Marlins. Just a couple of years ago, he's one of the top pitching prospects in baseball. Obviously had Tommy John, came back last year and just got absolutely crushed. A lot of that was due to his four-seam fastball, just locating it and was getting hit in the zone a lot. So what's interesting to me about him, and this prediction looked a lot bolder a couple of weeks ago before he started tearing things up in spring training. He's looked outstanding this spring. The velocity's been up. I think he actually finishes as a top 40 fantasy starter this year. The reason I think that is because he added a couple new things to his arsenal, added a brand new sweeper to complement the slider, which has always been his best pitch. So that helps the effectiveness of his four-seamer as well, so it doesn't get hit as hard. And I think Miami is going to stress leaning on his changeup a little bit more, especially the left-handed batters. That's something that could help him as well. So those are just a couple of things that I really like from Max Maher. He's been averaging close to 96 miles an hour on his fastball this spring. So that's a little bit of a velocity bump as well. And I think just Miami overhauling their entire pitching apparatus, it really gives him a shot at success. And like I said, he was one of the top pitching prospects in baseball a couple of years ago. A lot of people thought he had one of the best sliders in baseball. So the ceiling's there, and I think this might be the year he finally makes the leap.
Scott, is this somebody that you're interested in targeting in your drafts?
Well, I'd say George makes such a compelling case. I think as soon as we get off, I'm going to see where I have Maher ranked and consider moving him up. We're just like Robles. Robles did something last year, but it's a post-type sleeper case, right? Rookies come up. Sometimes we're a little bit too excited about them. Maybe we were too excited about Jackson Holiday last year. They struggle. We get frustrated. And then these guys sometimes hit their mid-20s, late 20s, and that's when they figure it out. And obviously with pitchers, there's so many moving parts. They change pitching coaches. They move on the rubber. Their arsenal's always getting tweaked. They move to a full windup. They move to a pitching from the stretch, whatever it is, different catchers, sometimes a different organization. So everybody in fantasy is going to say, okay, I have my ace, I have my number 2, middle of my lineup. Then you're going to be looking at who can smash their ADP. All you're thinking about where Maher is going to be drafted is there plausible upside here? Is this a player who could be an exciting player? Is this somebody who could maybe beat their ADP by 100 slots? And George talked about a top 40 pitcher possibly here for Maher, and good environment. It's a team a lot of people just ignore for fantasy. I think it's really important to understand the non-contending teams. What are they doing? Because sometimes people just ignore them in mixed leagues because they focus on the signature teams. The bottom line is this: I'm sold on the plausible upside, and that means Max Maher is a great flyer to take in the second half of your draft.
Maher, what do you think?
Yeah, so I listened to George make his case. I also listened to Lance Brosdowski earlier in the show make a pretty strong case for Max Maher. And when Lance talks pitchers, I do a lot of listening because he really knows what he's talking about. And he also, like George mentioned, the infrastructure change in Miami. And Max Maher is someone I've been high on for a number of years. I've rostered him in Dynasty for a while, been waiting for that breakout for a while. But he's also someone who he got drafted and he was up in the majors almost immediately. Like literally like that year, people were like, he could probably close this year. I'm like, he was just drafted. And by the following year, he was up in AAA, and we were already talking about him being, a really exciting pitcher in baseball. And then, he got hurt, the kind of wheels that came off. But I do still think he's really talented. I'm very excited about the infrastructure change in Miami. And ADP 371, aka free. And if you can take a late round flyer on a pitcher like that, who we've seen first round pedigree. We've seen pitchers kind of, especially coming back from Tommy John, take a year or two to figure it out and get everything back. And we can see the pitch development. I think he's an exciting sleeper pick.
We've got one more bold prediction here. Scott, who do you want to talk about?
This is no fun. I already talked down Mike Trout earlier. Now I'm going to talk down Shohei Ohtani, but really the Los Angeles Dodgers, the best team in baseball, the deepest roster in baseball. I've never seen a team so assured of being in the playoffs in the middle of March. Part of that is the expanded playoffs, of course. And I just think this is going to be a load management team. It's interesting. Barry Bonds was talking about maybe Ohtani shouldn't pitch anymore. And I think that's actually a really good idea. Do people remember how often he was hurt with the Angels? Last year, he steals 59 bases. Ohtani guns for the 50-50 season. He had like 35 steals in the last quarter of the year. Didn't get caught in that segment either. His high in stolen bases before that was 26. I think the Dodgers are going to understand that this season is not about beating the Reds on May 15th or beating the Rockies on June 7th. It's about who's healthy in the playoffs. Last year, only 2 of their pitchers got past 90 innings pitched, and nobody came even close to qualifying for the ERA title. So I'm nervous that this is going to be a load management team. I have Ohtani, depending on the format, 2 or 3. I would take Bobby Witt first. So I'm not dumb about this. I mean, I would certainly consider Ohtani. I might even just spread out my risk in my leagues and be a little bit diversified. But I'm just afraid the Dodgers are going to be a risk management team, load management team. Anybody hiccups or burps and starts are going to be skipped. Or Dave Roberts talked about maybe some of his regulars not playing in every game. I will give you one value I like in this lineup, though. And I'll consider these guys. I just want you to be careful. I don't think full seasons are going to happen for any of these players. Michael Conforto hit 17 home runs on the road last year. San Francisco's a horrible place to hit. Obviously, he's not a platoon player. He handles lefties just fine. I think Michael Conforto might be the best value target on this offense. But again, the 6 months of load management, I think the Dodgers might be a pain in the neck team for fantasy managers this year.
I think to that point too, like not only are they basically already clinched a playoff spot, and not only are they going to be a little more careful with him given the pitching, but he already got the history last year of that 50-50 season. So there's not that incentive anymore. Like if he was approaching like a 60-60 season or something, sure, maybe they say, let's try and make history, but I don't anticipate that being the case, certainly. And the fact that he already got it, they're going to say, listen, he already got it. Let's go try and win another World Series here. George, I mean, Shohei is the only person besides Bobby Witt Jr. who anybody is ranking number 1 in our consensus rankings. So obviously, again, like Scott said, it's not that he's saying this guy should fall out of the first round or anything, but are you kind of buying into the idea that maybe it is worth looking at Witt or somebody else instead of him if you have the top pick?
Absolutely. And to Scott's point, I think we already have some evidence that the Dodgers are going to employ this strategy because we've kind of seen them back off the Shohei is going to pitch plan. It's not common for them to completely back off a throwing program because of the rotation depth. They have a lot of guys. They don't need him to pitch. And I think they're acknowledging that. And then there's also the infamous video of them having him slide with, I think it was the inflatable pool there in spring training. So look, there's a lot of kind of warning signs that he's not going to be as active on the base paths. And I think Scott's, that's a really smart call. And I think it does push him back a little bit. The problem with pushing Ohtani too far down in the first round is you're paying for the floor with Ohtani relative to a lot of the guys that you're seeing. There's a lot more volatility with some of the options once you get towards the back half of the first round, I think. So I wouldn't push him past like the 5th pick or anything like that. I think he's still probably one of the top 5 guys off the board just because you're getting the power, the counting stats. That's going to be a first round value. And I think it sets you up from a roster construction standpoint to be in a really good spot going forward.
It's so ludicrously unfair that he, like, even if he never threw a baseball again, he might be the best player, for the next 5 years still, like best I've ever seen. It's just what he did last season was so remarkable that I can't even really blame anybody who just emotionally says, I have the first pick. who else do I want more on my team than Ohtani? I can't blame you for that, even if I personally would go in a different direction, somebody like Witt. Mayor, where is Ohtani in your first round?
I have him at 101, although a lot of really smart people have scared me the last 48 hours or so. So I'm starting to feel a little bit worried about that. Like Scott is like actively talking me out of it while I'm like looking at my rankings, and now I feel like I'm crazy. But I will say, like, me and you have talked a bunch about the Dodgers, and we have talked more about the pitchers and how they can kind of slow play a lot of things there. But the same is true of that lineup. They have players on their bench or in the minor leagues who would start on a lot of teams. Like Andy Pajes isn't even penciled to technically be a starter right now. He could easily play every day on a lot of other teams. And so I do think there's some interesting, considerations there that this team, they could win 115 games, or they could just take their, foot off the pedal and still cruise through 100 wins. And so at that point, I do think it's feasible that, we see them pull back a little bit on Ohtani. It's kind of crazy that they're pulling back on the pitching, because there was some talk that last year that he could be ready to pitch by the playoffs. And now here we are several months later, and they're still like, no, like we'll take it slow. We're going to shut down the pitching for a while. And it was only a couple years ago, I remember us, in the fantasy community talking about, if Ohtani doesn't pitch anymore, how valuable is he as an overall player? And lo and behold, still the most valuable player in the league, maybe even more so without pitching, because you don't have to worry about the pitching. You don't have to worry about, if you have him as a pitcher eligible in a weekly league and he's had a 2-start week coming up, do you risk taking him out of your lineup? You can't. And so, it's really interesting. We've talked more, like I said, about like the pitching and them being able to pull back, but it's entirely possible they do it with the hitters too. And even, potentially we talked about Trout not running to stay on the field. I tend to agree they're not going to let him steal 60 bases again.
I want to let everybody know that if you didn't win the signed Chris Sale jersey, that's okay. We're still giving away a John Smoltz signed Braves jersey, courtesy of our friends at pristineauction.com. All you have to do to enter is to subscribe to the FantasyPros MLB YouTube channel right now. Drop a comment below on any video, and that's it. We will be announcing one lucky winner right here on the channel, so make sure to turn on those notifications so you can know when new videos are up and to claim your prize. Guys, we are right up against it. I want to squeeze in just a couple comments here. Folks have been asking. We've been talking a little bit about the first round, so I'll throw this one up here. What if Gunnar falls to 9 due to some of this injury concern? Is anybody largely concerned about some of the stuff we've seen? He has started to swing a bat and taking grounders a bit for the Orioles here in the last day or two, so maybe some of that concern waning. George, what do you think about Gunnar if he falls to that point?
I'm not that concerned. I think we've seen Jackson Holiday get some reps at shortstop just as a break glass in case of emergency. Maybe he gets a couple games in there to start the season. It doesn't sound like the Orioles are too concerned. So, no, I'm not pushing it back out of the first round just yet.
Where are you taking Gunnar, Scott?
Yeah, right now he's my number 8 overall player. I moved him down a little bit. It's still a first-round pick. I am very much a floor drafter and just risk averse in the first round, but it doesn't sound like it's a big deal. I think he'll be playing the first week of the season.
Question from Snooze. Is Bregman still viable in a 5x5 league? Might reach for him as well. I really like the fit of Bregman in Boston. I think he's going to pepper the monster this season. I'm buying in on him at cost right now. Mayor, where do you have Bregman?
100%. I'm really excited about Bregman this year. I think it's a good fit. I also really like the idea that right now, like we said in an earlier segment, he's playing third base, but he's supposed to be playing second base. So at some point, we should be getting dual position eligibility if Rafael Devers ever shows up. I have him right now. I have him at 110 overall, but he's probably pushing closer to my top 100. Just because, like you said, I really like the fit, and I like the fact that we could get second, third base position eligibility, 2 positions that are not the easiest to find players for.
Fabulous career stats in Fenway too. It's Houston's a good place to hit the ball out of the park down the line. Fenway Park is a fantastic offensive park, and that first 5 in the Boston lineup looks terrific. Bregman is somebody who I didn't think I'd be in on 3 months ago. I've been in on him ever since he signed that contract, and it's a short-term contract, so he has incentive to try to put up a big season and maybe go out in the market again. So I wasn't sure I'd be in on Bregman, but I sure am now.
We did kind of like an all my guys team on the show last week, and Bregman was my third baseman, given where he's going. I really like him this year. George, do you like Bregman too?
Yeah, absolutely. I have him top 10 at third base. I think the connection between him and Alex Cora is really strong. It's one of the reasons he's in Boston. He's going to be motivated. Alex Cora came out today and said he's probably going to bat third. So that's huge from a counting stats perspective. A lot more RBI opportunities in that lineup. And like Scott said, it's a great ballpark for right-handed power with his approach, pull heavy. So, yeah, I think he's been a 25 homer baseline kind of guy. I think he probably could push 30 this year.
Let's do one final question here before getting out of here. Which guys are you drafting the most at any point in the draft? It can be somebody you're taking a lot early, somebody you're taking a lot late. We'll go around for each of you. Just give me one or two players that you guys really have had on the most of your team so far. Maher, we'll start with you.
Well, the cheating answer is Mike Trout. And the really, 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 really unfortunate answer is Garrett Cole. So not exactly someone you should be targeting anymore, but that is someone who I had a bunch of shares of early just to kind of like gamble on, like, can I get an ace like a few rounds later than I should with the injury history there, and not working out. Other than that, it would be Garrett Crochet, even though I'm getting worried because the price tag keeps going up.
Scott, who is the player or players that you have on the most teams?
Yeah, I'll give you three quick ones. I believe in Mark Vientos. I know the average may be a little bit sketchy, but he's in the middle of a loaded Mets lineup around all the other pieces we like. I think he's the easy 30, 100 guy and still a decent value. I always like to get a closer who could lead the league in saves, but won't be priced as such. I believed in what Ryan Walker was doing late last season in San Francisco. I think he has a long leash and kind of the B to B plus closer price. I think he could be in that first tier by the end of the season. Talked about getting out of San Francisco with Conforto, and he's certainly somebody I've been gobbling up. How about Thairo Estrada, who was a good player in San Francisco for 2 years, hurt last season. Now he goes to Colorado. I think he's mispriced. I think he's going to be 15-15 with decent counting stats. I know the lineup isn't what it used to be, and the humidor has muted some of the offense in Colorado. But I'm seeing Estrada still go outside round 20. I think that's an absolute bargain. I've been scooping it up.
George, how about you?
So the guy who was talked about in the last segment, Matt Shaw, I think the oblique issue kind of suppressed his price. I think he's, based on the prospect, what he's done in the minor leagues, I think he's a 20 homer, 20 steal threat right out of the gate. He's going to play every day at third base for the Cubs. I think he's a massive value in fantasy leagues right now. Gavin Williams is the other guy who stands out to me just because the understanding what he did to get to the point he is this spring is kind of difficult. Like he basically had to change what he was doing to get more vertical movement on his fastball, which it's complicated, but basically he's throwing harder and his fastball is tougher to hit. And it's probably going to lead to a breakout season for him. Another guy like Max Meyer, who was a former top pitching prospect, kind of didn't succeed right away, but now is finally making adjustments. And it maybe leads to a breakout season for him. The other guy is Walker Buehler, just because I think the guy we saw in the playoffs has actually showed up this spring. Some of the stuff has matched what he was doing in the postseason. That was kind of the big question for him. So he's kind of a later round guy. I've been ending up with a lot in drafts.
We will go ahead and wrap up there. I have a lot of people to thank. I'm sure I will forget some people, but thank you to George and Scott for this last segment here. Thank you to all the guests who came on today. Thank you to Joe and Welsh for hosting all the early part of the fest. Thank you to Sal for producing the whole thing. Thanks to John for overseeing everything. Callie, Ethan on the graphic side, just so many people behind the scenes and on the mics and guests and just everybody. Thank you, most importantly, to the listeners and the folks who were in the chat this whole time. If you have one takeaway from today, just remember that Scott hates both Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani and all the other.
What about me? You're not going to thank me? Your co-host on the cycle? You're not going to thank me?
I'll thank my co-host on the cycle, Mike Maher, as well. Thank you to Kelly, too. And just everybody. Like I said, I'm sure I forgot people. So we'll get out of there on that. Thank you again so much for tuning in. If you're watching this later on, thanks for watching it not live, too. We appreciate you guys as well. Remember, we're on Discord. If you have more questions for us, hit us up on social media anywhere. For Maher and Scott and George, and for everybody else from today, I'm Ryan Wormley. Thank you so much. We'll see you again next time.